It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, May 6, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Yes, we are back in your life. It has been so long, 2.5 long weeks. Technically 4 shows. Our last show, I do believe, was on April 17th. Oh my gosh, has so much happened. And you know, for a moment I thought, should I do another rendition of We Didn't Start the Fire? But I feel like you suffer when I do that. So no, we didn't start the fire this time, but certainly a lot to discuss, certainly a lot to get to, certainly a lot to react to. I mean, just this weekend alone, a lot of things happened. UFC 301, Canelo Alvarez, Jaime Munguia, all kinds of news. But the last time we spoke, Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney didn't even happen yet. And think about all the things that happened pertaining to that story and that fight and Ryan Garcia in particular. So we got a lot to get to. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. More on them throughout the program. And I hope you've been slamming your New York Knickerbockers, who, of course, are opening up round 2 of the Eastern Conference semifinals tonight at Madison Square Garden. Beat those dastardly Philadelphia 76ers. Oh, my God, on Thursday. That was so stressful. Oh, my gosh. I'm still stressed just thinking about that series. Hopefully the second round goes a little bit better. And congrats to New York Knicks, Cleveland Cavaliers, for defeating the Orlando Magic by the skin of their teeth yesterday. Now, you may be wondering, what is different about Ariel today? Yes, no glasses today. First time since our first episode back, and our first episode back was in August of 2021. I didn't wear them on that day because the lighting was just screwing up. There was like a glare on the glasses. And truth be told, when I was working the DAZN broadcast over the weekend with my good friends Adi Oladipo and Sean Porter, they told me that they liked me without glasses better, and it kind of got in my head a little bit. I've been having really bad headaches, and I wonder if it's the glasses. I can't see anything at all, so if you write me something, I won't be able to see it.
Good
But
to know.
how do we feel, Frank, without the glasses? Does
Honestly,
it feel weird? Does it feel empty?
It explains what was. I kept thinking you were going to put them on at some point.
Yeah.
But I'm glad to know that the DAZN guy's opinion trumps our opinion.
You've never said that you
just-
like me
I
without
like the
glasses better.
consistency.
So you prefer glasses. Does it feel
Yes.
naked?
It does feel naked. It feels, because you're squinting a little bit, it feels like you're judging. Like you're judging everything. I'm like, oh, is the headphone mix okay? What's going on? What's he looking at?
No, actually, the headphones have never sounded better.
Probably because of the glasses.
You know, I did 14 years without glasses. I really introduced them into the mix in late 2020. I mean, can we put it on the poll? What do you prefer, the glasses or no glasses? I don't even know how to do a poll.
We can do one if you're serious.
I'm actually serious.
All right, we'll put one up.
In any event, we're going to start with no glasses for now because I'm enjoying the freedom of not being shackled by the glasses. We have so much to discuss, Frank. We have so much to get to. We have so much that we've missed. And I can't wait to get into it all. And we have a fantastic show. You know, we like to come back with a big show. At 2 o'clock, we're going to be joined in studio by the first couple of mixed martial arts. The great Dan Hardy, the outlaw, is going to join us. And his wife, Veronica Hardy, is going to join us as well. They've been in studio before, back in March, but that time we had them on separately. This time we have them on together. I think that'll be a lot of fun. They're en route to St. Louis this weekend. Veronica Hardy fights again. She's looking to go 3-0 since her hiatus. The competition gets a little tougher for her. JJ Aldrich is her opponent, so we'll have them both on to talk about that and a whole bunch of other stuff. Of course, Dan working for PFL and Bellator, PFLator, and they've got big things going on as well. So always a pleasure to have them in studio. And of course, we have to talk about our beloved Nottingham Forest, who Veronica adores and who play in the same town that Dan was born and grew up in. Come on, you Reds. Massive win against Sheffield United on Saturday. 3 points up on Luton Town. Burnley in the dust. 2 games left. Hopefully we get a point or two back from the Premier League and we are riding high into the 2024-2025 season. Believe it or not, I don't even know if I mentioned this to you guys. I was asked to do the ceremonial coin toss for this Saturday's match against Chelsea back at the City Ground, final home game of the season. Fortunately, it's been too much travel as of late, and I can't just pop in. I don't have those kinds of means just yet. Be nice to have a PJ for this particular occasion. I was honored to be asked, and I would have loved to do it, but unfortunately not this time. Perhaps next season when they're back in the Premier League. By the way, congratulations to Ipswich Town for getting promoted. Our good friend Arnold Allen certainly buzzing over that news. Double promotion, promoted to the Championship, and then the Premier League in back-to-back seasons. You know yourself, that's a big deal. So at 3 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Dustin Poirier, El Diamante. We found out right before our break, will in fact be fighting for the UFC lightweight title against Islam Makhachev on June 1st, right next door to where we are right now, across the Hudson in New Jersey, Brick City, Newark, New Jersey, the Peru, the Rock. His last chance at a belt, I would say so. Does he get to finish the story on June 1st? We'll talk to him about all that and more. Big news over the break. Paul Hughes, big news. Hughes made his decision. He signed with PFL. He'll be making his Bellator debut. It's all the same thing. June 22nd at the 3 Arena. His debut in that particular arena. And he'll join us in studio at 3:30 to talk about that big piece of news. And at 4:30, we'll be joined by the reigning defending UFC flyweight champion, the man himself, Alexandre Pantoja, who successfully defended his title against Steve Erceg, who was oh so game this past weekend in Rio. Unfortunately for him, he fell just short. Pantoja joins us. We'll recap the betting of the past 2.5 weeks or so, and also hear from the guys in a moment. And we shall start there. UFC 301 has come and gone, and obviously this was an event that was somewhat maligned. It was originally supposed to be headlined by Alex Pereira versus Jamal Hill. Of course, by now you know they moved that main event to headline UFC 300, and so we were left with Pantoja versus Erceg. There was something nice about the fact that the flyweight champion, the Brazilian Alexandre Pantoja, was finally getting a chance to fight in his home country, was getting a chance to headline, and that the spotlight was on him. You know, he's a bit of an under-the-radar champion for the UFC, doesn't really make things about himself. Very likable guy, very fun fighter to watch, and there was something nice about it. Obviously, they added Aldo, and we'll get to him in a moment too. That upped the stakes a little bit. But I think, as I said, by the way, going into this card, and I hope this will be on the highlight reel of personalities weighing in on 301 after the fact. I said that this was a fine pay-per-view card after 300. It had a Brazilian feel, and there was some things to get excited about. And in the end, I thought the card was fun. Now, was it worth $79 or whatever it is? You know, I'm not the one paying for it, but or paying for those tickets. But overall, I thought it was an entertaining night in Rio. Pantoja Erceg came and went. Fun fight, went the distance, somewhat predictably, although it was a bit dicey there for Pantoja. Got cut up, bloodied. Never really seen that from him before. Had to dig down deep. Erceg was maybe getting some bad information from his corner, telling him that he was more down than he was. In the end, two of the judges had a 2-2 going into the fifth. And, you know, maybe he zigs when he zagged, and he could steal that fight. He didn't. And he lost a close decision, and there's really nothing for him, in my opinion, to hang his head about. You know, technically, he wasn't the most deserving contender. He was the 10th ranked guy at flyweight going into that fight. But this a byproduct of, you know, Pantoja fighting a lot of the top guys, UFC maybe not wanting to give it to Makhachev, Albazi not ready, Manel Cap quite injured. So they went to a guy that is coming off a great win, that they knew would show up, and he did show up. And in a way, I felt like Erceg wasn't getting the respect that he deserved going into this fight, maybe because of his name, because of his ranking, because of his demeanor. But a guy like Steve Erceg, in many respects, is more dangerous than a guy like Chito Vera against Sean O'Malley, or even a guy like Dustin Poirier against Islam Makhachev. And what I mean by that is those guys maybe know that this is one and done for them, their last chance. You know, they know that maybe they're getting a little bit older. And this is more for Poirier than Cheeto. Cheeto was fighting for the belt for the first time, but there's a little bit of desperation involved. Erceg knows that he's at the beginning of his UFC career, and there's a very good chance he fights for that belt in the very near future. He's a lot more popular now than he was going into this fight. He's only been in the UFC for about a year, and he's got a lot of room that he can now make up for once again to potentially get back into that title picture. He will get another crack, especially in a division that is a lot more shallow than, say, 155 or 135. And so because there's less pressure and less desperation involved, he could just go out there and do his thing. And I thought he did that. Obviously new to the spotlight, new to the main event scene, but he didn't crumble. He didn't falter. He didn't cower in front of the Brazilian fans. He represented. I thought he fought a great fight, and I think he'll be back there one day. And so much respect to him, and much respect to Pantoja, who it feels like is finally being viewed as a champion, as a worthy champion, as one of the faces of Brazilian MMA. And so I thought it was a great scene for him. I hated the fact that he had to tell the crowd not to leave during his post-fight interview, but I do understand that's at around 2 a.m. local time. Rio is an hour ahead of New York, and so it is getting quite late over there, and I guess people wanted to go home. The biggest story of the card, obviously, was Jose Aldo's return. We thought he was done. He had retired. He was inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame last summer, but we come to find out one fight left on the deal, has aspirations to box and do other things, and I think he just wanted that freedom. It worked out nicely that the card was in Rio. The King of Rio gets to come back. I love the fact that they let him wear the crown. Thank you very much. That was great. Loved the way the crowd reacted to him, and loved the way he fought. He didn't get a gimme fight. He didn't get an old timers fight. He didn't get a tomato can. He got a streaking Jonathan Martinez, who was younger than him, who just turned 30, who had won 6 fights in a row, who was a really tough out, and in a kind of lose-lose situation for Aldo, because Martinez isn't really a household name, but he's super, super tough. So you don't get the credit of being a legend like, Dominic Cruz or a former title holder or contender or challenger. You're beating a guy who's on the ascension, who's supremely tough, but who maybe the casual fan in Rio thinks, oh, of course, Jose Aldo, the King of Rio, the former featherweight champion and bantamweight title contender, of course he's going to beat him. But that was a very impressive win, because that's not an easy guy to beat. And now he's going to be a free agent. His future somewhat up in the air. There was some talk of him fighting on the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson Netflix card in July. But as we know with these UFC contracts, there needs to be this, exclusive negotiation period, and then there's the matching period. I would be shocked if the UFC just opened the door for him to just walk into that card. I would be shocked. But maybe there are other opportunities for him to fight on, I don't know, crossover cards, local Brazilian cards. Who knows? It sounds like he's not done, but perhaps wants to be done with MMA and the UFC, and just go out there and have the freedom to do fun stuff and make as much money as possible. I know the names Mayweather and Pacquiao have been thrown out. Who the hell knows? But it sounds like he wants to explore those possibilities. The weird thing about it is, much like with Nathan Diaz and Jorge Masvidal, nothing he will do will be bigger than anything he does in the UFC or MMA. That's where people want to see Jose Aldo fight. I will say he has looked good in boxing, but it's like Diaz and Masvidal. We'd much rather see those guys fight in an MMA fight in a UFC octagon than in a boxing ring. But that being said, I don't begrudge them for trying to make a lot of money on the way out. And Aldo ain't a guy who's looking old. I think he's 37 or something like that. He does not look and fight like a 37-year-old. He's looking very fresh. He's looking very game. And I say good on you. Go out there and try to make as much money while you can. It was cool to see Shogun Rua get inducted, or at least the announcement that he will be inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame this summer. I feel like I always have to say this every time I talk about the UFC Hall of Fame. I have no issues with the UFC Hall of Fame. I love that it exists. I love that they've made it into such a big deal every single international fight week. I love how they announce who's going in. I love that more often than not, that person is in the crowd when they announce it. I love that more often than not, that person doesn't seem to know that the announcement is coming. You could see that they're caught off guard. You could see that it means something to them. More often than not, they are emotional. We saw that with Frankie Edgar. We saw that with Chael Sonnen. We saw that with Shogun Rua this past weekend. I love it. That doesn't mean I don't strongly feel like there should be a mixed martial arts Hall of Fame somewhere in the world. And I think it's long overdue that there is one, and I would love to see that happen. But this is great. No different than when the Knicks, retire Patrick Ewing's number, or when the Colts retire Peyton Manning's number, or when there's a Wall of Fame for the Denver Broncos or the Denver Nuggets or the New York Yankees. Teams and organizations have their own Hall of Fame, and then the sport has a Hall of Fame. So the UFC does a great job with it, and those announcements are great. And I loved seeing Shogun Rua and Eduardo Alonso, who, if you are a media member and spoke to Shogun over the years, Eduardo was always by his side, acting as his interpreter, but also his longtime friend, manager, confidant, also worked for the likes of Damian Maia, among others. But those two guys together, like Eduardo isn't Paul Heyman. He's not a mouthpiece per se, but they were so inseparable and such a good team and such a good unit. It was very cool to see them together for that moment and to see the emotion. One other quick note regarding 301. Great to see Anthony Smith back on track. Felt like his, back was a little bit against the wall, even though he's not on some long losing streak. But, going into the lion's den that is Brazil against a fellow Brazilian, I thought that was a great win for him. And there were a bunch of great performances throughout the card. Over in Las Vegas, Canelo Alvarez with the massive win over fellow Mexican Jaime Munguia. First time since 2017 that Canelo fights a fellow Mexican. Back on the traditional Mexican holiday weekend, Cinco de Mayo. Of course, he got bumped from Mexican Independence Day weekend back in September for Noche UFC. He had to fight 2 weeks later against Jermell Charlo at T-Mobile Arena. Going to be interesting to see if he goes head-to-head with the UFC pay-per-view on that same weekend this year. Of course, that one's taking place at the Sphere, so he could use T-Mobile, but do you want to go head-to-head with what should be a gigantic card for the UFC? We shall see. I thought it was a great performance. He was down 2-1 going into the fourth. He drops Munguia in the fourth. Munguia had never been dropped before. 43-0 at just 27 years young going into that fight. And then I thought it was all Canelo. Maybe you can give 1 round, max 2 to Munguia throughout the fight, back end of the fight. I disagree with Terrence Crawford, who said that Canelo was carrying Munguia. I don't think that was the case. Munguia just has a super tough chin. And Canelo is getting a little bit older, but he looked really, really good in this fight. I still want to see more from the undisputed 168-pound king. The big question now is, who does he fight next? Is it a Berlanga? Is there someone else that's of interest? And is there a bridge to get to what could be a massive fight this time next year? What I mean by that is I don't think he's fighting Terrence Crawford in September of next year, because Terrence Crawford is fighting Israel Madrimov on August 3rd at that massive show in LA that was announced during our break, which, the Riyadh season folks are bringing their first card to North America, headlined by the likes of Terrence Crawford against Israel Madrimov, who fought and won the WBC 154-pound title on the same card as the Francis Ngannou Anthony Joshua card, who, of course, that card was stacked in its own right. But this one is by far the most stacked card that we've ever seen in America in quite some time, with the likes of Andy Ruiz and Isaac Cruz and Andy Cruz and David Morrell and so many others on the card. The question is, what happens after those two fights? Terrence Crawford fights August 3rd. David Morrell is fighting June 15th. And then there's the potential for a September card with Canelo. What happens? Excuse me, not David Morrell. David Morrell is fighting August 3rd. David Benavidez is fighting June 15th. That sounded wrong when I said it, on the Tank Davis, Frank Martin card. Then do we get Canelo versus Terrence Crawford at 168 next Cinco de Mayo weekend? And is our guy Turkey involved? Because he told ESPN recently that he would like to make that fight. What happens? Who knows? It's a fascinating time in the world of boxing. I hope you woke up early this morning to watch the monster Naoya Inoue win in Tokyo. First card in Tokyo at the Tokyo Dome in 34 years. He got dropped in the first round, comes back and wins, and I think it was the 6th via knockout, 2 knockdowns. What a star. What a stud. Loved everything about it. My friends, New York Rick and GC, are you there?
Hello.
Hey, guys.
Good to be back.
It's good to be seen. I was hoping you'd say it's good to see you, and then I would get to say it's good to be seen.
Still went with it anyway,
Jump the
though.
gun a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I feel fantastic. I feel fresh. I feel
No glasses. You're free.
Yeah.
You said?
What do you guys think? Glasses or no glasses? Do we have a poll?
I've seen.
Yeah. What are the poll results? We had
Do we have a poll?
Yes, we do have a poll.
64%?
64% enjoy
The no glasses.
look.
Wow.
I feel like they say that until we. Oh,
Like,
64%
sorry,
want the
64%
glasses.
want the glasses back.
Oh wow! And I feel like it's new and it's different, and
I think-
it's just going to become less and less people liking the no glasses. So
I
yeah,
think you
it's
have
the
to wear
glasses.
them like that, like the librarian, like looking over the top, Benjamin Franklin kind of look.
Like this?
If you're gonna wear
I,
them.
I was going to do the. By the way, is there an echo or am I crazy?
Yeah, there's a slight echo fixing it.
And whose
Whose fault is that? Frank's.
No, I wasn't saying
Wow,
that.
look at us! Look at us trying to
glasses
point fingers. Didn't take long. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, what is this? I feel like both of you have an echo. Didn't we have a problem with their mics on the Wednesday before our break?
Yeah. We've only had like.
Oh,
20
this
days
sounds
to figure
better.
it out.
Yeah.
It's because I mute.
Look at that.
Oh wait. Yeah, I think it's Rick's mic.
Yeah, I just keep talking.
Yeah.
Oh, you want us to work through the
squawking.
technical difficulties
please.
live on the air?
While we're dealing with this, you said you're fresh, you're ready to be back. You got up, you watched Nia in a way.
Yeah.
I unfortunately didn't get to experience that.
Yeah, I was a little bummed. I texted you guys. I got no reply.
Yeah.
Wait, time out. I replied.
You replied like an hour later.
He was also like,
I was
he
taking
doing
my
the
kids to school.
So was I. What do you think? I mean, you're either in it or you're
No,
not.
not the butler. I was taking my kids to school.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
I was not. I, was going to bed, real excited. Laid out the outfit for the day. Real excited for the first day back, getting pumped up. Set the alarms and everything. Wake up, open my eyes, look out the window. I'm just like, man, it feels like my alarm should have gone off by
Oh
now.
no.
Yeah, walk over. It is like 9:25. My alarms went off. I just slept straight through them. I don't know what happened. Was just KO'd hard. The shuttle from my apartment, the last shuttle to take me to the train station, leaves at 9:30.
Oh.
Heart's racing. I mean, it was a brutal wake up. Yeah, I got caught up on the text. I was just like, I guess anyway, one just slept right through that one.
You didn't even
rough
tell
start.
us though that you were stressing. You just went silent on the chat.
Yeah, I had a lot of things to figure out. Had a nice important meeting at 10 o'clock as well. Had to do that from a Subway, like an actual Subway restaurant. So I mean, it was good times to kick off. Now I feel like we're really underway here.
Sort of like first day of school vibes.
Yeah, and instead of being excited, getting up before the alarm, I slept through both of mine.
That's fine.
What time do the boys go to school?
My boys.
Yeah, like what time are they? What? By the way,
Well, I have
do
a
they do,
daughter
like,
too.
car,
By the way,
bus?
I don't
Does
know
she
if
go
you
to
know this.
school already? Wow.
Of course, she's in first
Crazy.
grade.
Wow.
No, we drive them, and we
What time do you
aim
hit
to
the
leave.
school?
We aim to leave at 8 o'clock. So in the mad dash of getting the kids ready, I'm listening to Joe Tessitore and Tim Bradley because they said ring walk at 7:35. But if I'm being honest, it was closer to 7:45. But yes, I'm listening to this, and they're like, "What are you watching right now while you're making breakfast?" Watching The Monster. Yes.
My daughter doesn't hop on the bus to go to school till like 9. Then she's at school like for like 9:30. I feel like that's super late. I didn't go to school that late, but I feel like she's super late compared
Wait a
to
second.
like,
Wait a second.
others.
In the thing when I asked you if you were watching anyway, you said you were taking your kids to school.
wow.
You
Stories
just
getting
said bus.
crossed now.
You just said
Stories
bus.
getting
Getting them like out the door.
Getting them out the door. You can't have it on the phone in the background.
No, come on.
Bro.
I gotta get up. I have to get ready
Bro.
because as soon as she gets out the door, then I have to hop on the train. Like, no,
Bro,
there's a lot to do.
We
there.
have ESPN Plus for a reason. ESPN Plus taking a beating on social media.
Yeah, man. Luke Thomas, man, really giving it to him.
pay-per-view.
Rightfully so, man. He's got all the receipts. Hour-long phone call, paid $85. I would be mad too.
Pay-per-view product, the purchasing to
It is a little clunky. We talked about
clunky.
this.
It's
The
clunky.
HBO Max or the Max experience was great. PPV.com might be the best one.
PPP.com. I mean, Netflix doing the live event for the roast of Brady last night. Seamless, no issues there. I just don't get it because Disney Plus and Hulu are great streaming services, and ESPN Plus is just
That's
terrible.
a good point. I'm 35 to 40 minutes into that roast. I didn't want to watch it just because I'm admittedly a Brady hater, just because of all the heartbreak he has delivered.
Oh,
to
yeah,
me.
What did
they
you
shit on
want
the
to
Bills
watch it?
pretty
Because
good.
they're
Nah,
dumping.
I just
on
want nothing to do with them. But my brother and brother-in-law told me it was fantastic. So
That was
on the
great.
drive-in, I put it on. I cannot wait to continue. It is incredible.
Oh, dude, Kevin Hart starts with a bang, just going at it.
Incredible.
Everyone's bringing it. I watched all 3 hours of it. Dana got some action.
3 hours?
It's
Yeah,
3 hours.
3 hours. Dana got some
Oh my
action.
Dana,
Sean O'Malley was
Sean
there.
O'Malley took a few strays there, huh?
Oh yeah, same with Max Holloway.
Max Holloway, yeah.
I mean, Andrew Schultz with a great one. It was something like Giselle's Brazilian, and they're going through the divorce. So like Dana was there, so he could teach Tom to screw someone a Brazilian out of half their purse or something. I mean, it was good. It was good, man. There was a lot going on.
Shout out to our good friend Andrew Schultz, who sold out MSG back-to-back nights.
And then flew out to
And then
LA and
flew
did
out.
that last night. Big weekend for the
Golly.
guy.
Yeah,
Big weekend.
huge also. I was stressing about the Knicks Game 6. He had a lot riding on it. If that series would have gone to Game 7, his second MSG night would have been bumped.
Crazy.
And so he put up a whole thing asking everyone to pray for a Knicks win, and the Knicks delivered.
How bad was he feeling at halftime?
Oh
after
my
they
God,
had lost
I was
the
feeling
22
horrible. I
point
can't
lead?
imagine how. Yeah, because
He
this was
must
such a
have been
big deal
sick.
for him. The 22-point lead. I was feeling so good. I went to the sports book with Ade to watch, and then all of a sudden, all these annoying fucking Sixers fans came out of the woodwork. They were like ants, and all of a sudden they're cheering, and I'm like, I'm out of here. I want nothing. I just don't like watching any sporting event that truly matters to me. I'm very happy to do it if it's like, I went to watch Vegas against Dallas, Game 6. Congrats to Frank on his beloved Stars advancing. I'm happy to do that. But if it's a game that matters to me, essentially Knicks and Bills, I'm not watching with anyone. And all of a sudden, these annoying Sixers fans show up. Fuck them. I left, went in my room. It was fantastic.
Did you go back after with a nice shit-eating grin on your face to rub it in a little bit?
Funny enough, I went back to the Aria, walked around with the shit-eating grin, couldn't find any of them, and then went and had one of the greatest meals of my life. Remind me the name of the place, the dumpling place at the Aria.
I forgot.
Din, I don't want to butcher it.
I forgot it, but we can look it up.
It was incredible because the food was incredible, but because I was on such a high after that win and was eating by myself. And
Din Tai Fung.
Yes, so good. If you're ever in Vegas, go to this place. Good luck trying to get a reservation. But because I was late and because I was alone, I got one. They let me sit. I was so hungry. The food tasted so good. But then I just sat there and consumed all the post-game content. And it was better than any high I think that I could ever experience. Do you know what I mean? After the concern and the nerves associated with the choke job of that second quarter, blowing the 22-point lead, I felt like I was flying in the air. It was fantastic.
I am loving the juxtaposition between Rick's team winning in the first round and advancing to the second round of the Eastern Conference playoffs and your team advancing to the second round of the Eastern Conference playoffs.
What do you mean?
Rick is just like,
I'm not exactly thrilled.
All right, we're moving on, I guess. We have no chance against the Celtics. You are like on cloud nine. Like, this is the greatest thing to ever happen to you. Like, it's just like.
Well, he's jaded. His team won in 2016. I
also believe in your team a lot more than I believe in my team. I got a ticket for Eastern Conference champs, and it's not the Cavs. So
you're doing the whole reverse psychology thing.
No, I don't do reverse jinx stuff. The team stinks. The Cavs stink. Indy stinks. The Knicks are absolutely going to trounce them.
Remember in Vegas,
stunk.
He took the Knicks to win the East.
I know.
He's also
I got the Knicks.
He's New York
supporter.
Rick for a reason. New York Rick likes New York Knicks.
I just know ball. That's all it is.
You and I
Why
both.
is it the Cavs again?
What's that?
Why is it the Cavs again?
Why do I like the Cavs?
Yeah.
It's a long story, but Sean Kemp, basically. It
shout
all
out.
boils down to Sean Kemp.
Shout out to Sean.
The amazing thing about that is that's like someone saying I'm a Supersonics fan because I love Patrick Ewing.
Ewing, of course.
Like Kemp on the Cavs is like Willie Mays on the Mets.
I didn't choose this. I mean, it was given to me. It was bequeathed. It was granted to me. But it's all about Kemp. And look, it's served me well. It's been a good run. LeBron came very shortly after, and then that championship in 2016. I'm a happy man.
Okay, we have a million things to discuss, but before we get into anything, I do want to say, and I wanted to say it at the beginning of the show, but we just kind of got rolling. I can't believe we're 30 minutes into the show already. Today's show is dedicated to the memory of Kobe Ngannou. We found out last week that unfortunately Francis Ngannou's 18-month-year-old son tragically passed away. I mean, I don't even know how to put that into words. I don't even know what to say about that. And Francis's posts have been incredibly heartbreaking to read. Spoke to him very, very briefly, and you can imagine he's a father who just lost his 18-month-old. What a beautiful boy. And Francis is a very private person. I don't think most people even knew that he had any children. And I really respect that about him. And I just can't imagine what he is feeling, what his family is feeling, what he is going through. And so we just wanted to send our love and our best to the Ngannou family, and hope that he is able to be surrounded with people who love him, who are helping him, who are helping the entire family get through this as best as possible. Obviously, his fighting career, all that stuff, none of it matters compared to what he's going through. So we don't know what this all means, but just wishing him the best and sending our condolence and our love to the family after what they've just experienced, and hope that they can get through this as best as possible. We shall talk about 301. I offered some thoughts. Does anyone think Erceg won? No one does, right?
I don't.
Okay.
I thought it was a very close fight. I wouldn't have been shocked if they had given it 48-47 to Erceg, just because of that round 3, the cut opening up. Like, Pantoja had the much better round, but like he obviously had Erceg had the by far the most damaging shot of the round. So I wasn't confident either way going to the scorecards, but I think Pantoja was the rightful winner.
Yeah, I had Pantoja 135, but I could easily see somebody giving 3 to Erceg, especially with the elbow that was landed in that round and the damage done. So a 2-3-4 Erceg card sounds pretty reasonable to me. Like that's either way.
Did
Right
Erceg
now,
do
yeah.
better than you guys thought he would do?
No.
Was he a massive underdog?
No. Yeah, you kind of said that people were doubting him. I think actually he was like the public darling this week.
Okay.
Like, a lot of people were betting him. A lot of people believed in him. I want to say that it closed like Pantoja minus 160. That was
Oh,
it.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people backing him. I don't know if it was just for the storyline of how unbelievable it would have been for him to become a champion in less than a year, his personality, everything that goes along
And
with
the
that.
memes, right? I mean, the Steve Carell
They're so
memes would have
good.
been.
Oh, the Steve Carell, and then I think it was our guy Feldman who threw out the Best Buy into the Foot Locker the very next
Oh,
day.
yes.
Rocking the blue polo and then the stripes. I mean, he's just kind of like a lovable character. So I don't know if that's what it was or just like his belief in his skills. But man, he performed excellently. It was I feel like he's going to go up make a massive jump in the rankings from even 10 with this loss.
I think the narrative around Erceg has always been like, this is happening really fast. I don't know if it was ever like he doesn't have the skills to hang. Like he's got some physical gifts and certainly I think finishing ability in that weight class that you have to pay attention to. So it might have just been a more this is too early than a he can't be in there with Pantoja situation. And I think most kind of recognize and acknowledge that. He's a big boy and he hits hard.
He is a big boy. And he said it was his worst weight cut yet. I could see him eventually being a 35-pounder.
100%. Yeah.
I am curious what happens to Pantoja next, who he fights next. Our good friend Guilherme Cruz tells me that at the post-fight press conference, this wasn't translated because I think the translator Derek wasn't there yet, but that he mentioned trying to drag Demetrius Johnson at a quasi-retirement. He hasn't officially retired, but it seems like he's moving in that direction. I did ask DJ if he would ever consider it because on his YouTube channel, he put up a poll about that fight, but I think that was more his right-hand man, the great Michael Wantover, putting that up rather than DJ putting it up. I don't think he's interested in fighting him, but it would be incredible. What a fight.
So what's DJ's contract situation with one? Can he just like get out of
No,
that?
he's still a one guy. He is still a one guy.
I doubt it happens. But I mean, how about the dog and Pantoja in that fight? That was
The
incredible.
guy's incredible. I mean, credit to Rick. Rick has been banging the Pantoja drum.
Pantoja, man.
I mean, he's gone the distance the last 3 fights with Moreno Royval and now Erceg, and he's won the 5th round in all 3 of them. I mean, it's incredible.
Whether you can appreciate like his mix of skills or not, like certainly I think he's a better grappler than a striker. The dude is just willing to engage and just throw down and scrap with anybody. It's not often you see like that's not usually like how the champions fight. That's typically how the like fun, exciting, featured kind of bout guys fight. He's just willing to scrap with anybody.
And his chin is insane.
One of the best ever.
Dude. Because I mean, not only did he take that elbow that cut him open, there was a hook that came after it that just like would have put anybody out. I mean, it's crazy. The pace, the chin. I mean, the grappling, the scrambles in that fight. Erceg was much better on the ground than I was anticipating as well. So shout out to both of them. I think Erceg's stock went up in a loss, and Pantoja just continues to prove how much of a dog he is.
The grappling, especially towards the end of the fight, while covered in blood, was something. Like the slipperiness was, yeah.
There's been quite a bit of criticism.
You thought like Pantoja was just like gassed out, but I mean, then they would get on the ground and have these insane scrambles. It was nuts, man.
What's the criticism?
That Erceg shouldn't have been shooting for takedowns around 5.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right?
I mean, that takedown that turned into Pantoja getting top control that essentially won him the fight.
Yeah.
I mean, I would imagine he's looking back on that being like, maybe I shouldn't have done that.
100%, 100%. But that could have been a byproduct of him being tired. That could have been a byproduct of him. I don't know if he thought he needed to win the fight via stoppage. The takedown really didn't help him. Not sure.
3 fights ago, he was fighting people on the local scene. Like now he's fighting in a 5-round championship against Alexandre Pantoja. Like sometimes it's just being green. Like maybe he doesn't shoot for those takedowns if he has more cage time, but he gave a good accounting of himself in that fight, and I think he'll be he'll be around that division for quite a bit as long as he can continue to make weight there.
By the way, forget 3 fights ago. In this new era, I wonder how many people have gone from an Apex mid-card fight to a title fight.
Championship,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's not that many now that they're doing this mix of Apex, not the Apex only cards of 2020 and 2021. So, this is a huge step up, especially it's not a pay-per-view in Newark, a random place. Like you're going to fight a Brazilian in Brazil. So credit to him. So is it Makhachev next? What do you guys think? Albazi, Makhachev?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I guess.
Whatever.
I mean, Pantoja's like kind of cleared it out, right? He's like 10-0 against the top.
There's still
10.
these dudes.
He's beaten all the top 5 guys. Like it's just kind of he's just waiting for a contender to kind of establish themselves. The reason Erceg got this shot is because nobody's kind of been impressed with the contenders. I guess it has to be Makhachev next. Like
Makhachev, Albazi.
the fight I really want to see is Kopp, but the dude
Kopp.
can't even fight and can't even make weight. Like if he can put it all together, that's the fight. I think Manel Kopp is a champ in waiting, but like he's got to get to the cage and he's got to make weight.
All right. So what about Jose Aldo?
What about
Huge
that
win.
performance, man?
Unbelievable.
That was
He was serenaded. It was the coronation. Great to see him get the win. Great to see him back. Didn't look old. Didn't look rusty. But it seems like he's done. Last fight on his deal. I don't think he's going to resign. Crazier things have happened. Do you think?
What if they gave him a title shot? What if they said sign a longer term deal? Let's say you get like 4 or 5 fights, but you'll get O'Malley
If he beats Merab.
Or the champion. Right?
Okay.
Or you get Merab.
Well, I was going to say, are you saying that they skip Merab for him?
No.
Okay.
Whoever is the champion at the time.
Well, here's the thing. If Merab beats O'Malley, I
you
feel
don't
like,
want to do that, right?
Well, no, I feel like they're going to run it back.
Yeah.
Just given O'Malley's, popularity. And then if they don't run it back, or if Merab wins again, you want to see Merab Aldo too? Who wants to see that?
Listen, I think Jose Aldo is the type of fighter who believes he could beat anybody on his best day. So I don't know. I can't put myself in his shoes. I think that would be the only thing I'd kind of be after if I was Jose Aldo. Like, I want to see him fight MMA. No mistake about it. I would rather see Jose Aldo fighting in MMA than boxing. But there's not a lot of names that like really are going to get me excited, and I wonder how many are going to get him excited. A title opportunity certainly could be one of them. Dominic Cruz, I think, is the fight that everybody kind of wants to see, the WEC matchup. Mm-hmm. But like outside of those, like I don't need to see him fight all those other guys. So he's probably in better shape and making more lucrative career moves if he goes to boxing. But a title shot, I don't know. It doesn't seem impossible. But I imagine the UFC would have to try to lock him down long term, and I'm not sure if he's looking for that.
I don't think. Yeah, they're not giving a title shot to someone with, one fight.
Yeah, he'd have to sign.
I think he's done. I mean,
it would make the most sense.
But it was
Floyd
nice.
Mayweather wanted to fight him.
Is that real? I don't know.
He said it was real. He said it was happening, and he doesn't know why it fell apart. And now he's throwing the name Manny Pacquiao out. Like, do that.
When are we getting Floyd Mayweather versus Gotti III too? I thought we were supposed to get that like Super Bowl weekend.
That was supposed to happen.
What the hell?
The rematch we've all been waiting for.
Okay, so Anthony Smith with the big win over Vitor Petrino. Kind of a crazy sequence there. Crazy submission win for Anthony Smith. Good on him. Speaking of crazy, Michel Pereira with the win over Ihor Poteria. Holy shit! It's just amazing. And by the way, I don't think it was illegal. The knee.
No, it's very illegal.
Yeah,
I think it hit.
He's laying on his back, and he.
No, but I think he hit him like it looks like it, but it's more like I feel like the knee hits here, but the thigh hits here. I don't know. I feel like it was ambiguous enough to where it could. I mean, it's absolutely.
Well, they agree with you in Brazil.
Yes, it's absolutely insane, and there was no reason for it.
That's my biggest thing. I just want someone to ask him, just like, what's the end goal? Like, is he hoping to like land on his head and knock him out, or is he just like doing it to do it?
He's just doing it to do. He said in the post-fight press conference, like, I'm the daredevil, I'm the risk taker, I'm just doing it to do what I do, and it's led to great performances, and it's hard to argue with that. Like he does.
I just love that his first thought after he drops the guy is, "Let me backflip onto this."
By the way, this is like time number 10 that he's done this. Like,
oh yeah, no, I know it's not anything new. I just want to know why he does it. But how about his middleweight career? I mean, 3 wins, and he's taken him like 3 minutes to get him.
Yes.
Yeah,
and in total, he's on an 8-fight winning streak. His last legitimate loss was that crazy loss to Tristan Conley back in the day in BC. He did have the controversial loss to Diego Sanchez, but the Conley
DQ,
loss is like the last legitimate loss, and that was in 2019. He always has a bunch of fights that get canceled and whatnot, but like he's something. Like I want to see him in a high profile fight next. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's get
like
him
a super high profile fight.
Man.
well, Wonder Boy was going to be that, right? That was going to be the fight, and then he blew weight. Another guy, like you have to be able to make weight.
May have been the best thing that happened to him though. Get him up to 185, and now he's killing it.
Caio Borralho, you like this man, GC, right?
I mean, what's not to like? I mean, he's undefeated so far in the UFC. He seems to have a personality when he gets on the mic. He's calling out Jared Cannonier. Yeah, I mean, he showed high fight IQ in my opinion. He's relied a lot on the grappling, and he realized I'm fighting Paul Craig. Let's just go with the boxing. And so he boxed him up and he knocked him out in the second round. I mean, another very impressive performance for him. I like Michel Pereira. I want to see him in a much more high profile fight. He's done a ton of co-main events. I mean, we were calling him co-main Kyle when he first started out. So I think you can throw him on a co-main of a fight night against, one of these top 8, top 5 guys, maybe even a main event for him for a fight night or an Apex card. But yeah, I'm interested to see where he goes from here.
Still not convinced that Paul Craig is best suited for 185. It just feels like a very draining cut for him. So I wonder if the cut had anything to do with the knockout or vice versa. But a big win for Caio. Joe Anderson Brito with a controversial win over Jack Shore. Going to talk to Dan Hardy about that stoppage because he was vocal about it on Twitter. And just a gruesome cut. I don't know what the doctor was doing, putting his finger into it. I'm not a doctor.
Somebody replied to me on Twitter that like checking the depth of the cut was something that they might be trying to do as a doctor. Again, I'm not a doctor either, so I don't know.
Crazy.
If that
Stuck his entire index finger in there. Was like, we should probably stop this thing.
The zoom in on that was just something. Mauricio Huffy with the incredible KO of Jamie Malarkey, who's usually very tough. All it took was 18 seconds. People comparing him to Conor and all this stuff. What
the stance, the style was very similar. He had it.
Well,
no, wait, didn't it take him 4 minutes and 42 seconds?
Sorry, excuse me. 4 minutes and 42 seconds. 18 seconds left in the first round. Yeah. But yes, the style is and cool. Like I don't really view that as a knock. You know what I mean?
No, not at all. I think
the scissor sweep right before knocking him out was pretty wild.
Incredible.
And he also came out and started the fight by like dropping down and doing like a sweeping leg kick. So yeah, I mean, 10 wins, all 10 by knockout. I mean, hard not to be excited for his next fight.
And what did we say on our final week before the break? People, I had some people who actually came up to me. I think I was in Brooklyn. They were like, I can't believe you didn't like the way they announced the Conor fight. I thought that was so smart. It was so cheeky. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, you guys will just lap up anything. What about the fact that they gave us exactly what we asked for? They gave us the promo. This is all I wanted. This is all that was needed. We have this promo, right? We have it. We could play without sound. Sure Look at this. They had the Foggy Dew playing, and that's all. You know who that is. You know the silhouette. This is. Imagine they would have played this.
Can we see the tattoos? Like, is there any chance? Is there a conspiracy theory here that it's not him?
I believe that looks like him.
I can't see the tattoos. I mean, it does look like him. It's got
gigantic.
I just can't see the tattoos.
That's all you needed, right? This is perfect.
That's all you need. That's all you need. It takes 15 seconds, and they could have just run it
right before the main.
Oh, it would have been so
right before
good.
right before the BMF.
It would have overshadowed, is what I heard.
It would have been so good. It would have been so good, man. Turn all the lights off. Go ahead and run that. 6:29:24. It's such a no-brainer.
Oh,
it's such a no-brainer. People would have been so hyped. I mean, the promo this weekend, even though we already knew about the fight, had it confirmed, that promo was doing crazy numbers everywhere. It's just like, why not just announce it that way?
Big couple of weeks for Conor McGregor. Also announced as a part owner now. Terms not disclosed, so we're not really sure if there's any,
Look at the man.
Look at that.
That's just so crazy.
That picture.
The first visual of him facing off of Mike Perry with the belt in
Yeah.
the ring is crazy. Now this is also crazy. Like everything about this just blows my mind.
I love it. He's already calling for people to get in the ring.
Yeah.
Who'd he say?
Oscar
Canelo.
and Canelo.
Canelo.
Can I just say something? Okay, so this is a brilliant move on BKFC's part. Like just having Conor
And Connor's. I think
involved.
both sides. This makes a lot of sense.
I asked someone this question. I'd love to ask you guys this question. If right now you can invest in or get ownership equity in either BKFC or PFL, which are you taking?
BKFC. No doubt.
GC?
Man, I don't know. The thing about BKFC is that it's just so different that it has this potential to have a meteoric rise because it's separating itself. It's not your contemporary MMA. But I mean, it feels like PFL is making some sound business moves, and they're going to continue to grow. I don't know. BKFC, they got Mike Perry and they got the Mac. I'll go with BKFC.
I think it's a no-brainer as well.
I mean, I need to
BKFC
sit
is
there and
so
really research it though.
BKFC, this is what we talked about back in the day. Pride was very different than UFC. Strikeforce was different. They had the women. UFC didn't have the women, et cetera, et cetera. PFL isn't different enough. And I actually feel, correct me if you guys feel otherwise, I was looking forward to this season for PFL because they had the influx of the Bellator talent. They had new faces. They had champions coming in, et cetera, et cetera. I don't feel any momentum right now. I feel less momentum than seasons past, and I don't quite understand why. I feel like BKFC, while they put on way too many shows, you have an event like the Knucklemania event, and Mike Perry is the best thing to ever happen to them. It feels so different and fun and unique, and the trajectory is like this, and now Conor's involved. To me, it's a no-brainer. And I never, ever thought, I mean, I've sat here on the show. You could make a proper, compilation hit piece of me saying like, I just can't quite figure this out. And I'm not saying that I'm sitting there buying all the pay-per-views, but they've got something different and it's working and people are attracted to it. They are making moves and I don't feel those same moves right now from PFL.
Biggest issue with PFL for me is still like the separation of church and state of Bellator and PFL. Like I just need it all under one umbrella. It feels like there needs to be some
Is that the biggest issue?
organization within
That really
the organization.
I feel like it's such a non-issue, really. I feel like the season is the issue. The season works.
But that's
right. You've got the
if
season.
you remove the season, you get what Connor's talking about.
And what are
Sure.
they doing this weekend? It's like PFL MENA in,
that's
in
like
Saudi
their-
Arabia. I don't
yeah.
know what that is. Like it feels like there's too many things going on. There's PFL Europe. There's the season. There's the pay-per-view super fights. It feels like there just needs to be some organization of it. Then you got the
all the
Bellator
assets.
fights.
Yeah.
It's just like let's just put it all in one place. And
Here's my
It's almost
here's
like
my
copy what the UFC
If we're
is
just
doing.
talking about this from a business perspective, though, BKFC has much lower overhead, has fewer stars, but has a differentiated product than the UFC. If I want to invest, hell, I'd rather buy TKO stock if I'm going to do anything.
No,
Why
no,
not invest
I'm
in
talking
the
about
number
those two.
one company.
I'm talking about those two.
But I'm saying
Obviously, of course.
Well, no, not obviously, but like PFL Bellator is always going to be number 2 in their space. They are not going to be number 1. Now,
right.
that could be famous last words. Like this could be, Netflix and Blockbuster. I could be betting on Blockbuster here, and all of a sudden Netflix comes up. They're not going to be number 1, and so that's a hard position to want to invest in. Now, certainly, if you become the Pepsi to Coke, then yeah, there's some returns, but I just don't see it happening. And so I would just rather buy TKO stock if I'm going to do MMA. If I'm given those two options, let me get outside of MMA and just go with something that's a differentiated product that I feel like has a higher potential ceiling and a lower. We're starting at a lower level right now.
The season for me only works on that last day. On that last day, it makes fights involving a lot of guys who just aren't needle movers matter. It adds stakes to fights between guys who aren't necessarily, draws, right? You put a title fight on a La Problema Hannah Ferreira fight or a Magomed, like now all of a sudden you care about it a little bit more, right? But the road to get to there, I feel like it still handcuffs them. And I don't like how it's, 3 sets of shows with the same fighters, and then it's the same fighters for another 3 sets of shows. And it just feels, it all feels very rinse repeat. And that's not what combat sports and prize fighting is all about. Prize fighting is all about, building contenders, building stars, and building rivalries that matter, as opposed to the draw being $1 million or, 3 points or something like that. You know what I mean?
Two things on that. One, not only does it handcuff them, but it actually most of the time removes the people that you want to see, right? Putting Anthony Pettis in a season lost him fights, and now we don't get the Anthony Pettis fights that we want to see, right? So you're limited by that matchmaking, but you're also removing like some of the stars that you kind of want to see in these championship fights. And then I think there's an argument, and I imagine PFL or somebody on that side of the fence would make the argument that like the season is how we differentiate from the UFC, but 100%. I don't think it's enough of a good product that it is worth that differentiation. I would scrap it. I think it's outlived its usefulness. Combine the rosters. PFL and Bellator is one roster. There is no differentiation anymore. You make the best fights, you put on the biggest cards, and you just go forward like that.
That's the tried and true formula of fighting from the 1900s. Biggest fights. No, not the season, not all that stuff. Don't get me started on the uniforms and all that. Like, let them dress well.
You handicap the season by having this separate product. And I've said this all along. If you say this is Bellator, and there's where we're going to make a patchy mix fight, or here's where we're going to have Francis Ngannou fighting on this other separate pay-per-view product, you're now telling me that I don't have to care about the season. That's what you're telling me. You're telling me that the bigger stars fight elsewhere, and I don't have to care about the season, and that's a problem. That's a real problem. So I would scrap it. I think it's outlived its usefulness.
It's also very strenuous on the fighters. I mean, they have to fight so many times within an allotted amount of time. I mean,
look at a guy like OAM. It was great for him, but then he was like, I'm out. You know?
Yeah. It feels like he got burned out from it. I mean, you want the best fighters at their best.
Is there somebody who truly was made by a season? Like, I think there's certain cases to be made that there's certain people that got elevated, right? Like, I think Brendan Loughnane winning those fights in a row and winning a championship at PFL elevated him. Larissa Pacheco, I think, is a different case because beating Kayla Harrison was the win there, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the win. It's not the title. It's not the championship there. But like, outside of Brendan Loughnane,
I'd say Impa Kasangana going 5-0 last year and winning the title.
It's a nice story, but is he a draw now?
I wouldn't say no, he's not a draw. I think he's a more familiar name, and I mean, I think the season was the best thing that could have happened to him. I don't think he would even be on any of our radars, had we not, because the main comparison was, oh man, he went from this, being on the wrong side of the highlight reel knockout to winning the $1 million. Look at how much his life has changed. So I think it can help some people, but I don't think it turns people into pay-per-view headliners by any means.
Here's ultimately what I think BKFC has going for them. And again, we're not looking at the financials, and I'm sure PFL is making more money. PFL has an ESPN TV deal. BKFC doesn't have a TV deal.
And spending more.
Sure.
As well.
They have better sponsors. It's almost unfair, but in terms of a company that I would buy stock in right now, given what the trajectory is, I pick BKFC. You have a situation where Ryan Garcia and Conor McGregor are going back and forth on Twitter. They say, let's fight in bare knuckle. Like, it's so off the beaten path from the regular fighting. No one's saying, like, meet me in the PFL Smart Cage. You know what I mean? Let's settle this once and for all. But, like, two guys who despise each other, I'll fuck you up in bare knuckle. There was another fighter who said it recently, too. Another boxer said, who was it? Golly. Someone said it recently as well. So I just feel like they're so different. And for the longest time, it's like, you can only put on shows in Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota, with all due respect to those states and commissions, not exactly, the creme de la creme. Now it's California and soon to be Nevada and states like that. Now you're accepted. Now you're mainstream.
I think they owe Power Slap a little bit of
they opened the door.
Because of how, like, Power Slap is so, I was going up, so down here, that you're now opening the door for, like, if we're sanctioning that, why can't we sanction bare knuckle? Like, that's a no-brainer.
I guess that is one, like, major cap on BKFC. You say the mainstream, like, there will always be a percentage of the population that just won't watch it just because of how gruesome and brutal it is.
And I don't know what happens. I don't know what happens.
I find it pretty gnarly, honestly.
Yes.
Oh, it's gnarly, no doubt. But, like, I mean, there are people that find MMA too gnarly. Like, if I'm watching it,
I was just about to say that.
And they're just like, oh, man, I'm not watching that. If they saw BKFC, they would be like, I cannot believe that you actually, like, enjoy
what
this.
you just said right there prior to that statement was exactly what I always used to say about MMA. There's always going to be a sector of society that says this is too gruesome for me. I don't want to see two men or women in a cage. Yeah, and look at them now. Like they're freaking.
Oh, they're huge. Yeah. You are right. There still is. Like, I mean, there's some friends that I have that are just like, I just can't watch this. But yeah, I mean, you are right. I mean, they're as big as they've ever been, and they're only getting bigger.
Just think about the fact that we're talking about Jack Shore's leg. Jack Shore's leg was gnarly. Like, what a cut. That's BKFC fighters' faces every single fight. Like, they are just marked up. It's a brutal sport.
Oh, for sure.
And the visual of that, I think, is tough to swallow for some people. And I don't know if they'll ever get over that. But again, there's stuff like power slap out here where we're not it's not even a sport and there's not even defense in it, and that's getting sanctioned. So I don't know, maybe in 10 years from now we'll be looking back and being like, yeah, that was sanitized. BKFC is
the fact that they have a huge star in Mike Perry that it's now must see television for fight fans to watch this dude fight, and now that they have Conor McGregor as a part owner who's going to be promoting the hell out of it, are two massive things for them.
Perry was a godsend for them because he wasn't viewed as a washed up over the hill UFC reject. He is their face.
They made him in a lab for this.
So he's so perfect, and he's calling out Darren Till, and he's begging guys to come. Could you imagine the Darren Till fight? It would be gigantic. He's so begging people to come meet him on his turf, his rules. It would be incredible. And by the way, speaking of BKFC, I can't believe that we've gone 55 minutes into the show and not brought up the fact that a BKFC product announced their return to fighting over the break. The great Paige Van Zandt returning to Misfits.
She is also...
Who's she fighting again?
Elle Brooke
or something?
Elle Brooke, come on. Don't pretend like you don't know. May 25th.
She is also responsible for a lot of that growth, though. Mike Perry was somebody who was there for them, but also...
Minimal.
No, you were talking about Mike Perry wasn't seen as washed up. Paige Van Zandt left when she was a hot commodity and came over and headlined their Knuckle Mania cards and things like that.
Sure, but Perry has had success. She didn't have great success over there.
I'm not comparing them as fighters. I'm just saying in terms of raising the profile and showing that BKFC was not just a UFC washout destination. I think both of them are. Yeah,
Artem and Paulie to a degree as well.
Artem Lobov, yeah.
Yes, she is coming back May 25th for all those wondering. That's on the Misfits card on DAZN. In a couple of seconds, we're going to be joined in studio by Dan Hardy and Veronica Hardy. Dan Hardy, of course, from England. Another big thing, and I'm kind of going through the checklist, and we'll get to everything throughout the show, but this is the way that we're going to catch you up to speed, bring you up to speed. If you're one of those people who just says, I'm only listening to this show to know everything going on in MMA and combat sports, we will get you up to speed by the end of the show. They did announce that the July 27th UFC pay-per-view, that is 304, will be in Manchester, and it will be like back in the day when Michael Bisping defended his title against Dan Henderson. It will be Manchester in the middle of the night. I would say disappointing for the local crowd.
Disappointing for me.
Well,
I mean, disappointing for everyone, I feel.
It affects us less. I understand what you're saying, but to me, this is the issue. They have reached a point as far as success, in my opinion, where they don't have to do this anymore. In 2016, I could understand why you would say we need that 10 p.m. start time for a pay-per-view. The UFC is so popular and ESPN is so big, they don't need it. And you look at the crowd, I don't know if you guys saw any of the videos, but the crowd this weekend in Lyon, France for WWE Backlash was maybe the greatest combat sports crowd that I've ever seen, ever witnessed, ever watched in my life. It was 3 hours of them standing and chanting. That was an afternoon card here in America, but they're on Peacock where you don't have to buy the pay-per-view, so it doesn't matter if the thing is airing at 1 p.m. or 10 p.m. or 9 p.m., etc. I just feel like you have to reward, that crowd isn't as loud at 4 a.m., I would imagine, right? And
no way.
It's just, I feel for those people.
It's a 5:30 ring walk for the main event, whenever it may be. I mean, it's a UK card happening in the UK, in Manchester. We already have Arnold Allen confirmed for it. Tom Aspinall is confirmed for it. We're probably going to get Leon Edwards on it as well. Give it a 10 p.m. Manchester start. I mean,
this is economics. This is an economic situation. If the pay-per-view is going to do better business than the gate, then the pay-per-view takes precedence. And if putting it on at the optimal time for the U.S. audience is how they make that money, that's how they're going to make that money. When Khabib fought, it was local time because they're making their money. They know where that money's coming from.
But Leon just fought last year in London.
And they're going to capitalize on that pay-per-view.
No, but he fought in the afternoon. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
At the O2.
Yeah, last
Did he?
year.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
286 was
Okay,
an
well, there
afternoon
you go.
card.
Yes.
286 was
And
an
so I
afternoon
thought
card.
that this was the sign that they had reached a point that they are so successful they don't have to do this anymore.
I think that they think that this is going to be too big a pay-per-view. Like, if it's...
I think
if
Leon
it's Tom-
Kamaru 3 is going to be bigger than Tom versus Curtis or Cyril Gane and Leon versus Bilal. That was such a big trilogy fight, in my opinion. And forget you and I, forget the fans even. I feel bad for the Aspinalls and Leon Edwardses of the world who are local fighters who now have to change their sleep. At some point, they're going to have to change their sleep patterns or come train in the U.S. I saw Tom was in Vegas this past weekend. I don't think he's spending his whole camp there, but change their sleep patterns so that they can peak at 5 a.m. as opposed to 10 p.m. or whatever it would be.
Terrible.
That's the worst
100%.
part.
You know what happened? I bet what happened was that pay-per-view didn't do as well as it should have,
Maybe.
based on, and that's why this decision was made. I didn't remember that, but that's probably exactly what happened. Is that fight was supposed to be big, and I don't think it was quite as big as they probably hoped because of the timing, and now we're back.
Plus, just selfishly, I just had dreams of, you get up, you do the full English.
It's great.
And you just,
You're done
you
by
just
8 p.m.
coast right
local.
into
Yeah.
like a 2 p.m. Card start. You're done by 8 p.m. local. You head to the pub, get a few pints, Tom Aspinall chants all around, maybe a little Leon, Arnold Allen. Had high hopes, but I mean, now we'll be 10 p.m. Eastern.
All right, well, maybe our next guests have a few things to say about that. Very excited to be joined by them in studio. So let us get to our first guest of the day. Mentioned that Dustin Poirier will join us in an hour. So are they here? The first couple of MMA? Yes, the Hardys are back. Hello, Veronica. How are you? Great to see you. Dan, how are you? So great to have you guys. Please have a seat. Veronica, right over here. So lovely. You guys are like kind of native New Yorkers now.
We're getting there. We're
Spend
working
a lot of
on
time here. Oh, are you actually?
We'd love to be here more than
Really?
we are right now. Yeah. It's
Okay.
a special place, as you know.
Yes, I do know. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming. Big week for you. You're fighting this weekend. We will get to all of that. By the way, I saw on your Instagram, you are jacked. You're doing like the freaking, I don't know what those things are called. What is it? The power lift, deadlift?
Yeah.
Have you ever been this jacked before?
No.
My
'Cause
gosh.
I started working with Paul Reed, and it was crazy because he was like, "Oh, you're really strong," or like, "This is really good." And I've just been consistent with it, and he's even been talking about me competing in
Wow.
Powerlifting.
Really?
Elite level lifts. It's quite incredible, really, honestly.
Are you doing it as well?
I wish. I'm lifting, but not to the capacity that she is.
Like the picture, I don't know if they just showed it because I was looking at you guys, but there was a picture that you posted. I was trying to figure out how much weight that was. That there. How much weight is that?
I think that was about like 350 in
Jeez
pounds.
Louise.
yeah, that's not your max though. What did you do the other week? You did more than that the other week.
Yeah,
Didn't you?
I don't remember,
Yeah.
but it was only like 20 pounds more
Okay.
or something like
Will that affect your weight cut?
Oh, my weight cut's good.
You're good.
Yeah, I
Because
have
now
no
more muscle
problem.
though, right?
Yeah, but it's been easier, really. I'm at the same range that I was before, but I'm leaner, which should make
Okay.
the actual weight cut a lot easier because more muscle, more water to let go. So it should be even easier now to make the weight. Plus, I've been very consistent with training and just maintaining a good diet. So.
And so speaking of the training, how long are you here for? Like what is the breakdown in terms of the time you spend in New York as opposed to England?
Well, so this time we just did it like to end training camp again. We just did it a little bit longer. So we've been here maybe like 3.5 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, we fly out tomorrow and we'll be there for then. But yeah, we really want to come back and stay for just a longer period of time. I mean, the people are incredible at Henso Gracie Academy.
Yeah, I
It's
saw you guys with Henzo.
Yeah.
What a legend.
It is,
Yeah.
What an energy, right?
Unreal.
That's what
You know,
it
he
is.
just walked. I mean, he didn't even walk onto the mat. He walked into the room, and it was Mike coaching, Mike Jaramillo,
Yeah.
who spotted him, and he said, "Hey, professor," and he was like, "Come and give us a technique," and he just went, got changed straight away. And literally, as soon as he walks on the mat, I mean, it's a basement, so there are no windows.
Yeah.
It's literally like the sun's walked in the room. Everyone comes to life. Everyone's glowing. He's good energy. He's walking around. He checks on every single pair in there. He's a special individual, and it's the culture that he's created there as well, which is special. Like, we've been to a lot of gyms, and a lot of gyms, you show up and you work hard and you pick up a few techniques here and there. This place feels like a university. Like, people are sitting around with iPads and they're asking lots of really good questions. Like, just to sit and watch on the mat, we learn so much.
Is this the one on 30-something Street?
We've been going between two. So headquarters is what is it?
30th.
30th, yeah. And then we've been going to Union Square as well.
Oh, wow.
Working with Sean
Look at you
Santella.
guys. Real New Yorkers. I love it. Okay, we have several things to talk about before we get into the nitty gritty. Number one, what about Saul Milton in studio a few weeks back, giving you guys some love, right?
Yeah,
Messages
I saw
today,
that.
actually.
Chasing status.
Yeah,
What a legend.
Yeah, what a great.
A real proper fight fan. Like he.
Oh, absolutely.
This dude's watching prelims and all this stuff.
Dude, he was. I met him at prelims at Cage Warriors. He was sitting on stage. Most of the VIP area is empty, and he's sitting there watching the fights, really tuned in. I'm like, that guy's really, really giving it some attention.
Do you know who he was?
I had no idea.
Oh, wow.
I, of course, was aware of Chasing Status, but never. I never
I
met
said
any.
status.
Well, I'm not sure what's correct.
No, I think
Did you
because
check
I think
with him?
they're proper English groups. You have to call them by what the English
Is that
call
right?
them. Yeah.
So status.
I got a lot of shit when I called it status.
Okay.
The group, so status. Are you gonna walk out to one of their songs this time?
Yeah.
Yes.
oh,
Okay. The same one.
Same
Okay,
one,
we're sticking
yeah.
with it.
Sticking with it.
Did you have that for? I know the last time you walked out to it, the
Yeah.
first fight back. Did you walk
No,
out to it?
because they didn't have it. It hadn't come out yet. I walked
Okay.
out to censor.
Yes.
That also
yes.
had Ira and stuff. So.
I feel like we've reached a point where you can get your own. Like, you know how they made a version for Tyson Fury?
Yeah.
I feel like they need to make a Veronica Hardy one.
But that one's just perfect.
Nobody
Yeah.
better than V.
yeah.
Yeah, it works.
That's not
It works.
bad.
Yeah. No, that's
They can
Saul's.
whip that up.
I'm not taking any credit for that. Saul said
he
that.
messaged
Oh, really?
me that today.
Oh, sick. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Is he working on this?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
He just messaged me that.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, so that was great. Forrest with the big win on Saturday. Are you guys too locked in to watch
We
Forrest?
are. I've not even watched the main card from the weekend yet.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm so focused on her fight. We've got other stuff obviously with PFL and Bellator coming up, so that's taking any additional attention I've got.
Okay.
But I'm just watching Aldrich.
You
over
shut
there.
it off after Jack Shore got screwed.
I did tweet.
saw your
that.
tweet
It was
about
very
it.
frustrating. Yeah. Look, I understand where what the doctor was looking at, but at the same time,
There's your tweet right over there.
yeah, I feel like the cage side or ringside doctor is a specialist position, and I think a lot of people sometimes they're just freaked out by a situation that if they walked into a hospital with, they would treat them straight away, whereas this is a part of our industry, a part of our sport. Like, what was it, 3-4 stitches, no fracture.
Why was he
the-
putting his finger in there?
That was the other thing that
What
was
was that?
frustrating.
What is that
me. I mean,
supposed to-
I don't know. Checking the depth of it, perhaps.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what the logic was.
Does it hurt now?
Yeah.
He
Where
was
do
checking
I
it for
poke it?
pain either to check whether it was a fracture. But it's frustrating. I mean, like sometimes there is a lot of blood in fights, but ultimately, as you know well, the reason why a fight stopped because of blood is because it's obscuring the vision.
Right.
Right. So, like, even you go back to Nicholas Dalby against Ross Houston on Cage Warriors. Before they changed to the actual canvas, they had that like plastic covering, and they had to abandon it because there was too much blood. They were just slipping every time they threw a punch, and that's a weird circumstance where yes, okay, let's call a stop to the fight because of too much blood, but that was not obscuring anyone's vision. It was not. Jack Shaw wasn't bothered, and even if they couldn't clean it up between rounds, it still wasn't a time to stop a fight.
Yeah, he didn't even go down.
Yeah.
You've seen some fights stopped by leg kicks where the fighter has gone down 4 or 5 times, and you see that they were up against the fence.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I felt bad for him.
people are always going to say, well, he was losing the fight, and I do agree with them, but that's where we get good comebacks from.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We have to leave the
Check
fight.
Congo Pat Barry.
There we go.
That's the classic example. Old school
that
example.
fight.
Speaking of old school, what about Jose Aldo?
Oh man,
This freaking
what
guy.
a legend! What a legend!
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah,
It makes you emotional watching him at this age, coming back and doing that against
got goosebumps thinking about
right?
it. Yeah, he was such an inspiration.
and not against a bum or a can or an old timer, like against a dude who is 7 years younger than him and on a 6-fight winning streak.
Yeah, he's transcended generations of MMA, hasn't he? I mean, that really is that's a special career to be able to have held that status in the game for so long. Even back in the WEC days, he was an inspiring fighter. He was lethal, super fast reactions, very, very aggressive, stalking the cage, that little Muay Thai bob that he had. I mean, for me as a Muay Thai fighter crossing over, and then to see him be able to defend takedowns the way that he did, I'm like, I need that takedown defense.
Yeah.
Just
The Mike Brown takedown defense. You remember that when he won the
do.
belt and just stuffed all his takedowns? I think you were 12 or something when this fight happened. But
my favorite was Chad Mendez.
Chad Mendez,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
That was which one? First or second?
Well, I mean, obviously the first one was the knee on the break,
Incredible
wasn't
knockout,
it?
yeah.
But the second one was really where he showed his consistency in takedown defense. Like hip heisting and bumping to not accept the position. Very, very clever.
My favorite thing about Jose Aldo, if anyone asks me what's his legacy or why I respect him so much, I feel like the Conor fight the loss, 13 seconds, could have crushed him to the point where he would never return, he would never bounce back. That would define him. Now it's just kind of just like a line in his story, but that was 9 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, think of all the stuff he's done since then. You know what I mean? Like, remember that shot of him going back to the locker room? Like, he was crushed. He was crying. That could have broken him. And look at him. Fine. You know what I mean?
Unbreakable.
It's, it's really incredible. So shout out to him. So you're going to St. Louis. Have you been to St. Louis?
No.
Good barbecue, but I wouldn't recommend it beforehand.
A little salty.
Yes, maybe afterwards there's barbecue, mac and cheese, all this stuff. Do we like this fight? I feel like this is a nice step up, JJ Aldrich.
Yeah, it's definitely a step up just because she's such a veteran of the sport. She's so well respected and such a good fighter, very good fight IQ. I find her fights are always very entertaining. So it's a great opportunity for me, and obviously, for her as well.
So the last time we spoke, you were 1-0 since the return. Now you're 2-0, right? Do you feel like the confidence that you have right now? You're approaching this, nice little step up. You're going on a run. I feel like this, Veronica, I guess we could call you 2.0 or 1.0, I don't know which, but like it feels like you've never been more confident. You've never been more sure of yourself. Obviously, the connection with Dan and the team is great. How would you describe how you're feeling internally?
Yeah, definitely more confident. And as I said, confidence comes from going out there and fighting and performing and doing well and sparring against good opposition. So the more I do that and the more I'm able to succeed in that, the more my confidence will grow. And I definitely feel more sure of myself in this point. Maybe after this fight, it'll grow a little bit more, but yeah, I feel good.
How do we feel about being the first fight? Are you the first fight? I don't like this.
Yeah, that's great.
You like this?
Yeah.
Get it out of the way?
Get in, get out.
You don't
You
have
get paid the same if you go first
That's
or
true.
like
That's
or
true.
last.
That's true. But I want a little more of a high profile spot. No, you don't care?
It'll come.
Yeah.
It'll come.
This is the right answer.
Yeah. Maybe they're just waiting to see. It's like, was it another fluke or not? Let's
No.
see.
No, but the fights have been fun so far. But you're right. The first fight is the one that you for sure know when you're fighting, right?
Yeah.
Everyone else has to kind of play it by
Yeah,
ear.
you're in the locker room. You don't know if there's going to be a knockout or a submission or how long you have to warm up for or when you get there. You're getting your hands wrapped.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're getting the anti-doping test. So that all plays into a factor. At least with this, you can calculate exactly when you're going to start and you can make your whole training around that because you have an exact start time.
Right.
And not that anxiety of, I feel that's the biggest advantage of being the first fight in comparison to being anywhere else on the card is that you know exactly when you're going to go. So your warm-ups can be more exact and to the point to get you properly prepared to step out there.
Okay. How do you feel about this fight?
I feel great about it. Yeah, I feel really good. I mean, we talked obviously after the last fight, what makes the most sense, who do you think the UFC are going to put in front of her next, et cetera, and this was one of the names that we spoke about. But the thing is with Aldrich, I mean, she's been around for a long time. She's a veteran, as Veronica said. Even go back into the WEC, the Invicta days, she was a good fighter technically. The good thing is, though, there's loads and loads of footage. And as you know, I like to consume as much as possible. So I probably know her game better than she does at this point. And I feel very, very confident that, well, the camp that Veronica's put in has been incredible. It couldn't have gone any better.
Wow.
And the skills that she has. And the other thing as well is, and I won't dwell on this for too long, but the fractions of her game that we've seen in the last two fights, they just don't show what she's capable of. This is why I'm confident. That's why I'm smiling and it's fight week.
Yeah.
I could be feeling.
I feel like you know
different.
something, like you've seen the movie play
That's how
out,
I
and you
feel.
can't wait to show your friends.
That's how I feel.
That's the look on your face right now.
It's like this. Yeah, it's like this weekend. People are gonna see another step up in her game. Especially given the work that we've done at Renzo Gracie's, all the people that have been inputting into her game. She's learned so quickly, and I'm just excited for people to realize how good she is.
Wow. When's the last time you had a stretch like this in terms of activity? Because you've had to deal with some hiatuses and whatnot. Like, do you feel like the body is holding up? And if so, why? What's been the difference?
Properly training. That's like a big one.
Yeah.
Just because, I feel like when I started with Dan and the fight in March was the first time that I properly trained for a fight. I mean, also for Uruguay, I trained properly for that one, or nowhere near to this level, but it was a bit closer to what a proper fight camp should be, not just, just random stuff
Right,
in
right,
there
right.
and like hoping it works out. And that's giving me a lot more structure and a lot more direction within the fight itself. And yeah, I just and with that you're able to, obviously I work alongside with Paul Reed as well, and who does my nutrition and my strength conditioning, and that's played a factor because if you're in better condition to withstand some like the hardships of training, you're going to be better off recovery and everything, and just having that and being able to balance it all out has helped tremendously, and also injury prevention.
I thought you were going to say crystals because I saw you with like a batch of crystals.
They do help.
Okay, there it is. There you are. Look at this batch. Who gave you those, or are you just showing them off?
That was from Crystal.
Yeah, that
Council,
was from
right?
Crystal.
Yeah.
So they were the ones that sent me this. So
Okay.
like the guy's name is Spirit Armor on Instagram. He's the one that made it, but Crystal Council sent it. Actually, they sent it to you as a gift.
They sent it to me, and she
And
stole.
what is
Yeah.
Crystal Council?
They do like subscription boxes. They have a lot of
Come
stuff
on,
on
really?
their website.
Yeah.
amazing.
You get like a selection box. They introduce you to new stuff. Yeah.
But is it like a surprise box?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't know
Wow.
what
So you just
getting.
open
So,
up,
Yeah.
and it tells you what it is,
Yep.
and it works.
Yeah, and like in
We
a
love it.
scroll
We
and
love it,
stuff. Yeah, I just
Wow.
like.
Yeah, I mean we've
think
got
it's
a
awesome.
massive collection. I've been collecting for quite a few years. I'm a bit of a collector anyway.
Yeah.
But we have a lot of quartz points and citrine and amethyst, and we have quite a decent collection of moldavite now, which is what Veronica and I were wearing. But yeah, we're always finding new ones, and Crystal Council often send us something, and we're like, this grows. It's like natural. It's real. Like they found this in a cave somewhere.
Wow. Do you ever feel like there are crystals that are associated to the fight camp? Like this is the crystal for this fight camp. This is the one that represented, or is that too? Does that not make any sense?
It does to me. Yeah.
It does?
Absolutely.
Like this is the mood. This is the
Yeah.
vibe.
I mean, you've seen Jared Cannonier stand on the scales with his, he's got pyrite or whatever else he's holding. Sometimes it can just be something to focus your energy on. Sometimes it can be something that can help you kind of anchor yourself. Like I always used to carry stones and stuff around as a kid, and I always used to, like cling on to them. Sometimes it can just be quite grounding, I think, just to have something to put your focus into. People can meditate with candles and a variety of different things. It depends on how deep you want to go into it.
Right.
But there's certainly more to quartz than we know. I mean, quartz watches, quartz radios.
Right.
Quartz has its own vibration, and there has to be something to be learned from that, I think.
By the way, that room, I know that room. That's your training
gym,
room, right?
yeah.
With all the gloves. How many gloves do you think you have in there?
I don't know, 100, 150 maybe?
And have you?
There's a lot more gloves than are on that wall.
Is that? Have you worn them all?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And so why would you have so many?
Because I like to test them.
Okay, so you're collecting them as well. Okay.
Yeah. I don't get rid of gloves. I mean, there was a time when I would throw gloves away, or they'd just get so destroyed that they would be horrendous to keep around. I'd throw them out. But there was a point where I started keeping the fight gloves because I would wear them a couple of times, and then I wouldn't wear them for training afterwards. Like you see a lot of people keep their UFC gloves, but then they get old and battered because they wear them for the next training camp. So I just kind of started to put them to one side and keep a hold of them. And then people would gift me gloves from their fights. And, Karolina Kowalkowic's partner, he gave me a pair of gloves that he wore in one of his fights.
Oh, wow.
Can you add these to your collection?
Wow, what an honor.
Cool. Yeah, really cool. I've got a pair of Ricky Hatton's gloves. And
Wow.
Yeah, I've got a pair, in fact, Jimmy Gifford gave me in Vegas. And they were worn in a Evander Holyfield fight.
By
Vegas.
Evander?
No, by the opponent. I'm spacing on the guy's name now.
Was it Mike Tyson?
No, it wasn't. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Michael Dokes.
Okay.
Michael Dokes.
That's still pretty awesome.
And he wore them for one fight, and they completely disintegrated. He must have punched like a truck.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love that. Have you tried the new UFC gloves?
Not
I
yet.
haven't. No.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to it, though.
Yes. Well, I think I saw a tweet of yours. I think you thought it was going to be something else, right?
Yeah.
You thought it was. Did you get duped by like some meme, some Prime meme stuff? Because you were like, oh, this is just to be sold. But they're actually legit.
Yeah, they are. I mean, the thing is, they look a lot like the gloves that they would ask you to autograph to give away.
Oh, shit.
Do you know what I mean?
That's not good.
like they don't look like a modernized version of the gloves that they're currently using.
Okay.
And I don't think the shaping of the gloves changes the problem that we're currently having. I hope that it does, and I will reserve judgment until I've seen a pair, but they don't look like they're going to do the job to me.
What do you think? You
And knock it till you try it.
Okay. This is a very sensible.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that. I've seen some people. I saw one guy, I forget who it was, like hold up both, and there was a bit of a curve, but I don't know if that's enough.
It's just that the thing is with the gloves, and we found this when we were in Austin for your last fight. They wouldn't even let us like manipulate the gloves before.
That's bizarre to me.
Yeah, like what they used to do is like you used to select your gloves on the Tuesday, and they would roll them up and wrap the Velcro around, so they would stay rolled in the bag.
They
for a
let
few
you do
days.
it in the past.
They always did it. They automatically always did it. It was always something that I thought was a good idea. So they would roll the gloves, and then they would wrap the Velcro around, and then they would be stored for 2 or 3 days in that rolled position. Then when you would unwrap them and get them back, they did have a curve in them. But they were forcing that curve in over the fight week few days. And the problem now is, and especially with the fingers, usually what we would do is you'd pass one to each of your corner team, and then they would stretch out the fingers as best they could. Because as you're closing your fist and you've got the wrap on, the wrap then feels like you're forcing your hand open. So it's like you're holding the forearm, the grip strengtheners for the whole time you're closing your fists. So it makes sense that people's hands are automatically going to come open if it's an effort to close them. So that's the issue we need to solve. Like if you look at the Pride gloves or the Rising gloves, I've got pairs of all of them. Like they curve, they go flat across the knuckles. So the natural position is this, even if your hand's relaxed. But the UFC gloves, they pull your fingers open and gives you forearm cramps. And that's where I don't feel like they've solved the problem. But again,
why don't they let you guys do that now? The wrapping for the 3 days, 4 days.
I don't know.
Why did they change that?
I'm not sure whether.
Have you asked?
I will say the new UFC gloves, the ones that had the 30 on the back, the leather did feel a lot softer.
Okay.
They did feel a lot softer, but the shape is what needs to be fixed, and the padding could be moved around slightly. And I did notice they added another strip of padding, but I just don't know whether it's going to do the job. You know? I'll be interested to see, because the padding looks the same shape as it always has been.
For those that don't know, those come into play on the June 1st pay-per-view, so you'll still be using the old ones for this card, just a couple more cards. We were talking to Marab about it in Vegas, and he says that sometimes he puts like a skipping rope, like the handle of a skipping rope in where the fingers go to stretch that out.
Right.
That's crazy that you even have to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But when we were in Austin, they wouldn't let us. Like we got the gloves brought to the room as she was getting her wraps on, and the first thing I did was I took the gloves out, started trying to stretch the fingers a little bit, and the woman came over and took them off me straight away. She said, "You can't touch the gloves until they're put on the fighter's hands here." And I don't know whether that's state to state, whether it's different from one place to another, but it's the first time I'd been told that's for sure.
Yeah.
Did you like Austin?
Yeah, Austin was really
Awesome
cool.
place.
Austin's one of 2 U.S. cities left for me that I've never been to that I'm dying to go to. The other is Portland. There's something interesting to me about Portland, maybe because Chael's from there, but...
Spent a month in Portland. It's a cool place.
Okay, it is. All right.
Really
the
cool
Voodoo
place.
Donuts and whatnot.
You've got to watch Portlandia, though.
Yes, I've heard. Yes.
Fred Armisen.
But so was Austin, was it
Yeah,
great?
it was cool. It was a really good, and just environment. They had like a lot of food trucks. And who did we run into as we were walking past the food trucks?
I can't remember.
Terrence McKinney.
Oh, Terrence McKinney.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
he was there and he was walking. And
Before the fight or after the fight?
I think it was after.
Yeah, it was after
Yeah,
the
it was
fight, yeah.
after, and it was just like a really nice atmosphere.
Yeah.
It looked like the city is growing a lot, and like people are just coming together into the city. But I've heard it's getting more expensive now because people are, wanting to go there more.
There's a lot of building going on there.
Yeah.
Like it's going to change a lot over the next few years for sure.
It's one of the more popular cities, probably because of Joe Rogan moving over there. I'm kidding,
Yeah.
but it is
you're
becoming.
not.
Yeah. He has made it a lot cooler
for sure.
and more popular. We were talking before you guys came in about the announcement that the Manchester pay-per-view is going to be in the middle of the night in England. I'm curious, as an athlete who lives in England, right? For now, you call England home. How would you feel about that? About having to fight 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. if you're a main eventer, 5 a.m.
Well, that's why I messaged Juan and I was like, so if you need for interviews, I'll be ready. I mean, I don't like it for the fans because then the energy is like dead. Like part of the reason, obviously, as a fighter, in comparison to like the Apex, for example, that you go into a crowd and I know I'm the first fight. I know everybody's there and stuff, but there's still excitement and there's energy for that to be there. And for as much energy as you want to have, it's going to die out throughout the night. And I just feel like it makes the atmosphere there not as pleasant as it should be. And it's like a bit not fair because all these athletes have worked so hard.
Right.
And they have to they're going to have to change their livelihood or in order to compete at home.
Right, that's the thing, because like I saw fans complain, and I understand they're the paying, customer.
Yeah.
But I feel for Leon and Tom and Arnold who live there, but what are they going to do now? They're going to now like have to train at 4 a.m., right?
I think I would have to move on to US time to do my training camp.
Yeah.
I think that's what would make sense. I'd probably go to Vegas or something like that,
Right.
just to be because the thing is, what you got to bear in mind is, you can alter the time of your training camp, but then if you're not getting enough sunlight, your circadian cycle's thrown off. Like I worked backstage for the Bisping Henderson 2 fight, and everybody was flagging. Like everyone in backstage was like, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and And the other thing as well, which is worth keeping in mind, and this is the same all around the world, but the UK fans like a drink. And by that point, they will have been drinking. And that energy will now start to have died off. And people don't want to start developing hangovers as the main event's walking out. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's going to be a weird atmosphere in there. Like, the card's going to be great and the fights will be great, and that's really what saved. Was it 204 the last time?
Yeah, Bisping Henderson.
Like the fight saved it. The Bisping Henderson fight was absolutely wild, but it does take an additional effort. And I honestly don't think there's anything wrong. The one thing I don't take into account is whether it clashes with any kind of American mainstream sports if it was done earlier in the day for America. But once in a while, I think it might be a nice change to have them earlier in the day.
100%.
Right?
Are you surprised they're doing this?
I am a little bit, yeah. Especially because the whole conversation was that we're going to come back and reward the UK fans. And this, it doesn't really feel much like a reward. Because even people that are going to be at home watching on TV, they're still going to be sitting, falling asleep as
That's the thing.
the main card's on. And we try and stay up and watch the fights, and it's not easy.
I don't know how the European fans do it.
It
I
takes
have
a
so
lot of
much respect. Like,
commitment.
they're staying up for pay-per-views once a month, I get it, but some of them are staying up for all the fight nights. Like my friend Pete Carroll, who you guys know, he's watching all these fights. I don't know.
Cool.
I don't know how you do it. Your Sunday is killed, right? You're going to bed at 4 or 5 a.m. I don't know how you are an actual fan of the sport that is happening. If this sport was in the middle of the night over here, I don't think I would be doing this for a living.
But we tried to do ride-alongs. We had them on the channel a few times.
Yeah.
And it was a cool setup. I'd got a backdrop that looked like Red Rock in Vegas, and I'd set sofas up so it looked like we were in a Cadillac, and we had a bit of fun with it. And for as long as it lasted, it was fun. But it just got to the stage where we're like, we can't keep this up every weekend. We can't do it. Even if we just did the big cards, it still throws your whole week off to try and stay up. And then obviously, if you're broadcasting, you're trying to keep your energy up as well, which is...
Oh, it's even worse. Yeah, because if you're just sitting on your couch drinking tea, then it's one thing.
Yeah.
Here you have to keep it going. So for UFC 300, were you guys in England?
No, we were here.
You were here, okay. So you stayed. Did you stay up for that?
Yeah, we watched it.
Okay, that one you mean
exception. As a special card.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you feel like it lived up to the hype? Were you content with it all?
Yeah, I think so. I don't. I don't know. Maybe we get a little bit too fixated with the number, or maybe it was just because it was so much was promised and stuff. But it was a great card.
It was amazing.
All the fighters were great, and they all showed up, and I felt it was awesome.
What did you think of Zhang Wei Li?
She's a massive problem.
She's incredible, right?
Yeah. And you just see her evolving.
She's getting better,
fight
stronger.
Fight, more fight IQ, more direction, and she just outworks everybody in all different fields as well. And it's incredible the team that she's been able to to cultivate around her to make her improve faster, and to the point where it's going to be hard for anybody to catch up.
Yeah, for sure. She has some unusual training techniques as well, which remind me of when I was training back in China. You know what I mean?
What?
There was something I saw her doing a little while ago, and she was doing foot stability and grip strength training at the same time, and she was standing on her toes in a lunge position, holding kettlebells, and a lot of that was traditional kung fu. We would have stones that had finger holes hollowed out, and we would hold them out in positions. And
wow,
you know what I mean? And there's an echo of a traditional martial art in a preparation, which I think is really cool.
I love that. Did you think the fight should have been stopped at the end of the first round?
Yeah, probably.
Because it looked like she was done.
Yeah.
And then we've come to find out that there were no smelling salt involved. But he did say at one point, do you want me to wake her up? the cut man, right? And I think he put his thumb up her nose with some ice or something like that.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Either way, if anything needs to be done to wake the person up, then the fight I think should be stopped,
sure.
right?
Yeah. I remember Donald Cerrone getting back to his corner after Masvidal dropped him on the bell. Do you remember? Yeah, dropped him bad. Couldn't get back to his stool. When they sat on his stool, Greg Jackson, obviously, being very familiar with his fighter, he's like, "Hey, Cowboy, here we are again. You're fine, you're okay." And Cowboy's like sitting there like he just woke up from a really bad dream. You know what I mean? He's looking around, and it took them the minute to kind of help him realize that he was in a fight. That should have been stopped.
Yeah.
And then he came out and got TKO'd the second time.
Man.
Yeah.
when you guys see, like, when you see Max, when you see him do that, when you see like moments like that as a fighter, like it's one thing for the fans to react and we're like, holy shit, like what is your reaction as a fighter when you see a sequence like that? Like two guys, this guy's up, 10 seconds left, meet me in the middle, and he does that. How are you reacting to that?
Same.
You're just like, holy fuck, right?
Yeah.
It's
that
just,
was I just think he looked so great. And I don't know how much of it played into a factor that he didn't have to cut as much weight because his fight was at 155.
That's a great point.
Because
It's a great point.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. He didn't have to dehydrate. We've seen pictures of him like before making weight, and that is scary looking.
Yeah.
And to go out there and perform, it's not going to be as easy, especially with the weight difference. People have to bear in mind that it's not only when you make weight, it's the whole camp leading up to it. It's the whole camp where you are restricted with calories, where you don't get the recovery that you need in order to go to the next session. And the sessions are more about losing weight than they are about getting better
Technique,
or
yeah.
feeling sharper or looking at things. And maybe that weight kind of gave him this like extra spark. And I feel like that's part of what we saw.
He needs to stay at 155. If I was him, I would be gunning for the McGregor fight as a rematch. He was only.
So no to Poirier.
It doesn't really matter who he fights. I wouldn't mind seeing a rematch with Poirier. So he's 1-1 at lightweight now, isn't he? He lost to Poirier and then he's beaten Gaethje. I just want to see him stay at lightweight.
Okay.
I feel like it's there come a point in everybody's career where you hit a certain age and you gain 5 pounds and that 5 pounds stays with you. I remember it happening to me. It's happened again recently. I've gained another 5 pounds. Now I need to figure out how to get that off my frame. And it's just you just naturally grow with age, right? Especially if you're an athlete and your body's constantly trying to regrow muscle tissue. Like Max Holloway at 155, in my opinion, is going to be a far healthier and higher output fighter than he would be if he kept cutting down to 145. I don't feel like he needs to do it anymore. He did a lot at 145.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's really nothing. I mean, he's the champion there for so many years, one of the best ever. So you would, if you were advising him, you would say, wait to see how Conor plays out, or even win or lose.
Yeah, I would just stay at 155. I mean, a Max Holloway Dan Hooker fight, or even something like that, would be a lot of fun to watch. I don't really mind who Max Holloway fights, to be honest. And I think, given the fact that the BMF belt is you qualify as long as people think you're a badass,
right?
It doesn't really matter who he fights. But for me, I would like to see Max get that really big payday. And I think that the rematch with McGregor, you can sell that because he went the distance with McGregor.
Oh, what a story, yeah.
Right? And he really forced McGregor to work. He had to show his ground game in that fight. And obviously Max has changed a lot.
So has Conor.
Absolutely. But Max has changed for the better as far as athletics goes.
Fair.
Whereas Conor's changed for the better as far as entrepreneurship goes.
Fair. Do you think Conor wins that fight against Chandler? You do?
Yeah, I do.
Really?
I do. Mainly
You're one of the few that I've heard say this.
I can't underestimate McGregor's ability. He's done very special things at very tense and high pressure moments in his career. Headlining in Dublin with Brandao, he just commanded that space so well. What he did to Aldo was an absolute masterpiece. I mean, it hurt as an Aldo fan to watch it go down so quickly because I wanted to see some more of the fight. But he has an ability to control and manage and create illusions with range. I broke it down on Inside the Octagon a few years ago, where you look at him when he was fighting Eddie Alvarez, and he throws a jab and hangs his hips back to make it appear from Eddie Alvarez's perspective like he's at the length of his reach. So Alvarez then, I'm okay, I'm safe here, and then he steps through that reach and knocks him down. Like, that's a very, very high level operating system, and that's not something that you lose by hanging out on a yacht and enjoying your life. I still feel like he's got that refinement in his game, and Michael Chandler's not the guy that he was in Bellator when he was, you know, he was cautious and he was picking his shots. Like, if he plays the game that he did against, like, say, Sydney Outlaw, where he was poised and ready and waiting to land that clean shot, then that Chandler can beat anybody with that speed off the mark and that power. But he's become a lot more reckless recently, and that just plays into McGregor's game. Like, McGregor made Aldo reckless and then punished him for it. Chandler comes in reckless. He's coming in for a payday and a show. You know, he's not thinking, right, I'm going to beat Conor McGregor and I'm going to do it this particular way. He's coming to fight, and that's where that's
What about the injury, though? He's coming off this insane... No? I mean, it's not like I don't think that Chandler's going to beat up his leg per se, but that does change you as a athlete, right?
I think it maybe potentially change his approach. I think it might change his stance slightly. But I also think that, you know, he's going to be aware of that vulnerability, and his fight IQ is going to allow him to turn that into a positive. So if you might even see him leaving that leg out there as a target so he can punish Chandler for attacking it. You know, use it as bait.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
You just don't see many people operate that high level.
Yeah.
And like McGregor's even more interesting because he's an operator at a very high level in one particular slither of MMA. You know, like I would say you look at Izzy's game, and Izzy's got more depth in his striking. There are a few different ways that Izzy can pull you apart. Whereas McGregor, everything comes to the same crescendo, you know? That spear tip is his left hand every time. And like even with Cowboy, you know, he hurt him with the shoulder bump and with the kick. But you look at that from a different perspective from over Cowboy's shoulder, and what you see from McGregor is him clench his hand, which triggers in Cowboy's head, the left hand's coming, and he brings his hand across to protect his face, and the kick comes around. The crescendo's still the left hand.
Yeah.
He just opened the door for something else to land.
What percentage of your conversations are about, like I could listen to this, like is it just 98%, like you're eating lunch or are you having breakfast? Are you just picking his brain? Because this is just...
pretty much.
This is extremely rare stuff. Like,
it is. It's amazing, especially because there's nothing else that I would really want to do, you know? Like we were talking about, you know, like being in New York and stuff, I'm like, oh, it's kind of expensive. But it's like, if I had unlimited money, what else would I spend it on? Like, what else would I be doing than coming here and like training and you know, speaking to people at Renzo Gracie, speaking to him about fighting, like trying to it's just, I just think it gives life meaning, you know, to have a goal, to have something that you work for that makes you feel accomplished, that makes you feel excited about. And when there's depth to it, when you see that there's more, that it's not just like a few things and that's it, then that's where you can really be excited about it. And to have him around, to have him teach me things, and it's like, and it's little things, and it's different ways to see things in different ways to put it together, and then me filter it to how it fits in my body, and what, or like if a little tweak that I make based on my height, or anything in that particular aspect, and then he builds off of that as well. Like all of that is just, man, it's great.
And they're not. Let me just. They're not one-way conversations at all. It's not just me bombarding her. She's a much better grappler than me. We have lots of really good conversations about things that are, you know, beyond my knowledge levels. You know, and being here in New York, and now we're around grapplers that are better than both of us, and we're like, my goodness, the knowledge that's out there. It's like sustenance for the brain. You know what I mean? And it's inspiring to be around it. And like it's reinvigorated my love for martial arts being here, and for, you know, being a part of Veronica's training camps, because she dedicates so much to it. She thinks about it constantly, you know what I mean? Like you'll show her something one day and she uses it in the rounds the next morning, you know what I mean? And then she's got questions in the afternoon as to this didn't work, I need to tweak this. And I'm just here as a student absorbing all of this as well, you know what I mean? So like she's also doing the breakdowns in 3 languages. I only do them in English. She does them in English, Spanish, and Portuguese.
You should see him how he gets like right after like morning practice. He'll be buzzing.
Oh, really?
Just be like,
Walking down the street, a little skip in my step.
Yeah.
Drinking my coffee.
Yeah.
This is great.
Is there ever a
we have
point?
to move here. We have to move here.
Is there ever a point where you're like, we need a break from MMA? from just let's talk about something
then
else?
it goes on to like watching Canelo.
Yeah. Did you guys watch that?
Dude, yeah. Did you watch Now Inoue this morning?
Freaking hell. I love that guy.
Yeah.
I love him. He got dropped in the first round and then he came back. What a knockout.
And put him down twice with
yes.
the hook as well. Yeah, special.
Canelo, I was there for DAZN and I've never been to a Canelo fight and it was Mexico versus Mexico. So that was cool in its own right. But he's a beast. Like they want to write him off. They want to say he's too old, too slow. Look what he's doing. 65th pro fight. That's absurd.
He's a beast.
To still be doing that against a younger guy.
And he's just more certain of his game as well. You know, that's the thing I love about Canelo. He's just got this kind of... I actually said when we were watching it, this for me feels like Munguia's Mayweather performance, like Canelo had.
Yeah.
You know, he's good enough, but he's just not quite there yet. Whereas Canelo he is leaps and bounds ahead. And I think a lot of that is because of the Mayweather fight. You know, sometimes you just need to touch that greatness to be able to reach it yourself. And we're going to see Munguia go on. And
so I agree with you, but I don't think that Munguia's ceiling is as high as Canelo's ceiling.
Okay.
I don't think he becomes who Canelo became. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
43rd pro fight. He's still, he's put a lot of mileage, but he's only 27. I just don't know if he's incredible in terms of what I loved about him on Saturday was he was fearless. He wasn't like Charlo against Canelo back in September and he's like kind of waiting. And this dude just went in and said like, let me just give it my best shot, which you have to respect, right? Yeah. First time on that stage, on that platform with those eyeballs on him. I love the way he fought. I just don't know if he has it in him to become the legend that Canelo became.
Yeah. I mean,
we'll see.
Yeah, it's difficult to follow in those footsteps, isn't it?
I want to see Crawford Canelo.
Oh, man. I want to see Crawford in MMA. Guy can wrestle.
Yo, you see those videos?
Absolutely.
He would be an idiot if he did MMA, given the money that he makes. But but I would love to see it as well. He probably could be the best one to come over just based on that knowledge alone, right? Like the way he moves his hips.
Yeah.
His kids wrestle too. I would love to see it. And now he's getting involved with the Saudis.
So we're going to see him in Riyadh soon.
We're going to see him first in LA.
Okay.
They're doing their first ever show in America. Did you hear this announcement?
I haven't, no.
It was actually in New York 2 weeks ago. They came and announced that they're going to bring a Riyadh season card to LA where LAFC, the soccer team, plays. So it's like a 30,000 seat open air stadium August 3rd. And it's the best card that we've seen in America in decades because it's Crawford on there, it's Isaac Cruz, it's Andy Cruz, it's David Morrell, Andy Ruiz. If Deontay Wilder wins in 2 weeks, he'll be on the card against Jared Anderson. Like they are properly stacking it.
Wow.
So these dudes are changing everything.
I love it.
I don't know how long it could last. I don't know how deep the pockets truly are. I think they're a different kind of deep, right? The Saudi deep.
I think they're a different kind of deep. But honestly, I think the fact that they've got Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn in the same room together. I think now, even if the Saudis decided they wanted no more with combat sports, now those two powerhouses have teamed up and have realized what they can do together.
But are they teaming up just because of the money involved?
Well, maybe,
like,
but then
the moment those guys leave, they're like, "Fuck you!" And hated you this whole time.
But I also think that they realize this is one way of fixing boxing and bringing some interest back to it. And I think both of them understand that is their business, and they'll work with one another if it makes sense financially.
I don't know how long you were here when we were talking before. Did you hear our discussion about PFL?
I did, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I was
I heard
wondering.
bits of it. No, it was a great conversation.
Okay.
You raised lots of great points.
So how do you, I would love, you work for PFL, right?
Yep.
What is your retort to what we were saying? So in short, I was saying, just being honest, if I was asked to buy stock in either BKFC or PFL, that was the discussion. Right now I go with BKFC because they're so different. Why am I wrong?
Well, I think good points were raised around the bloodiness of BKFC. I do think that's going to stumble a little bit more than MMA did. Although MMA had a lot of resistance in the early days, as you remember. Like even 2010, I was having a lot of conversations around why we should be allowed to do it. You know what I mean? And that wasn't that long ago. I feel like BKFC has grown in the shadow of MMA, so it's covered a lot more distance, but I still don't think it's going to reach the same kind of fans and the same kind of sponsorships right now that MMA would, because MMA, even though it can get bloody at times, it does look a lot more sanitized than the bare knuckle. There's just something about bones cracking people and people in the face that there's always going to be a limit to it, and I love it. And what I will say is I do think the longer we have bare knuckle, the more the style will change to become a thing of its own. Like if we'd have had bare knuckle events at the same time as MMA was starting out really in North America in the mid-90s, I feel like we would have had a style that would have developed to suit it more. Right now, people are still stepping in there like they're wearing boxing gloves, and they're still trying to trade like they've got boxing gloves on. Like, you remember the old bare knuckle boxing photos, they're all standing way back. Like, that style will come back eventually, I do feel. And I feel like if we give it time to breathe and the money to back it, that we're going to have something really interesting. I like the branching off. My heart's always in MMA because, like, we were talking about this the other day. Like, you know, like you watch, you know, Now You're In Away, for example, or Canelo and stuff. And if I was them, I would be so proud of myself for being really good at that particular thing. But now with the emergence of MMA, I would still feel like, oh, you know, I've still got that deficit. Like, someone could just kick me in the leg and dismantle my game. So for me, that's where MMA is always going to have that broader appeal because there's more to it. There's, you know, there are more ways to win and lose. There's more intrigue, more characters at the moment, at least. And I always think the more, certainly the Instagram generation are going to be drawn to MMA more because their faces are left more intact than bare knuckle.
Okay, because I was wondering if you were saying like just the TikTok generation will be attracted to the car crash that is BKFC as opposed to MMA.
But then they're not watching the fights and they're not watching the pay-per-view. This is the issue.
They're watching slap fighting.
They're watching, they're watching things that can play for 10 seconds on their phone as they're scrolling.
Right,
you know?
right.
Like, people aren't really watching bare knuckle for the art of it. They're watching it for the bloodiness and for the knockouts.
Absolutely.
And MMA did start like that, of course. You know, that there was a like a carnal intrigue to it. You know, it's some kind of sanguine addiction. But at the same time, when people started to understand the sport more, it did grow a lot quicker. PFL Bellator, PFLator, as Dana called it the other day, which I thought was very funny. Like, we're not perfect. There are a lot of things that we could do differently, absolutely. But we have a major stake in mixed martial arts. We've got a lot of good things coming up, and we are moving forward. We're a very, very small company compared to the UFC as a whole. Like, when we go to Fight Week next week, it is they pretty much take over the hotel, as you know, and we're not operating at that level yet, but we're moving in that direction. And I'm just proud to be able to be a part of something that I can have a real good influence.
And I hope
in.
you don't view it as me like hating on PFL. In
Look,
fact,
we need to be listening to these conversations that you guys are having because you all raise really good points. And the only way that PFL and Bellator are going to keep moving forward and growing is if we listen to the fans. We listen to the people that know the sport as well as you guys do. I hope the right people are listening because I do feel like it could become something quite special. The league is an interesting conversation. There are really good things about it. There are also challenges as a matchmaker that come with the league format. But at the same time, you know, the boldness of doing something different, I think, is attracting some interest.
you do have to have something different than the UFC. There's no doubt about it. BKFC is so different. How do you feel about it? Like, can you watch it? I know there's some fighters who refuse to watch it. They think it's too gruesome watching the bare knuckle stuff. Are you okay with it?
I refuse to watch it. I just haven't watched it.
Okay. You're not interested in it?
No, really. There's not like.
Is it because you don't have the time, or is it because you think it's... There's some people who think it's just too much, too violent.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's that. There's just so much MMA.
There's so much,
There's so much MMA.
And then there's boxing.
There's so
and
much
then
stuff to learn, and that I get to the point where I'm like, okay, I have to be a bit selective on what I'm watching.
Of course.
Because, you know, but yeah, I'm not... I don't know. I think it's fine. Like, it's worked out great for like Mike Perry, and I feel like there is a demographic of fighters that suits them more based on their style, and I'm glad that something like that exists for them to really showcase. Because if not, like if you just had Mike Perry, like in the UFC, for example, although he was very popular, there was like a different animalistic aspect of him that wasn't as well celebrated as it can be in bare knuckle. You know, but yeah, for me, I just haven't watched it.
There are often guys in the gym, that's a good point. The guys that walk in the gym, and had they walked in the gym, 10 years ago, it would have been MMA or boxing, they're your choices. And they're not quite as finesseful as they would need to be for boxing, and they're not quite as, tolerant with the learning that they would need to be for MMA. Like, I could get someone come in and he can punch with anybody, but like, you've got to learn takedown offense, otherwise you're going to not be able to punch anybody. And he's like he's a perfect candidate for bare knuckle,
right.
and he could be trained accordingly and make the money that he's worth if he's going to try and sacrifice himself to the fight game. You know what I mean? You want to go in the right direction. And there are just certain people that are not going to be suited to MMA, but they won't be suited to boxing either. You know, I like the fact that it's here and that it exists, and I do think it's interesting that it's growing. I do want to see the style evolve more, and I do think that would interest me a bit more if I start to see something a bit different though.
How involved were you in the signing of Paul Hughes?
I was one of the people at the back of the car trying to push it up the hill.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I was trying to push to get him signed last year. I know James Fruin as well was pushing hard to get him signed. It's difficult to understand how successful Paul Hughes could potentially be because people are not really paying full attention to his career yet. He's not had the opportunities to really prove himself. Like if you watch him fight Jordan Vucenic, fantastic fighter. Paul Hughes looked spectacular in that fight. He needs these opportunities to step up to show people where he's at, and if he doesn't get them, then he's going to stall in his enthusiasm, and that would be an absolute travesty. As soon as I knew the UFC weren't picking the phone up to him, I'm like, we need him. Like, we need him on the roster. I can't wait to call his fights. He's a very, very special fighter, and I think people will realize with the one or two right opponents to really launch him into the stratosphere, I certainly think people are going to recognize the freight train that is Paul Hughes.
He'll be making his Bellator debut June 22nd. First time at 3 Arena for him, which is pretty cool. He'll also be in studio here in about 30 minutes if you want to stick around afterwards to say hello to him. I did want to ask you one last thing about PFL before I let you guys go. The Cedric Doumbé situation in Paris back in March.
Splintergate.
What was that like being in the eye of the storm? Because you're not only a commentator, but you're an official for the company, and I know you had to do media afterwards, and it felt somewhat hostile in there. What was it like? It was having to deal with that. And how do you feel about the decision now 2 months later?
It's a very complex circumstance.
Yes.
There are certain things that can't be discussed, and I don't want to be the person that's going to be discussing those live on air. What I will say is that Cedric was checked backstage. Like, we weren't doing checks cage side. This was a decision of the local commission. I didn't like it. I don't want people getting in the cage without being checked cage side, and it's something that I'm pushing to get changed. But Cedric walked out with bare feet, right? Like, that floor was not suitable to be walking around with bare feet. Like, he was walking through areas where public were walking in shoes and stuff, and like, but at the same time, I had a splinter in my toe the other day while we were sparring, didn't I?
Wow.
And I laughed. I said, I've Doumbé'd myself.
Yeah.
And we just carried on the session. You know what I mean?
Like, you carried on?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a splinter. Like,
Yeah.
I relocated my thumb when I fought Anthony Johnson because I dislocated it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like to be tuned into a pain that must be so minimal like that, you're not entirely focused on the fight. And I wonder where else his head was. Because you've got to be present when you're fighting someone like Baki.
Yeah.
It's a sold-out arena. Everyone was there to watch that fight. It was a very high-stakes fight. I would have fought through anything to stay in there. Anything. You could have snapped both of my arms before the first round, and I would have still tried to kick you in the head. Do you know what I mean? And this was the point I made at the press conference. Like, we've seen fighters standing doing interviews with Joe Rogan with dislocated toes, you know, and like John Jones had his toe relocated in during the interview. I don't know. It was a very frustrating and disappointing situation. I've spoken to everybody involved, including all the officials. I feel like there was a bit of a breakdown in communication. Absolutely. I feel like it could have been stated better that you can't call an end to you can't call a halt to the fight. I've had that conversation with Mark, and the other thing as well is, like, Mark is in my mind, he is the best referee in the game. It's a very difficult job, but at the same time, as a referee, you have to make sure that you're protecting yourself, because he came out of that and got a lot of heat for it, which I don't think he was deserving of, because he had a fighter that turned to him 2-3 times and like expressed a pain. And as an official, if you're going by the rule book, you tell me that you're in pain, I have to call a stop to the fight. You know, it was disappointing because we all wanted to see a culmination, but I don't think we would have had a conclusion after 3 rounds anyway. I felt like that needed 5 rounds. It needed a rematch. I feel like I still want to see the rematch now. I mean, obviously, Doumbé's fighting. He's fighting on my birthday at the Bellator events on my birthday.
In May.
And that's going to be a really interesting fight for him because Jalil, he's a long-time veteran of the game. What is he, 16-5? He has a lot of decisions where he's able to control and drown people out. And that's going to be a real tough test for Doumbé, someone that's got that much experience in MMA. But I feel like this is going to be lingering in the back of his head and the back of some of the fans' heads, like that Baki rematch.
Why didn't they just run it back? Or why didn't you run it back?
It all comes down to money at the end of the day, doesn't it? It all comes down to money. I think it makes sense to put it on again. I think we could go into a much, much bigger arena with it as well. Like, Doumbé's a special star. Pizzi was talking about this after the event. Like, there is something very special about Cedric Doumbé.
For sure.
I think he lost a little momentum in that, but I think he can get it back on May 17th at Bellator. But there are also lots of other conversations around who Doumbé is going to be fighting before the end of the year. And lots of familiar names are being thrown around. Ooh. So I think they're planning on stepping him up very, very quickly if he's successful on May 17th.
Okay. So May 17th is your birthday. That's a huge show. You'll be there?
I will be there commentating, yeah.
Thankfully, it didn't coincide with this, with May 11th.
Absolutely.
What would you have chosen, by the way? Your wife's fight, or you're just happy you didn't have to make that decision?
There's no option for a choice there.
Okay.
If she's fighting, there's nowhere else in the world I could be.
Oh, what an answer, huh? What a guy. That was the right answer.
It's the only answer.
Yeah.
Honestly, I couldn't be anywhere else.
Could you imagine not being there?
No.
At this point?
No, not at all. Not at all.
That would be torturous.
But what I will say, though, is because I don't really coach her too much when she's sparring or when she's training, we have a lot of conversations afterwards because I want her to own the martial arts. So if ever I wasn't there, she doesn't need me there.
Yeah.
I'm there for moral support and just to kind of keep things moving smoothly. But ultimately, I'm teaching her the way that my martial arts teacher taught me. And he never coached me to be there in the corner. And, that was a self-defense thing. He was teaching me in case I was on my own on the street and being attacked. I wasn't taught to be coached, if that makes sense.
No, that makes sense.
So everything that we do, this is why a lot of the stuff is quite philosophical, the way that we talk about it. We talk in principles a lot more than techniques, because I want her to understand the game in a way where she thinks for herself and she doesn't need me there.
I love it.
And she's getting there. She's getting there.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Looking forward to it. We'll be locked in from the first fight.
Thanks.
Watching. Hopefully we get the walkout. We get to see the walkout. Sometimes they don't show the walkout. So I'm looking forward to that remix to Badaran, the V remix. And wish you the best. It's amazing to see this new version of you and how you've evolved and the stuff that you're doing. It's a lot of fun. So well done. Keep it up. And our TD, technical director, her name is Andy. She is also, I don't know if I mentioned this to you, she is also from Venezuela.
Oh, is she?
So we root for you over here.
Thank
She just became a mom as well. But
it's amazing. Congratulations.
everyone. And then we have Frank back there who loves Tool and keeps sending me things of the Tool guy working out. But I still haven't I can't figure it out.
When it gets you, it gets you. It got me when I was, 16 in art college, and I've been hooked on them since.
Okay, God bless.
Yeah.
I'm not against it. it hasn't gotten me yet. I'll be honest. I listened to it after our interview. I put it on, and it just wasn't speaking to me.
Yeah.
The first time I heard it was because you'd send me the Fear Inoculum album, and I heard it, and I was just listening to it when I was in plane rides, and I didn't really, I thought it was cool, but it didn't really connect that way. And it wasn't until we saw them live, which is in May 2 years ago, that I felt like it touched a part of my soul that I thought was broken.
Wow. Okay.
When I was there, I was just like, and like I said, it wasn't even that I went there because I was a fan. I did like the music, but I didn't go there for myself. I went because it was his birthday.
She took me as a surprise. I had no idea. We're walking through town, and I have no idea where we're going. And I keep seeing people with Tool T-shirts, and I'm like, is Tool playing in Manchester?
Wow.
Are we going to see Tool tonight?
Wow, that's sick.
Yeah.
What a present.
And we're going to see them this month.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
We're seeing him in Birmingham.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
we're going to see him in Birmingham in
Okay.
June, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, a lot to look forward to. Good luck to you. Happy early birthday. Good luck in Paris as well with the show. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. As you head out tomorrow, yes?
Yes.
To St. Louis? Okay, well, there they are. Check out Veronica Hardy this Saturday, May 11th. Another big showing for her, another big night in combat sports. Also, we get Lomachenko-Kambosos on May 11th. That's a huge fight. It won't coincide because it's in Australia, so it'll be in the morning over here, but lots to discuss. We have Dustin Poirier standing by. He'll join us at the top of the hour, so in a matter of moments, don't go anywhere for now. Quick break, my conversation with Ilia Topuria from a couple of weeks ago. Ilia Topuria is here to kick things off. Is he there? There he is. Mi amigo.
My friend, what
Ilia.
an introduction. How are you?
I am doing great, and it's so great to have you, and it's so great to see you. You're such a big star, Ilia.
No.
I thought you'd be too big for us at this point. I see you all over the place at the Bernabeu with the
man.
president. I thought it was done. I thought our time was done. So it's so nice to have you.
Yeah, to be honest, I had a great experience since the fight, since the finish. So yeah, I feel really grateful and thankful with life for all the moments that it's giving me.
I can't imagine. Could I ask, when you dreamed about becoming champion and everything that would happen, I know it's only been 2 months since the victory. Did you dream of this, or has this exceeded your expectations? What it would be like, what it would feel like after becoming UFC champion?
To be honest, like it's been more that the expectations I had. And it's not about the quantity of the people, it's about the quality, right? The love I received and appreciated, the el amor,
The
y el
love.
cariño.
Yes.
The love I received, it was amazing. So, yeah,
And
what can I tell you?
And
I'm
by the way,
a happy man.
did you just get married like a couple of days ago?
Yeah, I just got married like 2 days ago.
Wow.
It was like unofficial. We're gonna do the official party in Spain. We did just like a small celebration with my wife's family in Miami because they live there. So we're gonna do another official celebration here in Spain.
Incredible. Well, congratulations to you and your wife. And I even saw, like, the night of the victory, you had like a baby reveal celebration planned,
Yeah.
right? That's
We
amazing.
have another baby girl coming in July in a couple of months. I have one boy and now another girl coming.
Do you ever sit back? Do you have time to sit back now and say, look at all these amazing things that are happening to me. Look at all the blessings in my life. It's like one
To
after
be
the
honest,
next.
I didn't have any time to enjoy all these moments, because I had to do a lot of travels. I had to, do so many things. But as I told you, I'm very happy to have all these opportunities because I dreamed it once. I asked for this life. So right now I just try to enjoy the present.
As far as the night goes, back in February in Anaheim, you posted a clip on your social media right after where you were talking to yourself before you walked out. In I think
Yeah.
Spanish, you were saying something to yourself. What were you saying to yourself just as you were about
I
to
was
go
saying
through the
just to
tunnel?
myself, like, I can't feel any fear. God is with me. He gonna will this battle for me. I dreamed this moment. I asked him for all this. So everything good is on the another side of the fear. So I just have to enjoy the process.
How many times have you watched the fight?
Oof, so many times. And it's every time I watch it, it's so special, because I dreamed it, and now I have the pleasure to see it and repeat it and see it again and again and again. So happy man, as I told you.
Yes. A big talking point going into the fight was that you had world champion and 15-0 in your Instagram bio, but I noticed that's not there anymore. Is there any particular? There's now like a quote there. Is there any reason for the
Yeah.
switch?
Yeah, because right now my goal before this this fight was to become a UFC World Champion. Right now I'm the UFC World Champion, so I have a different goals right now. I want to be a legend. I just write the history. Right now it's time to write the legend.
Yes. Okay. So now you're on to the next chapter. I do have to say. All right. Back on the MMA Hour. Great stuff there with Ilia Topuria. Wonderful stuff there with Dan Hardy and Veronica Hardy. Check out Veronica. Great human being. Great people. The first couple of MMA. Check her out this Saturday. May 11th in St. Louis, the first fight of the night. Now, we are on the road to the next UFC pay-per-view, 301 in the books, in the rearview mirror, 302 coming up, June 1st, right across the river here in New Jersey. We're not actually in New Jersey. We're in New York right now, but, tri-state area. It's the arena is like 30 minutes from here, Brick City, Newark. What a main event. Will he finish the story? It's Islam Makhachev defending his lightweight title, arguably the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world, against arguably one of the most beloved fighters in the world, El Diamante himself, the pride of Lafayette, Louisiana, getting a title shot on June 1st. And he's kind enough to join us right now. There he is, the man himself, DP. How are you, Dustin? How are we feeling? Oh, this is so big. How's it going? Thank you for joining us.
My guy, what's up, man? Feeling good, bro. It's going great. I just got back from the gym, showered up, jumped on here with you, but everything's going great.
Appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much. I have been dubbing this your opportunity to finish the story. Do you have any idea what I'm referring to when I'm saying that? Like where I'm getting that from? It obviously pertains to you, but do you know why I'm saying that?
I mean, I feel like just because of the career I've had, how the ups, the downs, the roller coaster ride, the getting title shots, working my way back up over and over again, like full circle here, back at another title shot. Just, it's an incredible story if I can finish it this way.
Okay, so that's all 1,000% correct. But the reason why that comes to mind, that slogan comes to mind, is because I'm also a big pro wrestling fan, as you may know, DP. And there's a guy named Cody Rhodes, whose father was Dusty Rhodes, who never won the WWE title. He passed away, unfortunately, and he just beat Roman Reigns to win the belt at WrestleMania, and the whole thing was, will he finish the family story? Will he finish the story? And that was the whole thing leading up, him against The Rock, all this stuff. You may have seen some of it on social media. And so now I feel like this is the real version of that. This is Dustin's chance to finish the story.
Minus the family lineage. It's just me out here throwing these things around, bro.
Let's go.
It's just me out here.
It's a great story, and I love the fact that you're getting this opportunity. And so could I ask, like, we spoke to you on the Monday after the St. Denis fight in Miami. Did you know that night walking out that your next fight would be for the belt?
No clue. They asked me a bunch of times, you know how we do all the press and sit down with DC through the fight week. So I got asked so many questions that week, but one that kept coming up was, how close do you see yourself to being back at another title shot? And I told them honestly what I felt. I feel like with the career I've had, and like I said before too, I'm not being boastful. With the career I've had, I'm one big win away, one big finish away from getting the title shot. That's how I felt, and I guess I was correct.
And so when did you find out that this was on the table?
Hunter started texting me Saturday of 300.
Oh, wow.
He actually called me and said, hey, as soon as Arman beat Charles, he started while they were fighting, before they were fighting, he was texting me. Then he called me. He said, hey, the fight just ended. I'm walking to the locker room right now. I was doing a viewing party up in Connecticut at the Mohegan Sun. And he's on the phone saying, I'll call you back. Give me like 1 hour. I'll call you back or text you and let you know. And he went in Arman's locker room and said, hey, you're next. The fight's, you know when it is. And I understand too, from Arman's side, bro, you just do an 8-week training camp. You go out there and fight, you win. You haven't even had a chance to process everything, and you're in the locker room taking off your shorts and gloves and cup, and a guy and your boss comes in and says, hey, you ready to go again in 6 weeks or 5 weeks, whatever it was at the time. You have to jump back in training camp. Your body's kind of beat up, and you're guaranteed the next title shot. I understand that, and I saw Arman on the mats today at the gym and wrestling practice, shook his hand, talked to him, and he's next in line regardless, so I understand Arman saying, like, let me get a full camp under my belt. Let me feel at my best and give this thing my all. And I understand that, but I just was in a position to where I can't say no either,
Right. So is there any part of you that is annoyed by the fact that you weren't the first ask?
No, I mean, they're trying to keep the division moving. They've got these young guys. I've had my shots. For me, waking up every day, I just feel grateful, and it's serendipity. Things just worked out the way they worked out for me to go out there and fight for the world title again in New Jersey, Brick City, on Lafayette Street. Come on.
Yo, I didn't even think of that. I forgot. Yeah, that's right. Prudential Center's on Lafayette Street. That's when did you figure that out?
Somebody texted me, like when the fight got announced, and people started texting me, "Oh man, wow, congrats, all that."
Wow.
I forget who it was. It might have been my hot sauce partner. Somebody texted me and said, "Did you see that this arena?" I guess they were booking tickets and hotels and stuff. "Did you see this arena where it's at?" And I was like, "No." And they sent me the address. I pulled it up on Google Maps. I'm like, "Oh my goodness, I'm gonna be the world champion."
That is incredible. So they ask him. He says thanks, but no thanks, and then they tell you that night you're in.
Yeah, like my wife's with me at this viewing party. I'm like, "Get off the phone. We're walking back. The fights are over." Because I didn't get after the main event was already over with before I got the word back from him. But as soon as that fight ended, Arman and Charles, he called me and said, "Hey, I'm walking back there right now. I'll let you know soon. You might be up next." I'm like, "Oh shit," like heart's pumping. I'm sweating. I'm around a bunch of fans. I'm like, "I got to get out of here." I went back to my room with my wife and my niece actually, and then waited for the call. And they came through. So I flew from there to Lafayette, Louisiana the next day, packed my bags, and then flew straight to training camp.
Is that something where you're like,
that wasn't a full
right
notice for me as well. But I'm not in a position to say, "Hey, I want 8 weeks. I got to jump on this thing and try to win this thing."
That was what I was just about to ask you. Was there any like, "Hey, can I get it later in June?"
No.
There was no negotiation.
No, this was it on my end. "Okay, see you in New Jersey.
Boom.
Let's go to work."
Wow. And you had been tweeting a little bit. Like I saw the tweets. I hit you up. Were you just trying to manifest this? Were you? Because I thought maybe you had known before.
No, I didn't know. I didn't know that it was going to go this way. I knew that the winner of Arman and Charles was going to get the title shot. Hunter had let me know a few weeks before, like, "Hey, I promised these guys the title shot," And then part of me is like, well, what if they get damaged? What if they get cut up? What if they break a hand? That's the kind of position I was in. I didn't think they would say no. I thought more so like maybe they won't be ready to fight that soon.
Okay. So did you start kind of training and preparing for him before? I mean, it's June 1st, so like your fight was early March. It's not like you're getting to a full training camp, but did you start thinking about it and trying to, make it into existence?
I was thinking about it, running miles, hitting the gym, doing jiu-jitsu on Fridays. But also I was just coming off of a fight myself.
Right.
That I had been away in training camp while my daughter's in school. I only got to see her, here and there throughout training camp when my wife would fly in. So I was just trying to keep my body moving, not get too far away from it, hoping for the best. And it all worked out.
You mentioned you saw Arman today at the gym. Was this the first time?
Yeah.
What was the conversation
I don't know if
like?
he just flew back. I've been here a couple of weeks. I don't know if he just flew in or whatnot, but this is the first time I've seen him on the mats since his fight with Charles.
And what was the conversation like?
It was very short. We trained in the same room today. Shook his hand. "What's up?" Like nothing big really.
There is a world where you win this fight and you're fighting him next.
We have so many good fit. I mean, Gamrot is here.
Yeah.
Mateos is here helping me out through the whole training camp. I think he could be next as well. He's up there too, so he has a win over Arman.
Right.
It's crazy, dude. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about Islam June 1st.
Okay. So I saw some quotes from you, and I would just love to clear it up. Is there a chance that you win this fight on June 1st and retire? Is that possible?
So all like people tagging me on retirement stuff, that's not me saying, "Hey guys, I'm retiring." That's you guys. That's media asking me, could this be, you've been fighting a long time. Could this be? And I don't know. I'm being honest with you guys. I do not know. In Miami at 299, I got asked the same question. And the answer was, I don't know. I got to see how I feel. I got to go out there. I got to fight this guy and just see how I feel. But everyone could be my last one. I've been saying this.
Okay. So you haven't made any kind of decision, win or lose. It's a feel thing.
Yeah. I'll make it that night.
Okay. I just think you win. Now you've reached the mountaintop. Now there's some paydays to be had. Why would you walk away then?
I don't know. I just got to see how I feel. I'm not. Paydays are great, but I've gotten those. I'm good. Me and my family are good. I'm about to get another one. We're good. Like I'm not chasing money right now. I'm okay. I'm chasing a Hall of Fame career, an undisputed world title, checking all the boxes that I set out when I was 18 years old. The crazy thing is about this whole thing is when I was 18 years old, I told my wife, I won't fight past 35. and now here I am, 35, getting
Jeez.
another title shot. So it's just crazy, man.
Why,
Really crazy.
Why did you feel that way at 18? Why 35?
I don't know. I just felt like I know nothing about being 35 when I was 18 years old. I just felt like if I dedicate my life until I'm 35 to fighting, I started when I was 17, had my first MMA fight at 18. If I dedicate that long to fighting, after fighting, I'll have a whole nother life to live, like I want to walk away from the sport. I don't want the sport to retire me. That was just my mindset young. And, but now here I am at 35. I'm like, I don't want to stop. I love this. We'll see.
It's interesting because you've taken us on this journey for so long, and now to see, like, I'm thinking back to July, which wasn't even a year ago, post Gaethje, and how upset you were after that fight. If I would have told you, yeah, this is going to work out to the point where less than a year later you're fighting for the belt, honestly, would you have believed me?
No, not in the mindset and the space I was in then. No, I thought it was the end of the world then. But just keep grinding like I've always done, and things work themselves out. It's all about perseverance, man. I said that a long time ago. It's true. You just got to keep dusting yourself off, getting better, learning, growing, and good shit will happen if you work hard and you're committed.
It's literally the last thing left, right? There's nothing. Is there anything else you want to accomplish in the sport other than that? A big one, obviously, but I can't think of anything else that you haven't done.
No, that's the top of the list. Being the undisputed world champion.
Top of the list, but I feel like it's honestly, it feels like the only thing left. Is there anything else? Top of the list, I understand, but I wonder if there's anything else on the list.
No.
It's just that, right?
Yeah, it's just that.
It's an unbelievable, wow. It would be one of the greatest stories, and not because like I'm rooting against Islam or something like that, but just the journey that you've been on, the highs and lows, the ups and downs, all of that, everything you've accomplished, and then to go down like this.
Right, and I understand the threat in front of me, June 1st, the pound for pound #1 guy, Khabib's pupil, if you want to say. Like, I understand the challenge against me, but man, what a way to finish a story. You can't write a book or a movie, and if I pull this off, and you write a book or a movie and make people think it's real, it's like a real life Rocky story. But I'm that guy to do it. I 100% believe in myself. I think and believe and feel every night when I go to sleep that I'm gonna be the world champion June 1st.
Do you think Islam respects you?
I kind of feel like some of the stuff he says, he might not be.
Right. That's why I'm asking.
But Ariel, no, but I'm going to put my hands on this guy. I'm coming in there to hurt him. Yeah, this is my last shot. Mom spaghetti. Let's go.
Are you putting that pressure on yourself? Do you believe this is 100% unequivocally your last chance at a UFC title?
When I lost to Charles and I was at the press conference and I was being asked this same question, I said, I believe in myself still. If I have it in me, if I have the want to grind and do it again and climb the mountain again, I'll do it. And I did it. I think I'm capable of anything, bro. If I commit myself, and I can do it again. I know I can. I can do anything, but that's not the plan. That's not the goal. The goal is to do it now and finish this story, bro.
And by the way, I love. Can you put that on a shirt? Your merch store has been great. Can we get a finish the story shirt? I mean, I feel like it's right there. Can we get that with the diamond or something? I don't on the house. Can you print that so I can buy it?
I'll get one made for you, and I'll send it over. You can wear it June 1st.
Okay, perfect. The stuff that he's been saying, what has irked you? What has bothered you the most?
I haven't really been keeping up a whole lot, but when I was at the gym, Mike Brown told me, he said, man, I think this guy might be underestimating your jiu-jitsu and underestimating how dangerous you are. And I think what he's referring to is the interview of Islam saying this is an easy fight for me.
Mm-hmm.
I was tagged in a bunch of stuff on Instagram and Twitter. Well, that's where I see a lot of the info of him saying that. And dude, I don't know, maybe he goes about all fights like that, but I can finish and beat anybody at 155 pounds in the world. I really believe that. And he doesn't have to believe it. I'm the one who has to believe it. And I'm the one who has to go out there and beat his ass. I can do that.
How did you feel after the Benoit fight? Like, were you banged up from training camp? Were you banged up from the fight?
not from the fight. Training camp, I was banged up a little bit. I hurt my ribs a couple weeks before with Gamrot. He was getting ready for RDA, so we were pushing each other pretty hard. I kind of hurt my rib a little bit, but other than that, I was, feeling pretty good.
The reason I asked that is like how much time did you need to take off? And it's a relatively short training camp, right? You found out on April 13th. It's not the shortest of all time, but the fight is on June 1st. So did you feel by the time April 13th came, like, were you 100%? Were you ready to start the training camp, or did you still need a little bit more time?
No, I felt like I didn't have time to waste. That's what I felt like. I needed to get to work right now. And I took my wife and daughter on a snow trip to Aspen and got to decompress a little bit. But also that was on the back of my mind, is like it was a cloud above me thinking about it every day. So I was doing the things I thought I needed to be doing to be in position to get in shape to take advantage of this opportunity. It's not like 2 weeks in the gym, my cardio is ready to fight. I'm ready to go. I build that up pretty quick and never really lose it. I didn't allow myself to get too heavy. That was one of the main things, is like, because immediately after a fight, after a long training camp and a weight cut and a victory like that, you want to eat and drink beer and kind of just live life and decompress, man. So I didn't do that as much.
Beating Islam, arguably the number one pound for pound fighter in the world, is a tall, task in its own right. How do you just focus on that and not every interview you're going to do is about the legacy, about the story, is about everything, the highs and lows. How do you not add all of that to the task as well, right? Like that's a tough enough thing as it is. The legacy stuff just adds to it. How do you not put that on your shoulders come June 1st?
Really in the last few years, I've been taking these fights in like a different mindset. But after the Gaethje loss, just the way I process things and go through life, I think I'm in a different spot, man. I'm just taking it one day at a time. I feel good. I'm putting myself first. And that's it, dude. I just need to go out there and fight. I've been doing this a long time. I know how to fight. I know how to wrestle. I know how to beat these guys. I just have to execute June 1st, be myself, be prepared, and let it, the outcome is going to happen. I just need to focus on right now. Every day waking up, putting my feet on the ground, and just being thankful to be here, man.
You watch a lot of film on him?
I've only watched film on him first week of camp when I got here. My coaches came to my condo. We watched his last maybe 5-6 fights, broke some stuff down, and kind of started scheduling the training camp on what we thought we saw and needed to be working on.
Could I ask what openings you're seeing?
I mean, dude, he doesn't have,
Right.
he really doesn't have a whole lot of openings. Seems super heavy on top, great control, good kicks, obviously great wrestling, a lot of really good body locks and trips against the fence. Not traditional wrestling like blast doubles and collegiate wrestling. A lot of Greco stuff, trips, body locks. Seems very, very strong. But I'll find out when I get in there. That's the beauty of this.
Do you think at this point he is as good or better than Khabib was when you fought him?
Oh, man. I think his submission game, jiu-jitsu wise, is a little bit more versatile than Khabib's was. Khabib had some chokes that he did really well, but Islam's, putting himself in, you could say, bad positions, going for arm bars. Maybe he loses a position, but he trusts his wrestling to get it back. I think he's a little bit more of a threat jiu-jitsu wise in scrambles, but I think his striking is better than Khabib's, yeah.
And so we just mentioned Gaethje. Is there any part of you that feels bad for Gaethje that this all kind of panned out where he's not even fighting for the belt?
It's just, it's fighting. It is what it is. It's fighting. You hope to win. You go out there, and it doesn't go your way sometimes. Things happen. It was a great fight. But I was telling everybody that leading up to that fight, like, dude, you guys are counting Max out. Max is a big guy. He can punch. He's strong. His rhythm, I think, is going to give Gaethje some problems. His volume is going to give Gaethje some problems. And I didn't think he was going to knock him out like that. But I thought if it went past 3 rounds, Max was going to start pulling away and hurting Gaethje. I thought Gaethje in the first 3 rounds could finish Max with a big shot.
I'm always curious, like, we react to the Max knockout because this is something like we can't even fathom, like us normal people can't fathom. You could do that. You're a dog like Max. You're a fighter. You're a pro fighter. You're a legend. I've fought both guys twice. I kind of know the rhythm of each guy, and I thought it was going to be the footwork and the volume and the timing of Max was going to be tough for Gaethje.
That's what I thought.
And I'm just curious, like when you see him pull that off, the 10-second thing, the point, and then the knockout, how do you react to that?
I was mind blown, just like everybody else watching. You know, I thought Max was cruising to a victory. You know, I thought he was going to win a decision, but for him to point down and Gaethje to oblige and them to throw caution to the wind, and I love that about fighting. I love that style of fight, but to see Max pull it off was, man, you know, it gives me the chills talking about it right now.
So I kind of feel like two things had to happen in your favor that night. Armin beats Charles, says no too soon, and also Gaethje losing, because maybe they go to Gaethje if he wins, right?
Right.
So I feel like the stars have aligned for you perfectly here. Do you view it the same way? Like, do you feel like do you believe in that stuff? Like, there's something above the gods, the MMA gods?
Yeah, bro. That's why I said this is serendipity. That's the definition of serendipity.
Yeah.
Things falling into place in your favor, man. I don't know why or how this all happened, but I'm here for it.
Are you connecting this to the Khabib fight? Is this your chance to right the wrong of the Khabib fight, or is that not fair? Are these two separate things?
No. Yeah, it's a completely different fight.
Okay, that's silly.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I am a silly goose, but not
yeah,
that
no.
silly.
Okay, so are we really going to go for this, Gilly? Like, what?
Oh, dude, of course.
How soon? Like, can we just get it out of the way in the first 10 seconds, and then you can continue? Like, why would we do this? Why? Like, what's the obsession?
I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna get
Could you
one.
imagine if you freaking win like that? Then it's over. Then you have to retire. There's nothing else.
Yeah, I'll get a bronze statue in my front yard of me in the guillotine position.
By the way, I mentioned there's nothing else on the list. I guess that would be on the list too.
Guillotining him?
Yeah. A jumping guillotine.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. You miss all the ones you don't jump, man.
And so you are actively practicing this, yes?
Yeah, of course. Gamron and Mike Brown are telling me stop it. But
oh my gosh. Is Gamrot going to be in your corner?
He's going to be there in Jersey. He's flying out and stuff like that. I'm not sure yet. Finishing up my corners right now, actually.
Because you get 4 for this.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But I've always put Rob Rovetta. He's been my only, my manager and my consultant in fights since I was 18 years old.
Crazy.
Or 19 years old. So he's like grandfathered in. When I get that extra 4th spot, I usually put him in there. Yeah, but we'll see, man. I got to make that. That's a big decision.
How did you meet him? Because he's not a traditional. Isn't he a real estate guy?
Yeah, him and his wife do real estate, but he was a big MMA guy.
Okay.
Back in the WC days.
Right.
I mean, his list of talent was crazy. I mean, he had Rich Clementi, Melvin Gillard, Tom Nick, Sam Stout, Aldo for a while, maybe Lieben, Brian Stan. Like he had a list back in the day.
Man, I love hearing those names. Blast from the past. Only essentially 2.
Oh. Matt Brown as well.
Right.
Wish him a successful retirement, man.
What a retirement announcement as well. He's just like, I'm done on Twitter, like no hoopla whatsoever. But you mentioned Aldo. Did you watch him on Saturday? And what? Of
course.
What are the feelings when you see him still doing what he does so well at this age?
I don't want to see him go. You know, and I know he's getting up there in age, but he still looks great. Seems like he still loves it. He's been a legend since as far back as I can remember, I don't want to see him go. I want to see him fight, I want to see him fight.
I remember Josh Grisby versus Aldo, which never happened, which led to Josh Grisby versus Dustin Poirier. Remember that?
Yeah, I think he hurt his neck or something. That was the first time. Yeah, that was crazy, man. That was crazy. That was the first time I made 45, I believe.
Was that
in my career
125 or 126? It was one of those.
UFC 125.
125. New Year's resolution or revolution, I think it was called.
It was one of those for sure because I have the poster. That's when we used to name the pay-per-views. And dude, we had legends on that card, right? I think Lieben might have fought on that card. Mike Brown fought on that card against Diego Nunes.
Edgar Maynard fought to a draw.
Yeah, Edgar Maynard. Yeah. That was surreal walking out for my first UFC at the MGM Grand,
Yeah. How nervous
that was
were
a big
you?
deal to me. Oh, I'm always nervous, man. Fighting people, I'm always nervous. Still to this day, like coming out the locker room when my name's called to fight whoever, it doesn't matter. I'm nervous.
Is it the same kind of nerves today as it was back then?
It's the same kind, but I just address them and kind of deal with them a little bit differently. But the same nerves, it hasn't gone away.
What do you mean by deal with them differently? Like how do you?
like, instead of being overwhelmed by these feelings and thoughts, I just kind of try to embrace them. And like, I'm supposed to feel like this. I felt like this 50 times now, like this is, it's not going away. Just kind of, like I say, embrace them. You just have to know they're coming and walk out there.
When did you turn the corner on there? Because I'm asking, like, legitimately as someone who's a very anxious person who sometimes has a hard time dealing with the nerves. How did you learn to embrace them, and what was the fight? Do you remember the fight where you embraced them as opposed to shun them?
No, I don't remember like when the turning point was, but it's been years. It's been years.
Okay. Can I ask about the new gloves? I've seen you with them, the gold ones, right? You're going to be the first card with them in the first title fight with them. How do you feel about them?
I like them, man. They're a lot easier to make a closed fist. The problem with the old UFC gloves, they were kind of built flat, so that we'd have to roll them up in the back and try to make it easier because your forearm gets full of blood. It's like you're straining to make a closed fist with those other ones. These are a lot softer. I know that they're lighter. They're just easier to make a closed fist.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So you approve?
For sure. Yeah.
How do you feel about the gold?
I like them better. I like it, man. Especially I like it because I'm the first championship fight in them, so that's kind of cool. But we'll see. I don't know how it's going to look on TV and stuff, but the gloves are cool.
Okay. And have we decided what we're doing, like, as far as Good Fight Foundation is concerned? This is a big one, so a lot of eyes on it. What you'll be doing with the kit, all that stuff.
Yeah, that's right around the time we start planning and ordering things for our back to school drives. So I think I'm going to use the funds we raised from this fight for the back to school backpack drive we do. Maybe we'll try to do 1,500 backpacks filled with school supplies this year. And we're still finishing up the food net goal as well, raising $50K for them. Bud Light and Schilling Distribution jumped on board with that back home in Louisiana. So, things are moving along and growing. And we have a lot of stuff planned for this year. We're going to try to do our first gala this year and just keep it growing, man. Keep trying to help communities.
I love it.
Fighting the good fight.
Yes. And I love the merch too. The hat. Can people get that on the store as well?
No. This is
Is this a one of one? Really? Why don't you say that's a great hat?
Maybe I will. You're my new merch advisor.
I know, man. We got that. We came up with two things already.
And we're crushing.
I love it. By the way, do you remember when you first started to say and think of paid in full?
Oh man, long time ago.
There's all these little things that you've been saying and doing throughout your career that I feel like will culminate now into an incredible documentary. And of course, we were first introduced to you via the Fightville documentary. There's an amazing sequel to be told here, regardless of what happens on June 1st. But holy shit, what an ending if it goes your way on June 1st.
For real, man. Storybook. But the paid in full stuff, though, man, is like every cut, every drop of sweat, every mile I've run throughout the last 18 years of fighting. That's all, when I win that belt June 1st, every single one of those things added to this, and it's been paid in full, That's what this is to me.
Do you allow yourself at night to dream of what it will feel like? Do you go there?
I go there every night.
And
that's what I want most.
What does it feel like?
It feels surreal, like thinking about it, that I could have an opportunity to make this a reality. I just don't want to let it slip from my fingers again. It means a lot to me. I'm going out there, I'm throwing everything that I have in my bones and muscles and everything that I have the ability to do to win this fight. I'm doing it. That's just what it is, man.
Why does it mean so much?
Because I don't think that I'm going to be around to get another shot. But that being said, I'm not like putting the pressure onto myself to where like it's shaking me, like it just is what it is. I'm a realist, I try to be optimistic and keep the best mindset towards things, but I understand what it is. I'm 35. The division has to move on at some point, but I'm trying to finish this thing, man. The reason why I put a pair of gloves on when I was 17 years old to say I'm the best in the world. And June 1st, my plan is to do it. And my daughter is going to be there front row for the first time ever.
Wow.
I want to show her that you can accomplish your dreams. This is a big deal to me. It's more than fighting. Like I said before, what I'm fighting for is worth more than silver and gold. It's my life to have this feather in my cap. If it is the last one, to walk away from this sport content. I just want to go through life content And winning, like I've said in another interview, this isn't guaranteed. Of course, I'm fighting the #1 pound for pound guy, but I'm putting myself in position to be physically, mentally ready, the best of that I can be to pull this thing off and make this a reality, man. And it just is what it is. Dream chasing, the story of my damn life.
You're giving me freaking goosebumps. Before I let you go, I'm just curious, why have you not had your daughter at previous fights, and why this one?
The only other fight she's been to was the Oliveira fight, but we didn't let her come into the arena. She went to weigh-ins, and she was with like in a private room in the back with no TV, so the fight wasn't playing. But just because it's dangerous, what we do is dangerous. But she's about to be 8 years old. She's grown up in fighting. She understands this. I think this might be the last time I get a shot at raising that belt up in the air. And I just want her to see it. I want her to see that you can chase your dreams and make things happen. I want her to see it in person.
We saw Tom Aspinall give the belt to his dad. I feel like if all goes your way, you get that belt around your waist, you take it right off and give it to your wife.
It's theirs. It's theirs. You know, 100%, if this does happen, it wouldn't have happened without my wife. You know, 100%.
Incredible. What a story, man. So happy for you. So happy they're getting this opportunity. Can't wait to see how it plays out. Thank you, as always, for the time. Good luck in training. Congrats on all the merch that is about to come out based on this interview. And well done, Dustin. It's just, I don't know what else to say, but it's a beautiful thing. And I would love, and I hope it's okay to say this, I would love to see you finish this story on June 1st.
I appreciate it, man. Buy the pay-per-view, ESPNplus.com.
Thanks, Dustin.
Also, hey, before I get off of here,
please.
One thing, a good, since this is, to me, like where I come to get MMA news, and this is a large megaphone for people to hear. I got a buddy and a training partner of mine, Sabah Homasi, former UFC fighter, been around a long time, a stablemate of mine at American Top Team for the past 12 years. I cornered him, and I'm not throwing any promotions under the bus, or I just want people to hear this. I cornered him in Bellator in Dublin a few months back. He had an injury where he was stuck out in there for a while. He ended up having to have surgery, right? This is the process of Bellator selling to PFL. Anyway, he stays out there, flies home when they allow him to. He had broken orbital. He has to have a surgery, right? So he's chasing them around trying to get the surgery taken care of. They tell him to pay for it and he'll be reimbursed. My guy pays for it, has surgery, gets a plate put in his eye, and is never being reimbursed. And he's running and getting,
Damn.
This guy came out as fighters. When we're fighting for these promotions, these big promotions, like the main ones, it's not even a thought. We're taken care of medically, right? When things happen. And in his case, it didn't happen. And he's still chasing money that he came out of pocket and paid for his surgery. I don't know who needs to hear this. I don't know if this falls on PFL, this falls back on Viacom, or if they're playing volleyball back and forth with the bill. But my guy needs to be taken care of. He paid for a surgery that happened because of an injury in the fight. And I want whoever needs to hear it to hear this and get this guy's bills taken care of, man. It's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous. And I'm going to ask the PFL about that, specifically Don Davis, the founder of the PFL, to get his take on it, because that's not right. They own the company now, and he's still under contract with them?
No. So they were being sold in this, like at the time of this event. He loses, has to have surgery. They cut him, but he was told to pay and he would be reimbursed,
Well, they say they're fighter first. He has said this on this show many times, so I'll look into it. Thank you for sharing that with us. And
yes, and he's helped me out a lot of camps. He's going to be there with us fight week in New Jersey. And he's running miles with me every weekend and stuff like that. He's just a good buddy of mine. And to see that happen to somebody, I've been in this business a long time, and I've seen people get taken care of. UFC has done an incredible job of taking care of me and other people I know with any injuries we've had. To see my buddy come out of pocket, get cut, it's just like it's a bad spot,
Yeah.
And not get taken care of. I just want to see this man get taken care of.
Amen. All right, I'll look into that as well. Thank you for raising that. Appreciate it. Says a lot about you.
June 1st, ESPN Plus, pay-per-view. Islam versus Poirier. I'm going to get the strap. Let's go.
Can't wait. Thank you, Dustin. Good luck. There he is. The freaking man, Dustin Poirier. What a guy. What a story. Man. How could you even if you're the biggest Islam fan, how could you just not love that guy and feel something for him, right? Am I crazy? Finish the story. I unplugged something here. What did I unplug? Oh, this is what I unplugged.
This is why we get echoes and weird headphones.
No, it's my Ethernet. I unplugged the Ethernet.
That's important.
Do I need it? I guess I sort of need it, right? Let me see. Does this work if I say hi? Did that go through? I think it went through.
Yeah, we got it, man.
Okay, so we're good for now. I just felt it get unplugged. What about that? I mean, do you not want to run through a brick wall right now?
Yeah, brick wall in Brick City, New Jersey. Let's get it done, baby.
Oh my God!
I think I'm gonna have to cop a "Don't be silly, jump the ghillie" shirt now.
I'm kind of holding out for finish the story.
I'll buy another one.
I can see it
if he finishes the story.
Or like around a diamond or something. I don't know, you know.
I like it. You had a great idea for the to go get some Creole cooking, some Cajun food. Now I mean it's set in stone. I'm gonna have to gumbo po'
On
boys.
Lafayette Street.
Oh, on Lafayette
That's
Street.
crazy.
I didn't know that until he said it. It's
yes, I
amazing.
know that.
It's
I've
amazing.
parked there. The parking lot is on Lafayette Street. That is crazy.
Hashtag finish the story.
Man. All right. Well, great stuff there. Thank you so much to Dustin. In an hour, we'll be joined by Alexandre Pantoja, the reigning defending UFC men's flyweight champion. What a win for him on Saturday at UFC 301. But we move along now and say hello to our third in-studio guest of the day. They referred to him as Big News Hughes, Paul Hughes, and we found out some big news from him over the break. There he is, the pride of Ireland, Paul Hughes. Let's hug it out. Yeah, my man. Man, you are a brick wall as well.
Damn right.
Golly.
Damn right.
The pride of Derry, is it Derry?
Pride of Derry.
How about that?
Well
yeah.
done, let's go. You made my day already.
But born in Australia.
Born in Sydney, Australia, yes. Moved back when I was 8 months old.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why? Who's from Australia?
So my mum and dad are both from Derry, but
really?
they got together when they were out in Sydney. And then myself, my older brother and sister are all born there. I'm the youngest. And then whenever I was born, moved back.
Do you have any sort of connection to Australia? Like, do you feel anything, or do you?
I mean, being born there for sure, I definitely feel a connection. My sister lives there. I've been out and lived there again since. So I for sure have a connection, yeah.
And Derry is how far from Dublin?
Derry is about 2 hours from Dublin.
Okay.
Yeah, I live in Belfast now, and Derry and Belfast about 45 minutes apart. That's where my parents live, so shout out to them. They're definitely watching.
Yes.
Wherever the camera is. Hello.
Yes. And is Derry in Northern Ireland?
It is Northern Ireland.
It is,
Same
okay.
as Belfast.
I only know Blanchardstown in Ireland because of P.T. Carroll.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
He
I think
told
that's
me it's the
posh
capital
area of Dublin,
Is it the
right?
posh?
Yeah,
That's what he told me, yeah.
Super, super posh.
Yeah. Very PT-like. Okay, so congratulations.
Thank you.
By the way, did you see Dan Hardy?
I did. I met him just on the way down there. Yeah, it was
there.
great to see him. I haven't seen him in a while.
Amazing. Okay, so massive news. So much to talk to you about. The first time we spoke on the program, you were weighing your options. By the way, truth be told, did you know? Did you already know at that point where you were going?
Let me think. When did we speak? I think we spoke just a few days after the fight, right?
It was literally like 2 days later.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, I didn't know at that point.
Okay.
But I had been in talks with the PFL for about 6 months, so I had a nice idea of kind of where I was at with them. Then we just needed to go see where the UFC were at, you know.
So when you say 6 months, you were still Cage Warriors.
I was still signed with Cage Warriors, but PFL gave me an offer about 6 months previous to that. So they gave me an offer they were doing a show in Dublin and they wanted to bring me over. So they put in a nice offer for me, but as I talked to you the last time, couldn't get out of the contract at the time, unfortunately, so had to wait.
How does it work? How could they put in an offer if you're still under contract? Did they try to?
I honestly don't even know. I actually got a message from Graham himself, the president of Cage Warriors, just saying, here, there's an offer for Paul, but I'm assuming he doesn't want it. And I was like, I might want it.
Yeah. So were you able to even explore it at all or no?
No, it ended up. I tried to explore it at the time, but then it got blocked. So
got it.
Had to wait. Tried out the contract.
So then you win on that weekend. We speak the Monday after. And now it's news everywhere. Free agent. You have all the momentum. You have all the leverage. You're coming off a nice win. How does the process go?
At that point, I kind of just handed it over to Tim.
Yeah.
I was like, do your magic. Your magic. Tim Simpson.
Yep.
Shout out to Tim. What a guy.
And so from your perspective, are you literally just sitting back and he's updating you? Are you involved in
I like to be involved as much as I can.
Yeah.
I love the business aspect of the sport, so I try to be involved. But Tim kept me right, as to how the negotiations were going down. And then whenever anything was like solidified in terms of offers, then we had calls, we discussed. But You know, so the deal actually got done pretty quick. I think. Just a week after I fought, or maybe a week and a half, I'd signed the contract. So PFL were on the ball. Like,
how difficult of a decision was it?
It wasn't really difficult to be honest at all.
Because their offer was so much better?
Just a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot better.
Did UFC come correct with anything, or was it like, hey...
They had an offer, but it just wasn't...
Was it like Contender Series nonsense?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
It was mentioned, but it wasn't like... It wasn't concrete that was it. But, you know, it was just a way better offer. It was just a real no-brainer, like, you know?
And there wasn't any part of you that was like, you know, UFC is UFC, the ceiling may be higher... You know, all that stuff, like, as opposed to weighing in the financial.
I had so much time to weigh it up, Ariel. As I say, like 6 months, it honestly just didn't leave my mind. It was like, because I knew that I would have the option then. So I was like, what way will I go? I just thought, as I spoke to you about the last time, I thought 2 steps ahead. I thought 5 steps ahead. I was like, what really is the best thing for me here in a 1-year plan, a 3-year plan, a 5-year plan? And every single time, the more and more I thought about it, it was pretty clear to me. And then whenever I had both offers on the table, then it was just like, here we go.
Okay.
We're going down this route.
Was there any out of left field promotion, or did it come?
Yeah, there was. I think all the major promotions, all the ones you can think about, all had offers in, but it was only going to be between the UFC and PFL at the end of the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my understanding is, and honestly, I learned all of this from your interview with Pete on the Crack, that you guys filmed this great promo. Actually, we have it. We can play it while we're speaking about it. This was great stuff.
Yeah.
With the newspaper and all the talking heads speaking about you and your status.
Yourself in there.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
And it kind of came out before this was supposed to come out. Ray Cepho was the problem. You know, he's part of the company, so not a huge deal. And you're away on a trip, and you wake up to this news that it leaked on I think, a Friday night, right?
It was early on a Saturday morning, so it was Friday night
in America
after a PFL show. But I had woke up. I was with a team. Do you want me to tell you the story?
Please, yeah.
So I had just signed the contract. I think maybe it was the Thursday or potentially the Friday before I was leaving. I was going to do corner duties over in Amsterdam for Tiernan Loughran, a teammate of mine. And so we had a PFL team, all in the gym the Thursday. We were shooting the promo. And like, because the contract just got signed, it was kind of a case of, right, get down. Paul leaves Friday night, get this promo done, all these ideas. So you had the whole marketing team, you had the PR team, you had the content team, the production, all of this. And we were having meetings, Tim, myself, and the team. And we were like, right, what's the best way we can play this all? Like, so we set the date for Tuesday. We were like, right, we'll have interviews pre-done. I'll have my promo, everything, all be set for Tuesday. And then unfortunately, nobody had communicated that to Ray in the PFL. So after the show on the Friday night, he had let it slip, you know? So when Saturday morning hit, I mean, I was up with Tiernan cutting weight at like maybe 5 a.m. So there was maybe only like 3 or 4 tweets going out at that point. And I was like, sort of writing all these pages like, this isn't true, take it down, like trying to put out the fire, you know? But then looked at my phone half an hour later, it had spread, it was everywhere, like, so.
Were you upset?
Oh, I was losing my mind. Honestly.
Oh, really?
I was honestly losing my mind. Like, I'm a pretty, like, headstrong guy.
Yeah, you're like a type A kind of guy? Like, you want a type A person, meaning like you want everything to be, like, organized?
Like, I can go with the flow for sure, but something like that, I mean, that was the biggest day of my life.
Sure.
I know it's such a good plan to release it, but then it just came out. But here, fair play to the PFL, they got that promo cooked up within like maybe 8 hours.
Wow.
Like, they got fair play to the PFL team. Like, they done a great job. So we were able to release it then officially the same day. So it was early morning, and by that night we had the promo, everything all done. So fair play to them.
I was wondering, because I was covering the Ryan Garcia Devin Haney fight. It was on a Saturday, April 20th, and I was wondering, why did they come out with this on a Saturday afternoon? That's when they dropped that video, right? And now I understand why.
Yeah.
That wasn't the original plan.
That wasn't the original plan. But here, as I say, we got it out, and I think it done all right.
Yeah.
The video was incredible.
I can't believe they turned that around so quickly.
Fair play to the PFL, like, fair play.
And the fact that they did that, like, you know, sometimes I criticize things and people think that it comes from a bad place, but I compare it to when MVP signed with UFC. And that was just like Dana saying it at a press conference. Like, there was no video, there was no thing. MVP made his own, which was great, but I like when someone signs with a promotion when they make it into a big deal.
Yeah.
So when you saw that they were going to do all of this beforehand and then the final product must have made you feel even better about the decision, right?
Absolutely, for sure. And I knew that was how we were going to work together. You know, I knew that they they wanted to promote me well, and that's their plan, and they're heavily invested in me, you know. So it's part of the reason why I went there, you know.
Like I said, we had Dan in studio around an hour or so ago, and he said that he was one of the people like really pushing as of last year to have you sign. Did you know this?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's an ally.
Yeah, he's an ally, and I think Pete Carroll had a few.
Wow, Pete was behind the.
Pete was in there. You
Wow.
know? I think he was talking to some people last year and just saying like, guys, if you're coming to Europe, you know, if you want to build this brand, you need to get stars, and Paul Hughes is that guy, you know. And so fair play to Pete and to Dan, you know, all these people, you know, with how this has came down. It's nice to see all these people in your corner.
Yeah.
As well, it really feels. It's a fulfilling feeling, you know, to see all these people, even yourself, being in my corner, you know, after the fight, and that.
I'm a Johnny-come-lately. I can't take any credit. I'd love to take credit, but it's deserving for those guys. But I appreciate that, and I love the fact. So initially we thought, all right, I saw 2025 season, and I'm like, well, that's in a long time, but then we find out June 22nd at the 3 Arena, your first time at the 3 Arena as a fighter.
Yep.
I'm assuming you've been there as a fan.
I have.
Did you go to the Conor fight against Brandao?
No.
How old were you in 2014?
How was that, 10 years ago? So it would have been 17.
Okay.
Yeah.
You watched it, I presume.
I watched it, of
course.
Okay.
Did you go to the Bellator shows or the PFL shows there?
I went to the PFL show in December, yeah.
Okay. Was that your first time there?
In the 3 Arena, no. My teammate Reece McKay had fought there before, so I'd been down with him, but I haven't fought there. I can't wait.
Yeah.
It's such an iconic venue. You know, and I always bring a serious crowd with me, so to do that now in the 3 Arena, it's going to be special. Like,
Are tickets on sale yet?
Tickets are on sale. Yeah.
Okay, and how are they? I saw because in your thing you said you guys are taking over a whole section.
Oh yeah,
that's amazing. Like football,
that's how we do. We're the big news crew. That's what we do.
I love it.
You know, if anybody's seen any clips or anything of my people going crazy at fights, I mean, we've put on the best atmospheres that Cage Warriors has ever seen, and that's coming from everybody in Cage Warriors, everyone outside of it. We have put on the craziest nights they've ever seen. Charrier being one of them, and Vucenic rematch being the other. And like, that's just what we do, you know. So we're going to bring that to the 3 Arena, and then hopefully to the States after that.
So June 22nd against Bobby King. I had heard you say that you were hoping for like a Patricky Pitbull name, a big name. How did you feel when Bobby King, who's a tough out, but maybe not the name, obviously, that those other guys are?
So look, whenever I signed, I said, look, Dublin's coming up. I want you to get me the biggest name value and the hardest fight you can get me for Dublin. And my coaches and manager, they were all like, just take whoever, you know, it's your first one, let's get going. I was like, I want the biggest one you can get. But then when we actually started looking through the roster to see who was available, there really wasn't actually anybody available, because a lot of guys are in the tournament. You've got guys fighting for Bellator belts, the Nurmagomedovs, the Shablis. So they offered Bobby King, and I was like, yeah.
Did you know who he was?
I didn't, no.
Okay. Now, have you looked him up?
I have, of course.
Your thoughts on him?
Yeah, tough guy. Been in there with good guys. Been in there with Shabli, Rabadamov, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. So he's been in there with good guys, you know, and he's had a lot of fights in Bellator and fought and beat good guys as well. So it's definitely a tough test, for sure.
What do you think it will be? You fought, you know, close to home or whatever, but like that venue and the debut and all that stuff, do you think it will be immense pressure? Do you feel like you'll feel those nerves? What do you think the week and the night will feel like?
Of course, there's going to be pressure. You know, coming to a new promotion, I got to deliver. You know, but it's like every fight's the biggest fight of your life. You know, to do it in a 3 Arena, it's definitely different for a new promotion. All these things are different, but you know, I'm used to big nights, Ariel. I'm used to big nights. I'm used to high pressure, and I'm used to fighting the best. So it's just going to be an hour night for me.
There was a lot of pressure on your shoulders going into the last fight too, right? You don't want to lose on the last fight of your deal,
no,
right?
Definitely not. You know, the amount of leverage that I would have, like with if the performance went well or if it didn't go well, and then I had 4 opponent changes in a week. Then they give me this Brazilian guy who's fought 50 times. He's got about over 20, 30 finishes. He's only been finished twice. You know, this is the guy they put me up against, and I'm like, God damn it. It's like, if I don't look good against him, I always knew I was going to win. But if I didn't look good, that my leverage in the negotiations wouldn't be as high, you know, and I potentially wouldn't have got as good a contract as I did. So, of course, it was high pressure.
So is the plan that one fight on June 22nd and then you're waiting till 2025 to fight?
No.
There's more.
I want 3 more this year.
3 more?
Yeah, they promised me 2 now. Fair play to the PFL. They promised me 2. Was part of the deal, but I'm really pushing for 3, and I have a great plan for those 3 as well.
Okay, I've heard about the plan, but you've not told.
I can't say.
Well, why is this? Why are you so?
I'm going to say once I finish this guy on June 22nd, then you'll see.
You have what, the opponents in mind?
I have the opponents in mind.
And the places? Because Bellator...
Opponents, places, everything.
These would be Bellator cards, right? Because you're non-season at the moment. That's their only Dublin show, correct? But it would be maybe somewhere else in Europe. So are you
somewhere else. But look, I'm also going to fight in a PFL card this year as well.
Oh, you are? Mm-hmm. Which one's that?
Most likely the end of the year.
Okay.
I'm trying
to catch you slipping here, by the way.
I was like, can I say? Nah, most likely the end of the year card, the $1 Million Night.
Okay.
Yeah, because build some hype for next year, you know.
Right. So probably like a June, September, December type of time frame, like something like that ish.
Yeah, that's what I want. I would love three more fights this year for sure. And you know, I want to be active. That's part of the reason why I signed with the PFL, because I was like, I want to be active, lads, you know. And then obviously with the tournament format, it's four fights in 8 to 10 months. It's exactly what I want right now in my career. You know, I'm fresh. I don't have that much miles on the clock. I am a young veteran in the game, but I haven't took any damage, so I'm ready to do 4 fights back to back over 8 to 10 months. You know,
and you don't have to cut to 45. Exactly. Better for you.
Yeah, part of the reason why I moved up as well.
Right, and so it's a 2-year, like it's 25 season and 26 season.
I'm in, for both them seasons.
Okay, and then you become a free agent. And maybe a couple $1 million in the bank.
Well, look, I could retire after that in 2 years. You know, I want.
Would you do that?
Up. Who knows?
Right.
Stranger things have happened.
Right.
You know, stranger things have happened, but everything can change in 2 years. You know, everything can change with me. Everything can change with the industry and MMA in general. Like 2 years is long enough time in MMA, so we'll see. But I think I have a good chance of putting $2 million in the bank in the next 2 years.
So 55 right now. The champ is gone. Olivier Mercier. Who have you been looking at the roster changes year to year, but who would you say is their best 55er in PFL?
Best right now, I would say Clay Collard's definitely up there. Brent Primus is good. There's good guys in that tournament. Yeah. That's a good tournament. You know, it's a tough tournament. It's the ultimate competition. You know, it's 4 fights in 8 to 10 months against hungry guys. So the way I see it, it's the ultimate competition for the ultimate prize, you know. So there's a lot of good matchups in there. Every matchup's going to be exciting next year in the tournament. So it's very, very, very exciting.
Did you talk to any guys? Like I've heard Brendan Loughnane talk about this, Olivier Mercier, Anthony Pettis. Like they didn't realize how tough the season was on the body. Have you talked to any of them about that when you were making the decision? Yeah,
I haven't talked to them directly, but I've through mutual friends, you know. But I was well aware of this when I was making my decision, you know. And as I said, I don't have much miles on the clock. I'm ready to fight. I've just moved up a weight class recently, so there's no big weight cuts. To be honest, what's mostly the hardest thing about it all is just weight cut after weight cut after weight cut. That's probably what these guys find hard, because when you're in that depleted state, you're way more susceptible to injury. You know, I'm not going to be in that depleted state. I'm going to be fresh as hell, ready to go every single fight night, you know? And I think that's a big advantage that I have over guys who are going to be in the tournament, you know?
By the way, why are you in New York right now?
Stopped in for the weekend.
Did you go to the Schultz show?
I did. It was incredible.
Which night?
Saturday.
At MSG. I wanted to go so bad.
Yeah, you should have.
I was at the Canelo fight. They asked me, so not a bad, plan B.
Yeah.
But I know that was a huge deal. Were you there when 50 Cent showed up?
No, I was there the night after. But he brought out his family and all the night after.
Oh, that was that one.
It was really special to be there.
Daughter and wife.
Yeah, it was really incredible. It was honestly inspiring. You know, it's obviously not my craft at all.
Sure.
But in terms of entertainment business and being the best in your craft in the world, like I took a lot of inspiration from it, you know, and then just being in MSG for the first time as well.
Was that your first time?
That was my first time there.
Sick.
And for me, MSG is number one. Yeah, there's nowhere like MSG in the world. So
you should go to the Knicks playoff game tonight.
It's tonight. I fly to Florida right after this. I'm heading down for training.
Also, those tickets are absurd.
Yeah, I couldn't afford it right now.
Are you a Schultz fan?
A couple of times.
Yeah. Then you get $1 million. Are you a Schultz fan?
Love Schultz.
Really?
Of course.
Wow,
He's fantastic, man.
I didn't know if the comedy, like his brand of humor, crossed over to the...
Oh, it does. The Irish humor crosses over for sure. We definitely push the brownies in Ireland.
That's amazing. Yeah, because he's a New Yorker and he's talked about MSG.
Yeah.
I'm sure he talked about that.
For sure.
In the set.
The production, like they played like a 4-minute video before he came out, and
sick.
The production value, just everything about it was peak entertainment. And then when he walked out, the energy in the place, and everyone obviously erupted and stood on their feet. And I was just looking around, watching it and all. I was like, this is special, you know, to be able to make all these people feel this certain way, just like in a fight. You know, there's something about that, and I learn and admire from people that are the best in their craft at anything, So I actually felt very inspired after it.
Well, it's great timing in your life, right? Because right now you're manifesting all of this, and you're taking a huge step, and you're fighting in this iconic arena in your home. You know what I mean? In your country. So like, I feel like you could have really related. It's coming at as you begin this journey. You just signed this deal. You start this training camp.
Yeah.
What timing for you?
Yeah, it is. This sort of stuff really does inspire me for sure.
And so why Florida? What's over there?
Killcliff.
You're going to be training there?
Yeah, I go down, and so I've been splitting up my camps between Belfast Fight Academy, which is my home gym, that's my family gym. So shout out to the boys. I'm sure they're going to be watching. Liam and Pat, my head coaches. And then I've been kind of splitting it up between there and Killcliff at the minute. So I've got kind of like everything, my team at home, but then Killcliff, I've got a great team and a lot of great sparring there as well. So I've kind of just been mixing up my training, like hybrid, and it's been great.
How did you end up there? Why there?
I always followed the gym when it was Hard Knocks back in the day. I always had a lot of respect for Henry and Greg, and then their athletes as well were obviously killing it. So I've known for a long time that would have been a gym I would have liked to have tried when I was in the States. And then Ian Gary was training there for a while. Obviously, I'm friends with him, so he was like, "This is the spot. Like, you got to get out here." So that gave me more incentive to go out and try it out. So been out there a bunch of times, maybe 4 or 5 times now.
Were you there when he was there?
I've never been. We've been in Florida at the same time, but haven't trained at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who are some of the guys you train with at Killcliff?
Oh, let me think. Do you know what, Errol? I get this question. It's like, who's the best guy? Like, do you train with Gilbert Burns? You train with all these people? And I always say it's the people you don't know are the hardest rounds, and that's true. So I'll be training with everybody.
Okay.
Like Gilbert, Vincente, all these guys, like great people, by the way. Like, honestly, just the nicest people. So they definitely make me feel at home there.
I had heard a story. I'm wondering if you can tell me about it. When Ian was leaving his original team KF, and he had that big Cage Warriors fight.
Yeah,
he didn't have a corner, and he asked you to corner him, and I think you were the only one, right?
I was the only one in this corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So was that I don't know, was that a tough decision? It was a bit controversial, right? Him leaving, and he was kind of left with no one. I know he's talked about this. How did it happen to where he asked you to help him out, and why did you say yes?
Well, I think he just needed somebody to actually stand in his corner. I think he would have just done it by himself if he could have, with fair play to him. I think he needed somebody in his corner for whatever reason that was. And I was in town. My teammate Joe McColgan was fighting for a world title that night, or the night before. So he just was like, "Here, any chance you could step in?" I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." Of course I wouldn't leave someone hanging like that.
Was it on the night?
Could have been on the night. I'm not too sure. It could have been the night before. I can't remember.
So you just walked out with him, and this was his last Cage Warriors fight, I think, right? The title fight?
Yeah, it was his world title fight.
Yeah, and he would have walked out alone, which is kind of sad.
Yeah.
And did you feel like you helped? I mean, because that fight, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't end in the first round, right?
No, it was 5 rounds.
Yeah, so like you had to help him in between rounds
absolutely.
and whatnot.
Yeah.
That's an amazing thing.
Yeah.
And you're not even teammates with him.
No. Oh, it's the least I could do, It really is the least I could do.
Right.
I actually, when I was in Amsterdam cornering Tiernan, and some guy showed up with no corner, he was like, "I need a corner man." I was like, "Yeah, I'll do it."
Did you know him?
No, I had no idea.
You had no idea who he was?
Here, he needed a corner,
Wow.
a fellow fighter, and needs some help. I'm happy to help.
What a nice guy.
Here, I mean, least I could do.
Right. And now, Ian, did he try to convince you to go to the UFC? Did you talk to him? Do you have that kind of relationship?
No, I wouldn't say we're on that kind of terms, but we talked maybe. No, we didn't talk directly about whether I would do one or the other. We didn't talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It has served him well, I would say, being in the UFC. So I thought maybe
Absolutely.
he would try to
Absolutely.
to convince you.
I'm sure he would have definitely said, "Come to the UFC."
Of course.
As a lot of people did. A lot of people were very disappointed I didn't go there, but
Did you get that?
What do you mean?
Like, did you get that kind of feedback that people were disappointed?
Oh, some people were super disappointed. But,
Really?
But the people who are actually in the industry, or the people who actually know me, were absolutely over the moon. So it's the people that don't really know the ins and outs and pay and all these kind of things. Then they'd be like, "Oh, but we want to see him in the UFC."
Right.
It's because they watch the UFC on the Saturday night and they want to see me in there as well. But they don't know the ins and outs. But as the time has went on, the more and more happy I've been with my decision, to be honest. Like,
Really?
I'm honestly over the moon.
Wow.
Oh, absolutely over the moon.
Did you get people saying like, "Oh, you're ducking the tough fights," blah blah blah, this bullshit?
Yeah, people have been saying everything.
Yeah,
They've
yeah,
been
yeah.
saying everything. But I knew that was going to be the case whenever I signed. So, it doesn't bother me at all.
F him.
Fuck him is right.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can curse on here.
No, you can curse. You can do whatever you want. I was thinking about this earlier. And I would love an update if possible. I've seen on social media, we spoke about your good friend Ryan Curtis. All of a sudden, and I don't know if these are old pictures or new pictures, I'm seeing him sit up and I'm seeing him hold a belt and I thought maybe he would be in a wheelchair. So is he able to walk now?
No, he's not able to walk yet.
Okay.
Keyword being yet, because he is going to. We believe that. He believes that. He's not quite there yet. He's getting himself on and off a wheelchair, so he's able to leave the hospital now. You know, but he's still a while away from walking. But his recovery has been incredible.
The fact that he's even sitting up like that.
It's honestly, it is incredible. As I said to you the last time, being a fighter is going to be his greatest asset, and it has been. He's been doing his physio every single day. They'd be saying, do 20 reps, and he says, I'm doing 60. You know, that is the mindset that he has there, and that's why he's getting out and about, and he's able to sit up by himself. Like it's honestly, it's inspiring. Like, it's incredible.
I couldn't believe it.
It's
Just seeing
incredible.
him there. I thought it was an old picture.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know he could even leave his bed.
Yeah, it's incredible. So we believe that he's going to walk again. You know, and he's going to play with his daughter, and we believe that. So I'm sure Ryan's watching. Shout out to him. Like,
amazing. Yes, shout out to Ryan. Is there any? I was thinking about this. Is there any chance he comes out with you, or is he at your fight at least?
Let me think. How many? I'm not too sure.
Okay.
I would love that. Oh, mate, if we could do that, I would.
Even
that would
being
be incredible.
Cage side.
That would be incredible. I would love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be beautiful. When you first started your debut, you broke your hand, right? Which was it? The left?
Left.
The left.
Yeah.
Was it a really bad break?
It wasn't too bad. It was just one break in that left, and then it continued. I broke the right. That's the one I had issues with, because I re-broke it 3 times.
3 times?
Yeah.
When was the last time?
It was actually, all of them came right after each other. So I broke my left in my professional debut, and then I broke my right 3 times after that. So 4 breaks in the space of 10 months or 12 months.
Was it to the point where you were like, maybe I'm cursed here?
Yeah, for sure. I remember the third time it broke. I thought like everything. I thought it was over. Like, I thought it was over for sure. And the doctors were telling me it was over. The nurses, all of the specialists, they were like, you can't punch people again with his hand. It just keeps re-breaking. You know, I truly did think it was over before it started. But I found a way.
How many fights in were you at that point?
I just had my professional debut when I was 19.
Just one?
One, and it was a 90-second KO. Excuse me, KO went viral, like 3-4 million hits. I was like, I had offers from everywhere in the world. Everything had just opened up for me, you know. And then I went through this period of about 12 months where I just kept re-breaking it. So it was like in the gym every day, training with a cast on 2-3 times per day, just living it, you know, like just living it how I always did. And then I would come back, I would book a fight, and it would just refracture, and it happened 3 times in a row then on the right. And to be honest, I still, to this day, I genuinely still don't even know how I got through it.
I was just going to ask you, how did you break that trend?
So I ended up getting surgery on it. I got surgery, and I took a lot of time off. I took
after
about a
break
year.
Number what?
4.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
So every other time you just let it heal?
Yeah, well, that's what I was told. That's what I was told to do, you know. So I followed the advice, and I'd done the rehab, and I'd done everything I could. Got the surgery and took about a year off, and then came back, and touch wood, I've had no issues with it since.
I mean, initially, though, I would imagine you're hesitant, right, to like go full. When did you get over that? When did you stop thinking that?
I had to change my technique a little bit.
Oh, really?
You know, not throw as wild, punch a little bit cleaner. You know, I had to do that. But it was a case of like, I remember even after getting the surgery and being in that recovery phase again, thinking like, you know, if this breaks again with these screws and plates in here, like I'm done. Like I am done.
That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Because are you thinking of that every time you're punching?
Not now, but at the
no,
time,
no, back then.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely, because it kept re-breaking. You know, it kept re-breaking. I thought my career was over before it started. You know.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And so how long did it take for you to just stop thinking of that? A couple of years?
Probably years, definitely years. Took me years to get over I didn't really I just threw a straight right from my right hand for years. That's all I did. It used to be my best punch as well.
Because you were afraid of breaking
it again. Yeah.
Do you think about it at all now?
No.
And did they explain why it kept breaking, or is it just?
I think it was a case of I just kept coming back too early. Although I was taking the time that I was told to take, I think coming back, like just punching skulls with MMA gloves.
Yeah.
You know, even now you punch it wrong, regardless of how strong your hands are, it's going to break. You know, if you punch it, the thing with MMA gloves, obviously it just covers the front knuckles. It doesn't really cover it at the side. So if you catch the angle wrong, it's going to break. Like, you know, you see the broken hands all the time in MMA.
And had you have had the surgery initially, do you think it would have stopped all of this? Or was it not?
Potentially. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Damn.
Yeah.
And so this is early on, and since then, have you had any sort of injury, roadblocks, like of that nature?
Not as long as that. You know, I had a neck injury a couple of years ago.
That's a serious one.
It is, yeah. I had to pull out of a world title fight because of it, and I was obviously sucked. But, you know, it took the recovery time. It was probably a good 6 months of recovery.
What was the injury?
It was protruding disc in my neck.
Shit.
Yeah.
How do you treat that?
A lot of rehab, yeah, a lot of time. That's definitely the number one thing with neck injuries is time, you know, but I've overcame that as well. You know, as most fighters, we all go through injuries. Like the hand was more severe because it was at the start of my career.
Right.
Kind of thought it was over, as I say, before it started, but anything else is just adversity that all fighters go through, you know. Some won't even say what they're going through, but
Sure.
yeah.
Who introduced you to MMA?
Who introduced me to MMA? It was just my friends in school. We were just watching it.
What era is this?
This was, so the first big fight that I can remember being like fully invested as an MMA fan was Silva versus Sonnen 2.
Oh.
So would that be maybe 11 years ago or
UFC
something like that?
148. Crazy, right?
Let's go.
It was in July of 2011. No. 2010.
Could be.
ESP 2012? No, 2012.
Uh-huh.
2011 was 127. Yeah, 2012.
That was well done.
Okay.
That was well done.
So 2012 is 12 years ago.
Yeah.
And why that one?
I think the storyline got me invested. You know, I'd started watching it, you know, me and my mates were staying up and we were watching it late at night, whatever. But I think that was the first one that there was like a storyline that got me like invested, which is kind of funny because I always think of that whenever I'm promoting fights. I always think about it's all storyline.
Yeah.
You know, it's all story, and that was what got me invested first of all, you know, and then ever since that, it's just been everything.
So that's interesting because you're not a Chael Sonnen like personality. You're somewhat soft-spoken, although, you know, like with the Patty stuff, like we've seen, like you will talk shit if need be, right? So I like that. You can respect that there is showmanship involved, right? There is
showmanship, but I think with me, it's definitely like a Chael level, but it's more I try to just keep it like, you asked me the question about Pimlet, I just give you what I actually thought.
Yeah.
And that's just how I'm always going to do it. You know, I'm not going to be creating fake beefs and stuff like that. Like, I think people see through that.
Yeah,
you know, and over some time, people just kind of go, right, he's a fucking bullshitter. Do you know what I mean? I just like to keep it real enough, you know?
Did you hear from him after all of that?
No.
Did the opportunity to fight him like kind of fester in your mind and
Nah, at the end of the day, like the UFC or PFL, like the fight would never happen because I would just beat the bollocks out of him, to be honest. That is the case though, as I said in the comment that you pulled up in the show, I would beat him with one hand, like. But anyway, like that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. Is there a fight that inspires you like that in PFL? Is there a guy?
Yes.
There is?
Yes.
And who would that be?
It's part of the plan.
Come on.
It's part of the 2023
Really?
or the 2024 plan. There's a plan. Trust me, I didn't come here to just make no noise or to just take easy fights. I came here to fucking take over and to change the game in the PFL. Truly, Ariel, that's what I came here to do. Tournaments, but this year as well, I've got a 1-year plan, I've got a 3-year plan, and a 5-year plan. And the 1-year plan, people are going to see after June 22nd, whenever I knock this guy out, who I call for next.
Okay. And can I just ask, why not say it now?
Because I want to keep it in the cage.
Okay,
you know?
fair
I
enough.
want to keep it.
You will say it on the mic afterwards.
Say it on the mic.
We have seen some guys sign with PFL and Bellator, a lot of buzz, and the debut doesn't quite live up to the hype, right? They stumble, you know, they've signed some big names. Do you think of that sort of thing? I'm not saying it's going to happen to you, but for some reason, it always feels like they put all their eggs in this basket and the debut doesn't quite go as planned.
I want all the pressure. That's why I said, give me this guy, give me Pitbull, give me this. I want all the pressure because that's when I perform. You know, I've been in high pressure situations in my Cage Warriors career. I've fought all the best guys and I've done the biggest events they've ever done and the biggest fights and some of the best fights that they've ever done. So I'm no stranger to the big nights or to the pressure. And there's just seems to be some sort of thing. The bigger the pressure of the night, the better I perform. The more eyes on it, the better I perform. So that's what I want. I want them to give me it all, you know?
I love it. And just to be clear, you won't be a part of PFL Europe, right? Next season? You're like part of the real...
Oh yeah, I'm here for the millie. I'm here for the millie, Ariel.
Yeah, and so fighting in the States. I hope you get to fight in some places where there's a big Irish
For sure.
contingency.
For sure. Hopefully more East Coast cards.
Exactly.
You know, I've got some good friends here. I've got some people that, like, I'll be bringing crowds to the US shows as well. You know, 100%. You know, and on that, like, I actually realized that because I'm going to be doing the next 2 tournaments, they're going to be stateside.
Yeah.
So I just realized this next fight is going to be the first or the last time I fight at home in potentially like 2-3 years.
Wow.
You know, it's kind of weird because I'm used to fighting in the UK and Europe, you know, and Ireland. So if anything, it should be. That's why I want to put on an even bigger show at home, you know. So anybody watching, get the tickets, you know, because I am going to put on a spectacle there, 100%.
So does that mean the last 2 aren't going to be in Europe this year if all goes to plan?
One could be, and then I'm hoping for that end of year card in the PFL as well.
Okay. So 155. I'm trying to honestly. I want to know who this guy is that you have the beef with. But there's
June 22nd.
There's Bellator guys to choose. There's too many guys now to pick from. Like I can't think of the whole talent pool. Is it a Bellator guy or a PFL guy?
See,
I tried to get you.
I know what you're like. I know what you're like.
So big. It's a big time for Irish MMA. Connor's back too. How do you feel about the return?
Oh, it's great to see. It's good to see him back. You know, hopefully. You see, the thing is, I've got this question a lot. Obviously, McGregor's the man. You know, he inspired me coming up, but I also trained with Chandler.
Oh,
in
yes,
Killcliff.
that's right.
And Chandler is just the best guy. He's just the nicest guy ever.
Yeah.
So, I can't root against Chandler
Oh, my
either. Do you know what
gosh.
I mean? But I love McGregor too.
Of course.
So, I just hope that MMA wins that night.
You're staying neutral on the fence.
Staying neutral.
Man, do you train with Chandler?
Yeah.
He seems like the kind of guy, I don't know this one way or the other, but who enjoys helping out the younger guys in the gym. Yeah. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
And so he'll be there just now, right? Are you going to stay till the end of camp?
I'll be there for 4 or 5 weeks, so I'll be there for a good part of his camp. Yeah.
Okay. Golly. Did you hear from Connor when you signed this deal?
No.
Okay. No. All right, so now you're Team Chandler. Forget him.
I'm Team Chandler. And
the
Team
Black
McGregor.
Forge dinner wasn't good enough, huh? You didn't like it. Did you have the steak on the stone? Did I ask you this?
No, I had a steak sandwich. It was good. You've been?
I've been once. Yeah, I was there when I went to
place.
the Katie Taylor fight.
Okay.
In her debut last May. The steak on the stone was something else. Honestly.
Yeah.
Have you ever had steak on the stone?
I haven't actually.
Do you know what it is?
I know it's of course, yeah.
I've never even heard of it.
Oh, really?
I'm not a connoisseur, but like they bring out the piece of meat and it just cooks in front of you. Oh, it was fantastic.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Oh man, and he walks around there. He's like the mayor of the place, shaking, and they're playing his hihighlights on loop on the TV.
That. I love that. They're playing the highlights on loop. I think that's pretty cool.
Oh my god, it's like his own little like cathedral.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, I hope they sell out for you. Any sense of how the ticket sales are going?
I have no idea, to be honest. I haven't even been paying attention. I've just been focusing on my craft.
Yeah. But I mean, those cards are. I've seen. I've been there twice. I was there for the Brandao fight, which till this day is the greatest crowd that I've ever witnessed for an MMA, and that's only like 9,000 people, 10 max, right?
Yeah.
Never experienced anything like it, and then of course the Katie debut. When I say debut, I mean like her homecoming, her return. Are you a Katie Taylor fan?
Oh, how couldn't it be?
How could you not
She
be,
is
right?
an absolute icon. Like, honestly, she just makes me proud to be Irish. Do you know what I mean? It's that kind of level, like how she carries herself, how she's performed. She's just the best.
Have you ever met her?
Never met her.
Never met her.
Love
She's
her.
unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
She trains nearby here in Connecticut.
Oh, really?
A couple hours
There
away.
you are.
That's where she does her camp, and now she's fighting on this Jake Paul Mike Tyson card.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
That's good. I like that. You know, people can say what they want about the main event. That it's whatever. But I mean, there's going to be more eyes on Katie Taylor, women's boxing.
Huge.
And not only that, Serrano too. Like, the first fight was unreal.
Unreal.
It was incredible. Like, it truly, truly was. So it's good that they have more eyes.
Yeah, imagine telling someone that Katie Taylor from Bray County, like 10, 15 years ago, would be fighting at AT&T Stadium where the Cowboys play, 60, 70,000 people on a Mike Tyson, Jake Paul. As crazy as that is, it's a huge, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And even if you don't like the main event, shut it off after that fight, because that is a proper... that's the greatest fight in women's boxing history.
100%.
So I hope that people will support her and go watch it. I hope they support you. Absolutely. This is great stuff, man. I'm really, really happy for you. Great job with the promos and everything that you're doing. You need to do that sort of thing, especially in this day and age. Like, not only what the PFL did, but what you did as well after the fact. Sorry it was so stressful on the night.
Here we got there. We got there. And look, here we are now. The deal is done. We've got a fight booked. I've got some good things ahead of me. So honestly, I'm on top of the world. Like,
Amazing.
Yeah.
By the way, do you have your sponsors? Because, they only let you have like one or two, right?
They let you have two.
Two.
Yeah.
Do you have those lined
I
up
have
yet?
one, so I have room for one more if anybody's
Okay.
listening,
All right. Come to the table, guys. You can go through me or Tim. It's either or.
Ariel doesn't take a percentage.
That's right. Tim, clean up your act. Thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate it. And you're flying out tonight.
Flying out tonight.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a time. Florida's great, though. Isn't it amazing?
I like a bit of sun, We
sun.
don't get too much of it in Ireland, so.
You know yourself, Paul. You know yourself.
You know yourself.
There he is, Paul Hughes, the latest and newest addition and perhaps most exciting addition to the PFL/Bellator roster, PFLator as people are calling them now. June 22nd, 3 Arena, his debut at that arena and for PFL/Bellator against Bobby King co-main event.
Yes, sir.
Jason Jackson. Jason Jackson's also a Kill Cliff guy.
Yep.
That's right, yes.
One of the best guys I've ever trained with.
Is he?
Incredible.
As a human being or as a fighter?
Both.
Both.
Great
Seems
guy,
like a great guy.
incredible training partner.
The Pride of Jamaica. He will be defending his title in the main event. Nice little card that they're putting together, so I'm looking forward to that and delighted that you were able to come in. Thank you so much for
My
this.
absolute pleasure.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. We're going to take a quick break. In a matter of seconds, or moments, I should say, we'll be joined by Alexandre Pantoja, who had a great win on Saturday. Did you watch that? No, you were at Andrew Schultz, right?
I was at Andrew Schultz.
Yeah. But we will get to him at 4:30, so small break. We'll be right back. For now, though, here is my recent conversation with the aforementioned Michael Chandler. Last guest of the day. There he is, Michael Chandler, June 29th.
What's up, Ariel?
Headliner. How are you, sir?
73 days, but who's counting?
Wow.
73 days.
70. That is amazing. That is nothing, by the way. That is a quick turnaround from the time it's announced to the time the fight happens, right?
It's really not, I mean, I found out, I've known for months, obviously, that we've been targeting June 29th. I haven't really talked much about it. And obviously we've had it inked for a little while and, just kept my little mouth shut and kept training, kept my head down. And then, I knew they were going to announce it after. And the way that Dana White announced the biggest fight of the last decade, possibly, with Conor coming back and all that stuff, was on a piece of paper. So,
Yes.
Man, it was pretty funny.
Okay, so you say funny. Okay, I did like a 1 hour glowing, like I was showering the UFC and Dana White with praise. Everyone says, "Oh, you don't." The top of my show on Monday was me just saying that was the greatest ever, and they nailed it. And I said, "Can I offer one small critique?" I think the return of Conor McGregor against you, a fight that we've been talking about deserves a little bit more than a piece of paper. Deserves a promo on the ESPN broadcast, on ABC, on the pay-per-view, something. You weren't bothered by this? You didn't think that it needed a little bit more of an oomph?
I actually thought it was a baller move, honestly. I think, because we've had it done, it's, if they wanted to do that, they would have.
Yeah.
I think something like that on the UFC 300 broadcast would take away from UFC 300, right? All of a sudden, everybody's like, oh, forget, halfway through the card, forget the next couple fights. Everybody starts talking about, the big fight that everyone's been doing, and I think Dana's pretty romantic and nostalgic about what he has built, and he built up UFC 300 to be the greatest card, and it delivered. And honestly, I'm glad they didn't, man. Let those guys and gals have their shine. Let UFC 300 be its thing. And what you realize, too, about the UFC, as big as they are, too, that doesn't mean everything needs to be bigger and bigger. Sometimes simple is just, it's sweet. It was funny. It was cool. And I knew it was coming. I was watching the post-fight press conference. I was about to do an appearance, and all of a sudden, the piece of paper came in, and I'm like, this has got to be it. And I never once had the thought like, oh, man, I want a big promo, or I want flashing lights and stuff. Man, a fight's a fight, and obviously it's a huge fight, and I think the way that they did it was kind of baller because it was the exact opposite of what you and everyone else expected.
Okay, fair enough. Could I ask, when did you sign?
A couple weeks ago.
Okay. And so once that happened, did you know that he had already signed too?
Well, I was expecting one guy is notorious for, and then one guy's like, yeah, give me the contract, I'm going to sign it. And that's not just the Conor fight. That was Dan Hooker and my beginning of my UFC run all the way through. It's like, give me the opponent, give me the date, give me the contract, check the numbers, check everything. We're good. Sign it. Done. Get to work. So yeah, I knew Conor had already signed it. because obviously they're going to go through him first or go to him first, and then I'll sign it. So I signed it.
Was 185 ever discussed?
It was discussed, but obviously it didn't really make sense. You know, it's one of those things where I love it. I love that the fight's at 170. I love that it's 5 rounds. I love the prospect of it being at 185. To me, 185, 170, 155, it's the exact same training camp. I just get to eat a little bit. I would have ate a little bit more at 185.
Okay, back on the program. Thank you very much to Michael Chandler a few weeks ago. Thank you to Paul Big News Hughes. Love that nickname. That is a great nickname. And that promo was great. In fact, let's play the promo. I gave them a shout out. I enjoyed it. We didn't play it with the sound. This is how they announced that Paul Hughes had signed with the PFL. There was a lot of talk, regarding your contract.
Is it fame that I'm looking for? Is it money?
And so I'm just wondering, do you have offers on the table from other promotions?
And I had a new deep dive, and it's all that I've been thinking about in the last 6 months.
But do you have a top choice in your mind? Is there a place where you want to go if everything was the same? If all the offers, all the opportunities were the same, is there one place that you would rather go above the others?
It's my time.
Yeah, that is good stuff. I like that. Well done to everyone involved. A few other things to discuss before we get to Alexandre Pantoja, the reigning defending UFC flyweight champion. As we mentioned briefly in the Dan Hardy interview, congratulations to Matt Brown, who announced his retirement on Saturday morning, and it was in the most Matt Brown-like way. He just put out a tweet. I think we have it. Yeah, there it is, where he just basically said, like, yeah, I'm done, guys. I'm out of here. It was awesome. It was quintessential Immortal One. And he also mentioned that he'll be speaking about it on the Fighter versus Writer podcast with Damon Martin of MMA Fighting, and that I do believe will come out tomorrow. So look out for that. Well done, Matt Brown. Some big news out of the world of wrestling, both collegiate, Olympic, and pro wrestling. Remember Gable Steveson, who won the Olympic gold medal in the 2021 games, which is dubbed the 2020 games, but they happened in 2021 in Tokyo. And obviously the national champion, heavyweight national champion out of the University of Minnesota, signed to WWE, was a massive deal for them. A part of NXT. They made a big deal at WrestleMania a couple years ago when he signed. They announced over the weekend that he had been released from WWE. And so now there's a lot of questions as to why he was released and a lot of questions as to where he goes from here. And lucky enough for us, we'll get the answer to those questions because I can tell you that Gable Steveson will be joining us in studio on Wednesday's program. Very much looking forward to that. Yeah, Frank, breaking news. Gable Steveson, the pride of the University of Minnesota, the Olympic gold medalist, and now former WWE developmental star. He'll be joining us right over there on Wednesday to explain what happened and where he goes from here. Wednesday will be a fun show. Anthony Smith scheduled to join us. Mike Perry scheduled to join us. And in addition to Gable Steveson in studio, we'll also be joined not in studio, but on the program by Corey Sandhagen, who was officially announced today on August the 3rd, will in fact fight Umar Nurmagomedov in the Abu Dhabi Fight Night main event. So they are going to try to run that one back 363 days after they were first scheduled to fight last August in Nashville. They really want Corey to fight Umar, and so they're making it happen. And that's going to be a fun day for combat sports. That's also the same day as the Riyadh season card in America, headlined by Terrence Crawford versus Israel Madrimov. How do we feel about the glasses situation now? We're 3.5 hours in. Have people? Let me ask.
We've seen people unsubscribe.
People have unsubscribed, yeah.
And then the lens crafters subscriptions have gone up.
See, the problem is now I look at the chat and I'm like completely like this, right?
Yeah, and do you also have like your screen brightness up higher?
You think that's a problem?
Oh, because we could see the glow.
Yeah, it looks like you almost have like a light on you.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I don't believe you guys.
All right. Well, continue to not use the glasses.
Do you? Is there a difference now? I just made it like 75% less.
But shout out to taking the laptop off the case. Everything's nice and cool now.
Everything's a little cooler. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do one thing at a time, though. Like when you make a change, let's try one, and then you're just going all out. Like let's turn up the brightness, let's lose the case, let's lose the glasses.
No, it is better. I totally screwed up. I wanted to do the darts with Dan and Veronica. We ran out of time, so I apologize for that. But I can let you know in a couple weeks' time, speaking of the darts, and we need to up our game, the great teenage sensation Luke Littler will be joining us in studio before the MSG Theater debut in early June, same day as 302. Luke Littler, Luke the Nuke in studio, guys. Doesn't get any bigger than that. But I am very excited about our next guest. 302 coming up, 301 in the books. Our next guest was the headliner. He got a chance to defend his belt in his home country for the first time. What an opportunity for him. What a fight as well. We're talking to the reigning defending UFC flyweight champion, the one and only Alexandre Pantoja, who is kind enough to join us right now from Rio. Wow, what a scene. This is beautiful. Is this one of those fake backgrounds? Is this a real thing behind you? What's going on here?
Nah, that's not fake, bro.
Oh, my.
That's the best view all the world. It's nice to talk to you, Ariel. And especially because after my title defense in here, Brazil, that's my town. That's Arraial do Cabo. That's who everyone here. I'm talking about that city, Arraial do Cabo. That's where I'm from, and I love that. I love to come to that place today, and I have a couple of days here in Brazil, Rio. I can relax and feel the vibe, feel the where I'm from, And everybody, I bring my first coach. He's from Arraial do Cabo. I go with him to he go to my corner, and he represent everyone helping me to come to that place, to that moment, And that's so cool. Be here, talk to you from that's beautiful.
Oh, it's amazing.
I'm super happy.
Yes, and thank you so much for joining us just 2 days after your title defense. Can you now describe what it was like being in front?
Look at me. I'm very good,
You look great. You look fantastic. What was it like being at home as champion? First time getting an opportunity to do this. Can you describe the emotions, the feelings that you were experiencing all week and especially on Saturday?
It's huge. It's huge, especially because about Brazilians. We saw emotion. We have all the support, and people from Brazil don't like the second place. We try to, because that is so emotional. We want the victory. That's so hard to place to you. Grow up to you like a icon for everyone, and especially right now, I think that's hard because I'm too traditional, I think that, I have my wife, I protect my kids, and I don't know if the world wants to see that right now, but that's who I am, and but for me right now, that's I can imagine, I don't know if a lot of champs can do that, defend his belt in his own city. That's huge, and I feel the pressure, I have a very good mentality, but I can say I not feel that, I feel the pressure. I feel that's I need to win, that's hard when you feel that you need to win. You need but I think all that helped me to that fight because Erceg don't come to lose, that's crazy, because this guy is the real dude, I'm a good fighter, I'm fight for a long time. And the first time I see Erceg, I talk with the guy. This guy is real good, he's so strong. I want him move to bantamweight because he's too strong, And next fight I fight with him, that's so crazy. And that's so amazing because I have the opportunity to fight with a prospect guy. I have 27 years from Australia. Huge opponent, come from 11 victories. I watch he lost, and I don't think he lose that fight, And for me, he have a perfect record, and I beat him. That's so nice. I'm defending my belt in my hometown with a huge opponent. I talk with the hunter, Mick, everyone. Think to me, bring that fight for me, because that's why I'm here. I'm here to fight with the best fight all the world, and that's why my first title is from Brando Moreno from Mexico, and then Rival from US, American guy, and then Australian. That's so cool, and that's it. I think it is. I watched the fight again. I love the watch. I'm very critical with myself after the fight. I think 100 things about, and my wife say, "No, you're doing amazing job. Watch the fight, and you're gonna understand what I talk to you." And I did that, and I watched the fight. I'm scored 4-1 for me. I have 17 professional years, in that sport, and I'm very critical with myself, and I score 4-1 for me. I know how to play. People don't understand that, but that's a beautiful game. That's MMA. That's how I'm scored the game. And I think that fight is very interesting. How you think, how you watch
Okay.
that fight.
Yeah, no, there's a lot that I want to say. First of all, congratulations on the win. Before I tell you about what I think about the fight, I was going to ask you if Steve was tougher than you thought he would be, but it sounds like you respected him really a lot going, he wasn't a big name. He was 10th ranked, but it sounds like you really respected him going into this fight. Is that fair?
That's me. That's how I work, That's how I did it. And I think because I respect him, I can win him, because he's a very tough opponent. Now I have opportunity to watch Erceg with some top 5 name, and it's going to be very interesting. This guy going to make a lot of noise in that division, He's huge for that division. He's very strong, very athletic. And I want to see him versus Rival. I want to see that fight, Two very tall guys. Rival have a very good skills in jiu-jitsu and softball. And Erceg have a lot of good combos, very good mix. Have a good striking, have a good jiu-jitsu. He can defend my positions in the ground. It's gonna be very interesting. And right now, that's why I'm talking about that, because that's my third fight in last 1 year. I make 15 rounds in last 1 year. I make 75 minutes in the octagon. That's huge, yeah. And I love all my 3 last fights. For the titles. I love watching Pantoja and Moreno. That's so amazing fight. I love watching me versus Rival. That's so technical. I make 5-0. And then we have Pantoja versus Erceg in Rio. Amazing fight. I watched the fight this morning, and I love what I watch. Very interesting fight. You see, I tried to finish him a couple of times in the first round. He's so tough. He back for me, and I'm super glad I'm super proud with myself.
2 of the judges had a 2-2 going into the 5th. Are you surprised to learn this?
Yeah, and I watched the guys score in the last round is 2-2, yeah, and I didn't score that, because my corner, Erceg corner, everybody understand the fight. You scored 3-0 for me, and then, but that that's what I talk to you. I have 17 professional years. I know how to score that game, but sometimes the judges do different, and that's why I need to more. That's why I need to try to. I'll do my best, my best. That's why I do it Saturday. I make a good show for everyone. People who like to fight, like MMA, enjoy my fights. That's why. That's me make very happy.
There have been some people who have said if he didn't go for the takedown late, maybe he would have stole that 5th round, and maybe he would have stole the fight. What do you make of this?
I think that's a beautiful transition I had.
That was beautiful.
I love that. Yeah, because how quick I changed the angle. How quick I take that decision for, and that's make me won that night. And I have all that. I'm score the second round. I don't know. He have good moments, but I'm taking him down twice. I have very good moments in the ground. He have 2 elbows, Ariel. Of course, the 4th round he won. I agree with that. That's the round I recompose myself. have blood in my eyes, and I'm playing the game. I have huge opponents in UFC. Everybody's so tough, so dangerous. And but you know that's how I scored that game.
How did you deal with the blood? Seeing you get cut open, and then it's all over your face, and you guys are grappling and on the ground, and it's everywhere, and it's slippery. How
tough.
How tough was it?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I have a good face to cut. I don't know because I have so many fights.
Right.
I have I think is 34 in the MMA. I have like a 20, 25 in the Muay Thai. I have a lot in the gyms, and I have to. That's it. Yeah, but that's not something I know about. Blood. I like blood. That's not a big problem for me. But of course, when you fight, blood like a oil. It's very sweating. But that's so nice because when he cut my head and I put his down, I start to try to stop the bleeding. In the moment of the fight. In the moment the fight happen, I start to stop the bleed, and it's still fighting. But that's how my mental is working. I know what I need to do. It's so hard when you're the champ. And right now I think I'm just the first champ who have two. Makhachev had two title defense, but I have two. O'Malley have one. Topuria just take the belt. Yeah, Makhachev have two, and then you have Leon with one. Duplessis, all new champions.
Yeah.
This game is gonna be hard and hard and hard. It's very very hard you defend your belt, especially with a prospect like Erceg coming with nothing to lose to Rio, and hard sport.
What was cool about it? It was cool that the event was built around you, but also to see you with the legends all week. Jose Aldo and current legend Alex Pereira. Also, I believe the football legend Zico, you were with him as well, right? Like to see you get that kind of love from Brazil and from the Brazilian legends, that must have felt amazing for you after all these years, right?
And it's so hard you be a good idol in Brazil because you have so much talent. You have, like you say right now, Charles, Aldo, Anderson, and soccer players. You have so many. That's hard, and especially because in Brazil you have 200 million people in maybe just one sport now, and the second one maybe UFC, MMA, but you just have soccer here. That's so confused. It's hard to create something in MMA. It's hard to be an idol, especially because I think right now I'm too traditional. My lifestyle is too traditional. About myself. I'm super humble, staying home, take care about my kids. That's why I'm working. That's my legacy. It's not about my fighter, but when I die, I want my kids to remember everything I do for both. I try to be immortal.
Did your family attend the event?
Just my wife. My kids have school. About the school in US. Right now it's like a last month for school.
Right.
And kids need to stay. If he comes too busy for me.
Sure. What about family in Brazil?
That's the best. Yeah. I'm here in Arraial do Cabo. That's my city. That's where I'm from. My mom here, my brothers, and everyone. My wife Gabriela come to Brazil to support me. He's part of the team, and I have her. Is like a special because he helped me all the process. Helping with the food to my head and everything. I don't have like a psychologo or nothing about that. I think that's part is for my coaches, my wife. And I think these people understand more about me because someone don't know anything about me.
Yeah. I loved everything about the fight. I thought it was a brilliant fight. It was a fun back and forth war. The one thing I didn't like, can I tell you the one thing I didn't like was that you had to tell the crowd not to leave on the microphone. They should have. What is that all about?
I'm so embarrassed about that.
Why?
I'm so embarrassed about that. Because it's not about the peoples, I don't, I need to forget that things about,
Yeah.
just speech, something I want, and forget the people, forget the crowd, forget the haters, forget everyone, I talked earlier with Matt Serra, and he talked about he loved to watch my fight, and that's why I fight. I fight for that people. I fight for people like Matt Serra. He enjoy my work. He understand what's happening there. That's why I'm happy. I talking about something. When I back to my gym, America Top 10, my teammates everybody love to watch my fight. Everybody understand what's happening in the octagon. That's why I'm fighting. I'm fight for that people. I don't fight to the haters. Haters just wait a moment to put all hate in you. I forget the guys and just enjoy. I see a lot of comments about he have more damage in Pantoja. Look at my face, look at my face. Yeah, he have two. He train. Of course, Erceg is very good, very talented, but he throwing 2 elbows and cut me. That's blood. But that's what you do. You blood. You know. But when I start to learn something about that, I just forget. This guy don't know nothing he talking about. And that's it. I'm super proud about myself.
What about you? I don't know if you posted it, but definitely it was posted online. An old photo of you and Jose Aldo from back in the day when you had the RFA belt.
That's cool.
And now to be the main event over him after he looked so good in the co-main event, I'm sure that must have given you some motivation walking out for your fight after seeing what he did. Were you able to see any of it as you were preparing for yours, or were you so locked in that you didn't even notice his fight?
Now you can did you watch Aldo when he's fight,
Yeah.
I'm in the locker room and celebration with all punches, and when the fight's over, I feel that's my time and that's all perfect, and that's so cool because my mother-in-law says something about he gonna give you the crowd, and that did it happen after the fight. I meet him in the lobby and he put the crowd in my head and say, now you're the new king and something about that. And that's so cool, I respect so much Aldo. Everything he does it. And he's a true champion, I love him, he's like me, very family. He take care about the people, take care about his coaches, his friend. And I think that's how I want everybody remember about myself.
My friend and colleague Guilherme Cruz, who's a reporter for MMA Fighting, told me that at the beginning of the press conference, you had mentioned in Portuguese a potential fight against Demetrius Johnson, but I think the translator wasn't there yet, so we didn't hear it in English. Did you mention you wanted to fight Demetrius Johnson, and if so, can you expand on that? What did you say?
Yeah, he's the GOAT, How I can say that, not say that, I think right now, after 2 title defense, I can speak a little bit about that, because I have a huge respect for Demetrius Johnson, I can try to compare myself with him, and I think right now I can say something, I have more coins to put on the table, and I think that's a dream for me. That I don't like to say I have dreams because I want to leave everything I have in my life. I think leave is better to dream, But if I dream with something, it's fight with Demetrius Johnson, I have all respect for him. If he don't want to fight, maybe I go to the gym and train with him. I make a hard sparring. I don't know. But I have so much respect for him. I have in my gym Kyoji Uriguchi and Adriano Moraes. For me, 2 of the best flyweights all the world. Of course, you have a lot of 100 names in my gym. A lot of names people don't know about. But I thought I take these 2 eyes, Kyoji Uriguchi and Adriano Moraes, because everybody know about 2 legends in the sport. And I love sparring with that guys, so high levels. And with Dimitri, and I trained before with Cejudo. For me, it's very special. I'm here to that, to compete with the best on the world, But I don't know if Demetrius Johnson thinking about that because I don't know about the contracts, but this is not about me. I don't care about that. But what I think is Demetrius Johnson, I think he can do it with he did before, because the new names in the division and the MMA is so different year after year, so different. The game has changed everything, I don't know if he can do the same. It's like if you question Anderson Silva want to fight with Vitor Belfort again, he don't want to fight because he can did that kick again, or Conor McGregor with Jose Aldo. He can repeat that the exhibition. I think Demetrius Johnson can did that again. And that's why I think he could not come back. But it's gonna be a pressure, a dream for me fight with him. I don't know about contract. That's not about me, but of course.
That would be a dream. That would be the dream fight, right? There's no bigger fight at 125 than DJ.
No, but I have a very excited division right now. I think Erceg is a big name right now. Everybody respect him now, and you have Makhachev, you have Almiro Basi, Moreno, Rival, Manel Capi, Alex Perez just knocked out Matheus Nicolau. That's so nice. I feel the flyweights have a better moment right now.
He posted on his YouTube channel, Demetrius. I don't know if you saw a poll: who wins, Demetrius or Pantoja? He posted this, so I don't know. Maybe he's trying to figure out. But you want me to tell you what the results are?
Nah.
Okay. The people voted.
Good. No, say that.
30,000 votes on this poll. 30,000 people voted.
Cool.
Do you want me to tell you what they voted, or do you not want to know?
Say that. No, say yeah, for us.
Are you sure?
Yeah, come on, let's go.
I just clicked on it now. I didn't even know the results. I saw the poll. It says
voted?
I didn't vote. I didn't vote.
Yeah.
Actually, I clicked on you just to know the results. For the record, I clicked on you. 4% for Pantoja, 96% for Demetrius Johnson.
That's nice.
What?
That's not so bad. That's not so bad. I have a real respect, and what he did, I think is nobody can do it right now. The game is changed, MMA is changed. I think after Volkanovski, nobody have more like a lot of title defense. That's so hard to do it.
One day they will say 50-50.
Of course, if you want high level competing, you need to fight in UFC. That's everybody know about that. I respect the guy go to your show right now. I think he's signing with another promotion.
Yeah, Paul Hughes. Yeah.
But if I'm that guy, I'm young like him. Doesn't matter if UFC gonna pay less for me. I want to show. You can make your money in UFC. You can create that. That's what I think.
Okay, I respect that, and
you agree with me?
I agree with you. Yeah, I mean the ceiling is much higher. Maybe that's why I asked him. Right now, maybe more money with other promotion, but with UFC, if you are a star in UFC, there's more money star in UFC than star in any other
big
promotion.
Opportunity. You need to follow your opportunities. Yeah,
of course.
You need that opportunity for fighting UFC. The big MMA show in all the world. UFC is so incredible. I tell it for everyone. I fight in UFC. I like to go watch UFC in the arena. That's so magical. That the atmosphere of the arena. Sometimes you go to cheer.
Yeah, cheer.
When you support someone, you go to support someone, and then in the middle of the fight, you start to change. Because the guy start to fight real hard with his heart, and this is happening in the arena. You can feel that. That's amazing show. I love to fight UFC. He take care about his athletes. I see Dustin say something about with Saba. What's happened with Saba?
Yeah.
And UFC take care about all the fighters. About the magical stuffs and everything. I'm a huge fan. I love the company. I love what he do for everybody working there.
So now,
everyone,
of course. So now you want to take a bit of a break. When do you want to return?
Oh yeah, I don't know. After the fight, I say I'm retired. Because so tired. I say no. Yeah, I'm done. But right now, I went back to the gym. I went to training. Because I'm 34 right now. I need to enjoy my time. And this guy is so young, coming with everything. I need to enjoy the time, But I think December is maybe is a good date for I'm back. Take 1 month off, back to the gym, and then. But what I think right now is time to flyweight division start to shake. Let's shake that division. Everybody know who's the champ. I improve. And let's see. You have very good matchups to working. I just want to enjoy my time, make some fight guesses, maybe travel for the work. Enjoy this position. What I deserve.
And who do you think is the front runner realistically to be next for you? Because you fought, like you mentioned, Royval.
Everybody know about.
Who?
Yeah, everybody know about. Yeah, you have Royval, you have Amir Abbas. He have a great opportunity, but he have an injury and needed like make some steps back. I have an injury before, and when everybody remember when this after I'm finished Royval the first time, DC in the center of the octagon. I'm talking about Moreno, and at that point, UFC called me, but I have my injury in my knee, and then say no. I need to. Just make my surgery. I can't fight for the title. And what I try to say is, it's time to watch everyone the division. Everybody watch the champion defend his belt twice in the last 1 year. Now it's my time to watch everyone fight. Let's put I don't know, Royval and Erceg, Almir Abbas with Makhachev. You have very good matchups to work. And I agree that time. I agree now. I deserve that time.
Yeah, I agree as well. Are you gonna have a lot of acai over there in Brazil? Have you? My favorite.
I didn't start to eat acai right now.
Come on.
Yeah, with the powder milk.
Yeah. No, I like the Brazilian
powder milk.
Yes, the with the guarana,
Yeah,
with the
but
guarana.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, because it's sweet.
Yeah, what's power milk?
It's a baby power milk.
Really?
You don't hear about that?
No.
Bro. Because they have a specific company doing that.
What's it called? What's the company?
That's so amazing. The name of the product, I think, is like a. I'm gonna say in Portuguese, and you can check it out. Like leite ninho, like a milk ninho.
Oh my god!
But it's something like a.
This sounds incredible.
Max Holloway talk something about that, bro.
Can I get it in America? Do they sell it in America too, or it's not the same?
In Florida, because I don't know, because Florida is half Brazilian.
Yeah.
You have in Walmart, Publix, in all America, you have that. I don't know if you can find in your place, but
oh my gosh,
yeah, bro,
I didn't know about that. I only thought about guarana.
Try to go in America Top Team, brother.
Okay.
This gym is so amazing. I like to talk about America Top Team. You haven't been there?
The old one I went to, not the new one. I went to the old gym. The new gym looks amazing.
It's amazing. It's like a PI in Florida, It's a amazing building. I don't know how many square feet, but it's huge, And you have the best of the best fighters of the world every day working there. That's how I work, That's where Carla Harrison come from, Dustin Masvidal, Renato Moicano, and so many fighters,
Yeah.
And I like all the time say thank you to Dan Lambert, because why he did that for he created America Top Team, and all MMA's fans need to respect that, but not like MMA fans need to give you I don't know, claps for Dan Lambert, because he creates something is like a change the MMA, because America Top Team is a huge company. You have the best coaches there. You have the best athletes from MMA. You have Russians, you have Japanese, you have Brazilians, you have American, and everybody there works so hard. Pahumpa, the best coach, he gonna win this year. I can bet that, he's gonna win with an unanimous decision, And why I say that, because you have Pahumpa and you have the best coaches, you have the best athletes. Everybody works so hard. And what I say about Pahumpa, because after my main event, he have Zé Colmeia right now with Derek Lewis. He's another main event. And after that main event, he have Edson Barbosa, another main event. That's Pahumpa coaches. Everybody respect him in the gym. Know how hard he's worked for his fighters. You can take Pahumpa. He have like 10 fights. He won 9. That's what he doing right now. You see Almir, Arman, Renato Moicano, myself, it's like a huge.
You guys are killing it. You guys are killing it, and you are killing it, my friend. Congratulations, parabéns on the win.
Obrigado.
Amazing fight, amazing scene. Very happy that you got the opportunity to headline back home, and enjoy your time off. Enjoy the fruits of your labor, as they say, and looking forward to when you return later on this year.
Thanks so much, Ariel, to open your space, and it's always good to talk to you. And come to America Top Team.
I will be there. I would love to be there. Thank you. Enjoy. There he is, the champ. Alexandre Pantoja. What a guy. How can you not love him? What a lovely fellow. And very cool that he got that opportunity to fight back home. And not just fight back home, but get an opportunity to fight as the champion in the headliner. It was a nice story. This guy, Pantoja, he debuted in the UFC in January of 2017. January of 2017. Now, of course, there was a little stretch there where, the pandemic kind of screwed things up for everyone. But that was his first fight in Brazil as a member of the UFC. Crazy. Luckily enough for him, not a lot of Apex fights, because he fought on the December 2019 card. Then he fought on the Fight Island card, well, one of them, in July of 2020. Then there was one Apex. Then there was two Apex. But then the rest was all pay-per-view. 277 in Dallas, 290 last summer, December 16th card, 296, and then 301. Great stretch for Alexandre Pantoja. All right, so that's 301. A couple other things to mention. Obviously, in the world of boxing, massive news regarding Ryan Garcia. I did speak to him on Friday. He was in great form at the weigh-ins. Currently tested positive, according to VADA, for Osterin, which is a supplement. A substance that has been found in supplements, a story and a substance that we have heard in MMA, probably most notably with Sean O'Malley, recently with Daniel Rodriguez. Also, there's unconfirmed reports that nandrolone was found in a test that was conducted on April 19th, which is the day before his Devin Haney fight. The two Austrian tests were April 19th and 20th. All the other tests were negative, so we'll see how this plays out for him. It would make the rematch gigantic. If it comes out that he is in fact guilty of this, New York would overturn it to a no contest and without a doubt give him some kind of suspension. How long that suspension would be is TBD. First time offense. It could be 3 months. It could be 6. It could be a year. But the rematch would just be absolutely gigantic. I mean, it would just be insane. Very excited to see that our guy, Khalil Roundtree, got a big-time fight on a big-time card. He is fighting on the Conor McGregor card on June 29th. He is fighting Jamal Hill. Credit to Jamal Hill for the quick turnaround. That is a very fast turnaround. They announced it shortly after his loss to Alex Pereira. So that was interesting, but I'm happy for Khalil, and I think that that's a really big fight. Arnold Allen fighting Giga Chikadze on the Manchester card. That's one of the first fights announced for the Manchester card. Cedric Doumbé, as we talked about, is returning on May 17th on that Bellator card in Paris, so they are keeping him active. John Jones says he has a date. Is it going to be MSG? Is it going to be the Sphere? We don't know, and we don't know who it's going to be against. He's been on a roll with the tweets, been asking people their thoughts on Alex Pereira or Tom Aspinall. Who knows? There he is. So we'll see how it all shakes out with John. But we know that Tom Aspinall is going to fight on the July 27th card. Who he's going to fight is the bigger question. It's down to Cyril Gane and Curtis Blades. I like them both. There's a great story there with Curtis Blades, but they haven't announced it just yet. Unfortunate news regarding Artur Beterbiev out of the June 1st fight card on, it's airing. That would be airing on ESPN Plus. The main event was only going to air on ESPN Plus here in America, DAZN worldwide, but now that fight is off, and it's unfortunate because he's not getting any younger, and that was one of the best fights of the year. him versus Dimitri Bivol for the light heavyweight title. So Bivol might stay on the card, and hopefully they'll be able to book it down the line. But he tore his meniscus and had to have surgery, so it's a tough one to come back from so soon, so quickly. But that's a huge bummer. The rest of the card is fine. It's the 5-on-5. I haven't got an official confirmation of this, but I think the Deontay Wilder fight would be the main event against Zhilei Zhang. But the whole 5-on-5 concept and the card itself is really good. And this is why it's good to have stacked cards. They still haven't quite figured it out. I'm at the event on Saturday and, co-main, and it's still like 75% empty. It's right there. Now that I'm going to a lot more of these boxing events and I'm loving it, I'm really enjoying it. And, you kind of battle imposter syndrome and you battle, should you be there? Should you not be there? Yeah, I should fucking be there. Yeah, I know my stuff. Yeah, I know the sport. Yeah, I know the characters. Yeah, I know the stories. But, you have internal thoughts. And then I start looking at it as someone who's been around the fight game now, lucky enough for a bit. And I look at the press conference. I'm like, why don't you guys just copy the UFC press conference? Why are you doing it this way? Why are you going down the line with all the different people? And why are you not asking the media to ask questions? And why are you it's just everything is so okay, this is how we always did it. So let's just keep it this way. Why are the weigh-ins the way you do them? Why do they drag out with no music and no energy? And why do you build the fight cards like this? And I don't know. Why do you got to do a better job of getting people emotionally invested in the rest of the card. Not every card could be as deep as this August 3rd card in LA, but there were some characters on there. Brandon Figueroa and Mario Barrios, not the biggest names, but I don't know. They need to figure out how to get the rest of the card. It's tough to see these arenas so empty by the time the co-main rolls around. By the time Canelo and Munguia fought, it was pretty full, although there were 7 sections up top that were blacked out. So it wasn't a sellout, which was a bit of a bummer. I thought it would be, but maybe they priced it too high. And there's a part of me that kind of wishes this card happened in Mexico because it was Mexico versus Mexico, but obviously you can sell more and the gate would be higher in Las Vegas. I just wish that they could figure out how to make the cards bigger and how made the fight week a little more oomphy, if you get what I'm saying. By the way, speaking of gates, speaking of crowds, what about that crowd once again in Lyon, France? The Backlash crowd, highest gate for any arena show in WWE history. Any arena show. Pay-per-view, Raw, SmackDown, that's the highest gate. The one in Lyon, 11,000 fans, highest gate ever for any WWE arena show. We're not talking stadium show, arena show. And what about the fact that they announced April 19th and 20th, WrestleMania 41? It is, in fact, going down in Las Vegas at Allegiant Stadium. There was some talk of Minnesota. The big news here for me is not only are they going to Vegas, cool, first time for a WrestleMania since WrestleMania 9 at Caesars Palace, but also, as WWE President Nick Khan recently said, they don't like the idea anymore of going head-to-head with the Final Four. They are not going head-to-head with the Final Four anymore. This would probably go head-to-head with the early portion of the NBA playoffs, but I really like this idea of going a little bit later in April, not going head-to-head with the men's and women's basketball Final Four, and kind of owning the weekend, so to speak. Speaking of which, I watched a WNBA preseason game on Friday just for Caitlin Clark. That's how amazing she is. Did you guys watch this? I was watching a WNBA preseason game on Friday.
I did not watch it.
She's incredible.
Caitlin Clark
I can't get enough of her. She's unbelievable. I just never thought I would watch a WNBA preseason game.
It feels like
that's wild.
It feels like this draft class is coming into the WNBA and they're having a bit of a moment here. Like it feels like a lot of new fans are being converted.
This is a turning point for the league. I mean, the numbers on the lottery, like not the lottery, the draft, the viewership, the ratings, unbelievable. Yeah, good for them. I love to see it. It's a lot of fun. I kind of want to buy a Fever jersey for my daughter. The problem is I hate Indiana as a state, as a city.
Yeah, just let her support Caitlin. You can just get the jersey.
All because of Reggie Miller?
All because of the fucking Pacers. I hate the Pacers. Pacers, Heat, Bulls.
Pacers, Heat. I mean, it's just like, you can't buy her a Fever jersey?
No, not at all. I can't have my
20, 30 years ago.
What are you talking about? We're about to play them game 1 in 2.5 hours. I hate them again.
But those things are
By the way,
separate.
2012, Roy Hibbert blocks Carmelo Anthony at the rim in the second round of the playoffs.
What do the Fever and Caitlin Clark have to do with that? It's not even
same
the
ownership. Same ownership.
So what? It's not even the same thing. It's not even the same team.
No, why? I could buy her an Iowa jersey. I love Iowa. Shout out to Pat Miltich and the crew.
That's nice. I like that.
Yeah.
Do that.
Get her a Mitchell and Ness Iowa jersey.
She's gonna be rocking that, and they're gonna be all her friends are gonna be like, "Why are you wearing the college jersey? She plays with the Fever now."
Because she's
gonna be
legit.
like, well, my dad hates
Just
the
say my
Indiana
dad,
Pacers.
yeah.
They're gonna be like,
Oh, I can't.
well, it's the Fever, not the Pacers. And
No.
she's gonna be like, same ownership.
I can't buy Indiana
Like,
merch.
what, this
They'll
is
say,
about
"Who are
a
the
series that
Pacers?"
happened 25 years ago, and she's
might-
gonna be like,
we're talking about
they're playing right now. They're playing right now.
They're playing right now. But in 2 weeks from now, I'm going to despise the Pacers. Fun team. Tyrese is fun.
No, you're gonna
Siakam is-
steamroll them.
You think we're winning
you're
in
not
4?
even going to be thinking about them.
You think we're
They
winning in
stink.
4?
The Pacers stink.
I don't
The
agree with
Pacers
you.
Go ahead and clip this part off for
Bro,
when the Pacers
I don't
win
agree with
Pacers
you.
are garbage. The
Good,
Cavs,
clip this
garbage. Like there's nobody. Good
Listen,
left
I don't
in
want
the
to throw
East.
Rick under the
Everybody
bus.
died.
I don't want to throw Rick under the bus, but I was like, maybe I'm going to take a future to have an NBA team for the playoffs. And he told me his sneaky pick was the Suns. He said, throw some money on the Suns.
I did like the Suns. I will admit.
Wow.
I was blinded by the talent.
I feel bad for Shaheen.
But know
It's a
that
tough one.
yeah.
How
He'll
about
be
the
all right.
T-Wolves, my guy, Anthony Edwards. Shout out.
T-Wolves are killing.
Explain, why is he your guy? You just like him, or is he a
from
guy?
Atlanta?
I can't tell if you guys are serious right now.
He
or
is
not.
from Atlanta, no?
No, I don't know.
I mean, he attended the University of Georgia.
Okay, fair. I mean,
that's where he came out of, drafted.
We wanted to get.
We don't know
clarity.
these things?
I mean, I didn't know. I
thought it was known. I thought it was known.
Wait, but he's not born in Atlanta.
I actually believe he is from Atlanta. That's why
Oh,
I went
okay.
to the
Yeah,
University
that's
of
what I
Georgia.
thought.
would
All right.
imagine Tom Crean probably gave him a large sum of money, but
okay.
What's
Yeah.
going on with the microphone, Frank? Why does Connor's microphone sound like he's talking it through a wind tunnel on a megaphone?
We're replacing that piece of hardware.
Are we still working on it?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, listen, he has been working. He has come back
I mean,
here several
it
times
has
during
never
the show.
sounded worse than it does right this second.
I don't think that's true because right before we left,
Oh my
there was
God.
that time
What
where it
happened
sounded
now?
even.
Wait, what happened to Rick's mic? All of a sudden, Rick's mic just went like 25 decibels up in the span of a second. What's going on, Frank? Are you just messing with me now?
Yep.
Did this mic have to
He's
live?
definitely not messing with me.
Did those die for this one to live? Is
That's
that
exactly what happened.
Golly, I'm
Success with a cost.
yeah. Rick, are we sweeping the Pacers? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know about a sweep,
Oh,
but
Jesus.
it's not going to be competitive. The Knicks are.
Should I
gonna
say that
steamroll.
again? I couldn't. It was so loud that I couldn't hear what you said.
Knicks win. Knicks steamroll.
All right, fine. By the way, perfect timing with the mic sounding so good to go to you guys with the picks and whatnot. So I'm so happy that we could
Just
do this.
enjoy this ad read for
Yes.
a minute.
Guys, as we were just discussing, the NBA playoffs are heating up, and so is the action over at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Basketball Association. They got same-game parlays, live betting, odds boosts, and so much more. Don't miss out as the NBA postseason winds down. You got the Knicks and the Pacers. Knicks are the favorite tonight, I do believe. They are at home, thank God. And by the way, shame on all the people out there who said the Knicks should tank to not get the Sixers. And the two teams that tanked, who are they? Who are the two teams that tanked? Number one,
Cavs, definitely.
Cavs tanked. Number two, Bucks. Where are the Bucks? Cancun. Cavs this close. This close.
Yeah, that's why they would have lost to the Sixers.
But I'm
That's why they
saying the
needed to.
basketball gods do not reward that kind of activity. Knicks beat the Sixers in 6, and now here we are. It's Knicks versus Hicks, part, I don't know, 4 or 5. And by the way, for those who don't know, that was a thing that they used to say in the 90s. I didn't come up with that. In any event, you've got that. You've got the Cleveland Cavaliers that Rick is so confident in against the Boston Celtics. I'm rooting for them. I hope they sweep the Celtics. Mavs, Thunder, which should be incredible. Can't wait for that. And Timberwolves, Nuggets have gotten off to a great start already. If you're new to DraftKings, you got to check this out. Right now, new customers bet $5 to get 115 bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code THEMMAHOUR. That's code THEMMAHOUR for new customers to get 115 bonus bets. When you bet just $5 only on DraftKings, the crown is yours. And by the way, a nice little weekend coming up as far as combat sports are concerned as well. You've got the St. Louis card, and I would like to start the hashtag Justice for Buckley, because I can't believe he didn't get, I mean, the pride of St. Louis, I can't believe he didn't get the main event slot on this card. So hashtag Justice for Buckley, tweet it to Dana White, tweet it to the UFC, tweet it to DraftKings. And also, as we said with Dan Hardy, you've got Lomachenko versus Kambosos down under, which should be quite the scene as well. So if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPEN, wire text HOPENY, that's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777, or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino Resorts in Kansas. 21 plus, age varies by jurisdiction, void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.com/basketball. B-ball, for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Yeah. All right, gents, what do we got?
No parlay pals throughout the course of the break. We haven't done one in a while.
Bit of a break, yeah.
Since UFC 300, was that the last one we did?
Yeah.
Well, you guys were on such a roll. You're like
What
Pantoja.
else?
You're letting the other contenders.
No. Didn't we win one after 300? We won one the week after 300, right? I think we did, didn't we? Weren't we on a
No, because there was no
bit of a
UFC card. We won one before it.
The week after
this
300 was the
two.
Ryan Garcia card, so I don't think you guys did one for that.
Yeah, so I guess I'll just recap my bets here. 3 weekends. Speaking of the Ryan Garcia card, got reverse swept. I was really feeling good on the fight doesn't go to a decision and ends in rounds 7 through 12. Each time that Garcia dropped him, I was like, all right, this is it. This is the time where it ends. It made it all the way to a decision. I obviously was very wrong with Haney winning and getting a knockdown. Ryan Garcia looked great throughout the fight. But alas, nice reverse sweep. Didn't feel good. So this is how we were looking after that. Down 21 units on the year. And then we got to Apex 91. Not much better. But here's where we start to right the ship. With the parlays, we hit both the parlays on Apex 91. Still lose a couple units on UFC Apex 91. Not looking great. A lot of pressure back against the wall. They were saying, will Brazilian Burks jump out and wow everyone for UFC 301? There was a lot of pressure on me. Guess what? I delivered.
Yeah,
I delivered in a big way. Bang, 3 for 3 on the parlays. Then we go over here to the singles. We go 3-2, I believe, on the singles. Lost the Gene Silva, but biggest bet of the night, Jose Aldo as an underdog, plus 145, comes through. Didn't even have to sweat it. Won all 3 rounds. I added in Alexandre Pantoja as a single when he dropped down to minus 170 after I released these graphics. So in total, we go 4-2 on the singles, 3-1 on the parlays, up almost 10 units. The only thing that I missed out of the parlays was the big Brazilian favorite parlay. It went 8 of 9. I lost on Vitor Petrino. Just a big bummer. What this graphic? I would have been up 23 units on the week had Vitor Petrino won.
Damn.
It was like $30 to win like 658 or something after losing Gene Silva. But you can't complain about almost 10 units up on old UFC 301. Still down on the year. We've had some rough weeks. When you get reverse swept, it's going to keep you in the red. But up about 90 units all time since we started doing this. Hopefully another winning week ahead at hashtag UFC STL, hashtag Justice for Buckley. There's already a couple bets that I like, and Parlay Pals get back on track as well. And then we'll get back into the swing of things.
Hashtag Justice for Buckley.
Hashtag UFC STL.
Is that the one? Is that the official one?
That's what I'm going with.
I think they're going to switch once it kicks off.
You think the official? Imagine the official account says that.
JFB.
No, look.
Maybe Europe though.
Can't complain. What time does the card start? What is this? Is this an ESPN card or a Plus card?
I think this is a 4 p.m.
I think this is a 4 p.m.
Tremendous.
In front of a crowd? I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. Oh, yeah, 4 p.m., St. Louis, Missouri.
Scottrade Center? Home of the Blues?
Enterprise Center.
I wonder if it's the same place. Back in the day, it was the Scottrade. Saw many a great strike force there. Let's see. Enterprise Center. No, not now. Enterprise Career Center. No. What is this? Did they change the name? Enterprise Center, St. Louis.
Yeah, it's where the Blues play.
Oh, yeah. So it was formerly, no. The arena opened in 94, Kiel Center, then Savas Center, then Scottrade from 2006 to 2018. On May 21st, St. Louis Blues and representatives of Enterprise based in July 1st, 2018. All right. How about that? Shout out to Enterprise. Looks nice. Yeah, there was a couple of great Strikeforce cards there. The one that had all the KOs, the Paul Daly, Scott Smith, Matt Lindland, Robbie Lawler, Mauro Ranallo, shout out saying who wants a KO for Christmas. Remember all that stuff? Those are some great. Tyron Woodley back in the day in St. Louis, of course, the pride of St. Louis. So good stuff there. And good stuff. I feel like we covered everything. Did we catch everyone up? Did we miss anything?
No, I don't think so. One thing of note for the St. Louis card, no top 10 fighters on it. Couple 11th ranked fighters. I think Tabitha Ricci and Derek Lewis maybe are both 11th. But yeah, no top 10 fighters on any of the fights.
That's tough.
It is, as they say. Tough. Yeah.
It's tough.
Wow. All right. Well,
they got the STL sniper, Sean Woodson, shout out.
And
Joaquin Buckley. Charles Johnson,
and Derek Lewis. And Rodrigo Nascimento. I am looking forward to having Gable Steveson in studio on Wednesday.
That's a big one.
That's a huge story. I'm looking forward to that. Corey Sanhagen, Umar, August 3rd. Big
Can't
one.
wait for that.
Hope he gets a title shot if he wins that fight. I don't know how it kind of shakes out because if Sean and Merab fight, Merab beats Sean, I could see them running that back, right? Just because it depends on how he wins. And then I don't know if they sign Aldo, give him a title. Who knows? But he would certainly deserve it. I feel like there's a better chance, call me crazy, of them giving Umar a title shot than if he wins, than giving Corey a title shot if he beats Umar. You feel me?
Yeah, I think they'll both get in line there if they would get the win.
Yeah, bantamweight's clogged, man.
We hope.
It's tough.
It is tough, as they say. And what about Dustin?
They do say
Can we just
that.
talk about Dustin real quick?
So good.
I mean, he's just something. He really makes you care.
Not only does he make you care, he makes you believe, right?
Right.
He's going to be a big underdog against Islam Makhachev, but he's selling it. He's letting you know, like, I am not here just to collect a paycheck. I'm not here to just get this final title shot and cruise off into the sunset. He wants to be the one to stop Islam. I think the fans are behind him.
Empty in the tank.
Mom
Stone
spaghetti.
left unturned. Yeah, mom spaghetti. And then you were like, "Are you gonna put the belt on your wife?" And he was just like, "It's theirs. Don't need it. It's theirs."
What are the odds at the moment?
Last I saw was Islam minus 500. Let's take a peek here. 302. Islam minus 550. Dustin Poirier plus 410. There are a couple books out there that offer like exact methods. Like you can take. We'll absolutely be placing a wager on the Dustin Poirier by guillotine. I would hope it's going to be like plus like 20,000. So
if Dustin Poirier wins the belt finally via jumping guillotine, is it the greatest story in the history of the sport? Like, I don't.
Then you actually have to make a movie about it. And like as the movie is going on, he's like practicing the guillotine in the gym.
And you show all the failed attempts
to fail it
in all the fights.
His coach screaming at him, "Stop jumping guillotine!" And he's just like, "Come on, coach, don't be silly, jump the gilly."
The footage of Matt Brown and Gamrot being like, "No," and then him getting it would be incredible.
I mean, to do it to Islam Makhachev too. That's a tough ask, but it would be the funniest thing of all time.
That's going to be a great scene. A bit of a tease for those either in the tri-state area or planning to attend UFC 302, which has a very nice two-pack at the top there with that fight and, of course, Paulo Costa versus Sean Strickland. Might be something fun that we're doing on the night before. That's May 31st. So, maybe keep it open and more information. Yeah, that's right. More information to come. May 31st evening. Keep it open. In Brick City. All right? So stay tuned. For now, though, it is time to go, my friends. We need to get ready for game one, so you can hit my music. Does it? I don't know. Is there? Okay. Well, because I noticed during the ad read there wasn't, so I wasn't sure if the music was working, or was it just?
You don't need music. You're
no
beyond music now.
No, of course. I do love a good tune here or there, but I don't need it. Per your suggestion. We were in Vegas this weekend. A lot of nice people. Thank you to all of them. I was also I was in Miami for a few days. That was really nice. A lot of nice people over there as well. And was also in Montreal, and it was snowing when I was there in late April. What the hell? What's going on over there?
So you explored like
all different kinds.
Climates.
Yes, all of them. I went from freezing to humid, hot to super dry, hot, and then super windy as well in Las Vegas.
What was your favorite?
Miami. I'd move to Miami tomorrow if I could. You know? I hear the Clevelander is open. We can go set up shop over there, you know?
Awesome.
Yeah. But we'll see. For now, though, time to go. Thank you very much to all our guests. So lovely to have Dan Hardy and Veronica Hardy. Dan is one of the smartest people in MMA. Behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. Just like the way he starts talking about fights. It's incredible. And looking forward to Veronica Hardy's fight on Saturday. Thank you very much to the aforementioned Dustin Poirier. Great stuff, as always, from him. Thank you to Paul Hughes for joining us in studio as well. Great stuff, and congratulations to him. And, of course, thank you to the reigning defending flyweight champion, Alexandre Pantoja. Congratulations. Parabéns. Back on Wednesday, same time, please.